What's going on, people? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's Friday, the weekend has started. What could that possibly mean? The Late Late Show is back with myself, Brian from Tottenham on Tour. Brian Ireland is currently in Niagara Falls working, so I have brought in my partner in crime and my brother from Three Spurs Boys, Bobby K. How are we?
Absolutely fantastic, buddy. It's Friday night. Absolutely no reason to complain. Our lovely regulars are. I see a whole bunch of us are in the chat already. So let's get the show on the road, baby, and let's see where we end up. Let's not ruin our Friday night, though, Brian. Let's not
Exactly.
ruin our
Let's not ruin
Friday
our
night,
Friday
baby.
night. We're going to have a lot of fun. We are going to enjoy it. I always say it's the beginning, and hopefully we can do it again. This is our 10th episode, and 9 for 9 so far on getting over 100 live likes. So our target again is to make that 10 out of 10 and keep that record going. So first of all, let's just say hello to some people in the chat. So first of all, of course, he's the first comment every time. It's me, it's KPV. He will be, by the looks of it, keeping his 100% record up.
Wait a minute,
Carl.
Brian. If KPV's here, that means we're live.
And we're live. We are indeed. We have Teresa Murphy saying, where is it?
Teresa.
It's right here. It's right now. And welcome. I don't believe I've seen that name before, so welcome. We have Noob saying, is Ben and Sim on this? No, it is us two.
The Canadian versions.
Exactly. Like I said, this show has been designed for having people that are across the world that cannot make Good Morning Tottenham or anything else. Obviously, there's a lot of people that do make it. But obviously, this is open so people from other parts of the world can have some fun and interact and be part of a live show.
Yeah.
We have Mark Swift, who is apparently, what's up, Swifty, is apparently turning into Cilla Black and wants to help find Sim a wife. So I don't think we're going to find it on this chat. So we've got, obviously, yourself, Bobby K. We've got All Pray Silence, the Diamond.
Hello, Sue.
Is in the building.
Good evening.
And also, you've got one from Sue. So big up, Sue.
Hello, dog.
Graham. Big up, Graham Richmond. Every single day is Levy Out Day. Ben Davies, not the player. This is the guy who lives in Israel, and I can tell from the comments below he is going to the Liverpool game. So Shabbat Shalom and welcome from Israel. And nervous for Marseille. We will be discussing that, and I hope you enjoy the Liverpool game. Yeah. Then there's this idiot Brian Daigle in the comments. I'm just looking forward to what he says.
Man, he's spamming already.
Do you know what? As trustworthy and as reliable as KPV is for coming and being the first one, there's always an Alexander Hilton steak couscous curry in the. We got DJ Green Alert. Hey, Dag, what's up, buddy? Become a regular in this one. The other 100%er is in the house. Time for a therapy session. Can't wait. So always a pleasure to see you, my brother. Who else have we got here that I haven't brought up? I'm going through them. Let's have a look at. Oh my God, there's a lot of back and forth with these people. Let's have a look. Who else is there? Is new? I'm going through it as we speak. There's a lot of DJ Green Alert and Ben Davies, the Assassinator. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. We have abnormal toe spur. I don't know what that WDYM means. So thank you for that, whatever that does mean. Lunatic underscore vert. Dijan is missed. Good old Kulisevsky, big time. Who else have we got in this house right now? Let's have a look. Catman Jess. Big up, Catman
Hey, no,
Jess.
no, 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 no,
Another
no, no,
person
no.
here in Canada. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have
Big up,
Andy
Catman.
NYC. I was at the Newcastle game. Brutal, good fun, but we'll
Hey,
find
Andy.
out with that. But yeah, the Newcastle game was entirely brutal. One thing I will say today, we are not talking specifically about Newcastle or about Sporting because all the channels have done that to death. We will be talking on bits of it and parts of it, but we won't be making a whole beeline for it. Let's see, unless when fans come on, they want to talk about it, then that's your time. The link will be in community section at past, so in 23 minutes. We have a man that is all everywhere. Wolsey is in the
Big up,
building.
Wolsey.
Welcome, man. Welcome. I hope you're good and everything is good where you are.
Yes, sir.
We have Patrick Campbell saying big up
Patrick.
KPV. I'm just trying to see if we have anyone else that
Oh,
I've.
we already got
No.
our first super chat in here too, bud.
Oh my God, we're flying. Okay, okay. I've just
Already,
seen.
already.
I've just. Okay, wait a minute. I've just seen a load
Ah.
of people that I've missed. Okay, so let's do this. It's Bobby K. Good vibes. Not the other Brian. We have Batu saying evening germs. We have. I'm not going to try and pronounce that name because I'll butcher it. But sun out. I wouldn't go that
We'll
far,
just
mate.
go
I
Sun It.
would not go that far at all. Big good friend of mine and the channels, Dominic. Bloody hell,
Donovan.
my God, Donovan.
So you got
Donovan.
me here for. You were testing to see if I was listening.
That's it. That's it. Big up. We have Colin talking ball here.
Big
We are
up,
watching the movie,
Colin.
so I have you on mute, light though. There we go. That's dedication.
That is
Scott M
dedication.
is in the building. Big
Yeah.
up. Good luck to you having to work with Bobby
Always
K.
so encouraging.
There you go. Do you know what? It's typical of Scotty.
Scott, I still love you, and I hope you and your family are feeling better now, my man.
Benjamin Parsons is here. Here
Big
we
up,
go.
Ben.
Boys are back in town. Indeed, we are. Moondog, good early morning, good late evening to us from here. Tom81, here we go. Big up. All the good morning to everyone. Hit likes all. Thank you very much indeed. We've got Stuart. Big up, Stuart. My God, this is getting I'm loving
Hey,
how many people are
Stuart.
here already. 93 already in the chat. So thank you very much indeed. Big up
Like,
to the
please.
Toronto too. That I do like that sound.
Like that.
We have Clegg Clips. How are we, lads? We are very good. I hope you are
Hope you're
too.
well, Clegg. Hope you're well.
We have. I'm not going to try. Enthor,
Entourage.
big time. Hello, my usual suspects, Dougal and Bobby K. Big
Dugal.
up. We have Raiden275. Evening, everyone. Come on,
Good
you
evening.
Spurs.
Good evening.
We have Steve Webb. Top men, follow you on every Tottenham channel. Mate, thank you very much
Appreciate that,
indeed. We
Steve. Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. That's
Very
what we
kind.
like to hear.
Yeah,
And
man.
we're happy that you're enjoying the content. Greetings from
Hey,
Denmark.
there we go.
We've reached
Nice.
another country, Bobby K. We're on
Woo!
our map of
We're
people we're
expanding.
trying to
We're
target.
expanding,
We've
baby.
hit Denmark. Oh, of course, leave you out from Tom. We
Hey,
have
Tom.
Leo Williamson.
Yep,
What
Leo.
an honour it would be for Gil to start alongside Kane and Sonny. Comedy Spurs from California. Big up.
Cali boy.
A
Nice.
very, very good friend of mine, Mr. Graham. Big up, Graham. I hope you're feeling better and good to see you.
Hope you're
We
well, Graham.
have
Hope you're well.
Mashing Joe. Go to Thailand for a while. That's probably aimed at Simeon with the Simeon chat. We have the super chat, of course, from Moondog saying, "Come on, you Spurs! Good early morning."
Big
We
up, Moon
have.
Dog.
I
Big
always
up,
have
brother.
to do this. We will get into the show shortly. Andrew Michael Cooper. Yes, lads. If we don't win today, how toxic will it get? We shall
We'll get
wait and
into that.
see.
We'll get into
We
that.
will get into it, and I think. No, we got Paul. We got hello from Van. Big up. We have
Newman.
Paul Mason.
Yeah.
Nice show, boys. Thank you. We have
Cheers,
Adam
Paul.
Campbell. We have Maffel. I'm going to literally run through these now because we are going absolutely crazy. Oh, here he is. Lee Richards. I haven't seen the normal chat.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the reporting for duty. If I've missed it, I apologise, but I need to see it, so retype it. We have Cooper. Big up, guys. Glad to see you both this evening. My God, this is going mad. I think we're getting close to 100 people. Right. Let's get on with the show. Big up. If I've missed any of you, I apologize, but let's get on with the show. And the first thing we're going to discuss, and the person that was saying about toxic, this is kind of where I wanted to start the show off, which is your views on the booze. Now, obviously, we know what has been happening recently. The booze at halftime in Newcastle. were
Yeah,
there
man.
for all to be seen, heard. Sorry, at the final whistle, obviously, and then at half time in Sporting Lisbon. Now, what I want to get at is with people is where do you stand on this, and who do you think these boos are aimed at? So I'll go to you, Bobby, first. What's your thoughts on? Because obviously, again, I don't know the culture here in North America with sports. If they're not happy with the team or the manager, what kind of things happen here? So maybe you can elaborate on that a bit and then give your views on the situation.
Well, you know how much football we get to watch over here. Really, it's only TFC that's finally lit up the last few years and everything. But in terms of other sports, normally when you're booing players, it's players and the effort from the team. That's what I personally have found over here. It's what you see on the ice, on the field, on the basketball court, whatever sport you're watching. But with this one, I think it's different because we have almost a division in our fan base, don't we, Brian? Where people are on the Levy out train, people are on the Conte out train, people are on the Sonny out train, some other players out train.
Yep.
Some people are on the rebuild the whole damn squad, burn it down train. Some people are on the everything is just rosy, let's carry on train. So we're divided in so many different sections, and it's kind of sad to see because it's almost creating a bit of a discord between us as fans. We're not kind of uniting and getting together behind the team the way we should, and hoping for the best and everything that you want to happen accordingly with the club. In terms of this, it's almost a hard call, Brian, because the performances have not been great. So do we blame Conte for that, or do you blame Levy for not providing Conte with the right players, or not addressing the team properly and getting the right squad for him there? So if it's a tactical thing, if it's an upper thing, then obviously they're doing at Levy and Conte. If you're looking at the performances that unfortunately haven't been, absolutely amazing and stand out and make us go, ooh, then we're booing the players off the pitch. So I'm actually curious, guys. What do you think in the chat here? Who do you think? If you're actually, in fact, I know a lot of you were at the game. People are saying they were at the Newcastle
Yep.
game already. If you were booing, let us know why. What do you think, Brian? Why do you think they're booing,
So,
man?
so I'll quickly go through some of the comments because they've been coming in thick
They're
and
coming in fast,
fast.
yeah, man.
So first of all, I have to say thank you, Lee. My OCDs, I can now relax.
There you
That
go.
that is coming. It's the thing I look for. I love that comment
Now
more
we can
than
start the
anything.
show.
Now, exactly. That's what we should do. It from now on. We'll just keep going until we see that comment. So we have DJ Green Alert saying booing knocks our confidence further, which is a point.
Yep, good
We've
point.
got I was booing, but I was booing the referees, not the players. And I'm
Fair
going to
enough.
come on to
Okay,
that
yeah.
because this is a lot of the thing. I think,
Yeah, that's another
as
thing, yeah.
Abnormal was saying, is I think that's where people, I think they're, like you said, there's different groups of people doing booing for different reasons. And obviously, the louder the boos, you think it's one thing, but it could be three different things. It could be the manager, could be the board, could be four things: the players, the ref. So let's see. Also, we have Jacob in the building. Big up, Jacob from United Spurs
Hey, big
America.
up, Jake.
So let's have a look. What's Alexander Hilton said? We should be
Big up,
booing it
Jake.
on the players, like if someone doesn't eat. I didn't even read it before I put it up.
I saw Iggy was in here as well. Big up, Iggy.
Oh, is Iggy in here? Big up,
Yeah,
Iggy, brother.
yeah,
I can't find,
just a
but
bit
yeah,
about.
we've got a lot of people saying with the booing. Now, where I stand on the booing is people pay a lot of money to go watch Tottenham. A
Yeah,
lot of
well,
money. Even if you're not a season ticket holder,
you know how
where
much
you're
I
paying
just paid?
where you're paying big numbers. What also you have people like, from what I was hearing, some of it was £95 a ticket to go to Wednesday night, which is a huge amount of money, especially where we are today. And you know what? These players get paid a lot of money, a lot of money. And part and parcel of this is if you're playing poorly, you will have, normally you'll get stick from the away fans, when you're playing away. But I believe the fans have every single right to boo.
I agree.
Every single,
I
as long as
agree.
they're not getting personal or racist or discriminative or anything like that, or talking about people's families, or what we saw with Eric Dyer when it was his brother and he came running. That's no, 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 no. But I think we need to understand where the boos are, because like I said, like you said as well, there's four different places that could be going at. When I boo, and I have booed at Tottenham, and I'll gladly say it, it's either been at the players or the board. And 9 times out of 10, it is the board for me for obvious reasons.
Mhm.
But the way I do it is, and why I think it's the players that they're booing right now, is obviously when I was there at the Manchester United game, Nuno's last game, when he made that substitution with Lucas Moura, and you heard that you don't know what you're doing, you don't know that is clearly, you know where that's going. You know full well that's directed at one person and one person only.
Yeah.
When it comes to it, Lee's just added a fifth. The style of football could be another reason why people are booing.
No,
So
who
there's
said
five.
that?
No, I'm saying players, manager, board, ref, style of play.
Yeah.
So there's 5 different areas where people could be booing. Now it's getting louder and louder. It has to be said. But I think again, this is more. We have the players that can play, and we know how good they are, and it's just getting to the point now where we're so stuck in a rut. Where I think we are. We're just literally. You look at, and we're going to talk about it with the Bournemouth preview. Is they got walloped 9-0 by Liverpool. Sack Scott Parker, and a team could go into their shell like that. Go, oh my God, we're going to get battered everywhere we go. I can't believe I said that. West Ham fans, if you're listening, you're going to love that, aren't you? But they've come out and they've gone, right, we're not. They've played an exciting brand of football. They've gone all out. They haven't sat. Now a lot of this could be Conte style away, like we keep hearing, but with these boos that are getting louder, I want to believe it's style of play. I'm sorry, not style of play, players, because it's unacceptable. Where do you think they're going, Bobby?
I gotta agree with you only because simply when you're paying that kind of money, you're paying for sport. Sport is entertainment for us. It's a passion, it's a love, it's our desire to get over there. Now well, I'll just quickly do this, but we're coming over, obviously, as you know, to the NLD in January from Toronto, which is costing me a fortune. Just got the tickets last week confirmed and everything, and it's close to $400 Canadian just for the tickets, and then the airline, and then this and that. If I get over there and I see a performance like we did with against United, that's going to be absolutely devastating to me. A fan for 30 years finally is able to get over there and get to a game and go to the area of Tottenham and see his team play finally. And it scares the shit out of me, Brian, that's what I will end up walking into. So if you are booing them off the field and you've paid this exorbitant amount of money to be entertained and you're not entertained, like Nick and Bob were saying in the watch along, the first 45 minutes, they were ready for a nap. Football, like we've heard for so many people that are not real football fans, oh, it's the worst sport in the world, it's so boring, blah 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 blah. And football can be really, really exciting, and we had exciting football for a long time, and it seems like that's been taken away from us. And I think it's starting to settle in the wrong way with fans, especially now that the results are not coming.
Okay, before we carry on with this chat, I just want to bring something up because Kyle KPV has put in a members chat, and it doesn't come up on StreamYard. It only shows on YouTube. So I've got YouTube on my other monitor here, and KPV, the lovely guy that he is, has put there. Oh, what a goal! It's Danny Rose on his Premier League debut. Can you believe it? And then has gone into my song "Do Do Do" Danny Kiriakou.
Yes,
do, 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 Danny Kiriakou. So thank you for that, KPV, and thank you for your membership. But yeah, like you said,
sorry, we had one more super chat there. You gotta address.
The one from Swifty. Yeah, I've got that. I've got
you got to start for after. Okay, we'll bring that into a talking
point. Yeah. So yeah, getting back when you get back to it, there's people in here that have put as well. So it should be in their contracts: no win, no bonuses, or words to that effect, which is true. They walking on the pitch, they get appearance fees. They get their exorbitant wages, but they get appearance fees. They get everything, and they literally they have a service to do. It's their job to do something. And if they don't do it, I believe this is it's completely warranted. And like you said, there's people that have travelled. Look at the amount of fans from Korea that go and watch Sonny.
Yeah.
And you think we spend a lot coming from Canada? I could think you'd probably imagine that the airfare and everything from Korea and those parts of the world and Australia, where everyone flies into or comes in from,
and they get good seats, so they're paying premium dollar for where they sit too.
So that, like you said, it's an entertainment business. It's an entertainment industry, and I honestly believe that the fans have the right to boo. And you know what? I'm kind of happy we're away at Bournemouth and we're away at Marseille, because if they were both home games and they both didn't go well, then I think we'd be talking big problems. We'd be talking big problems before the World Cup. But just want to say, I want to say big up my boy Tim Winston. So if people don't know who Tim is the guy that is from Spurs Song Sheets. He's the singer that you're hearing when you start singing Stop Crying Arteta or any of these songs. This is the artist that brought it to you with the help of other people. Everyone check him out. He's always at the. I don't know if he's actually going to be performing at the stadium anytime soon. I think the next game we've got at home is Liverpool and then Leeds. I'm not too sure what he's doing, but everyone check him out. And they've got an album out on SoundCloud. Everyone go check them out. So big up, Tim, for coming in. And then, yeah, I will address this super chat. And like I said, guys, people that are coming on, and the link will be available in 8 minutes. You could talk about this, and we'll talk about your view. But we have one super chat, and obviously it's from Swifty with two very simple words: ENIC out. And we can discuss that, and I'll discuss it right now by saying, yes, I agree. What about you, Bobby?
You know me, Brian, how I am with this one. This one I'm always on the fence with, only because I've always treaded lightly with the careful what you wish for. I'm terrified that if we don't get the right, like we all want to change, but we want to change for the positive. I dread somebody coming in and taking advantage of the fact that we have so many investments and only solely taking over the club for what the investments and the holdings of the company are, and seeing that portfolio and the opportunity to increase that portfolio versus what's happening on the football pitch. It's really a gray area for me, Brian. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really not on either side of the fence with this one, because I'm not happy with the board. I'm not happy, obviously, with as long as we've been fans and everything. We want more as a club. The profits are coming in. We pay the highest, I believe, in the league for tickets now. We have the best facilities, this, that, the other. The money's come in from all the other ventures that they've done with the Lady Gaga concert, boxing, football, all this other stuff that's been coming in, but we're not seeing it generated on the field. Now you'll see people argue that, well, we spent the money on Ndombele, Lo Celso, 100 million here, 100 million there, but poor investment is from poor recruiting. And again, the board, Levy, whoever's responsible for that aspect of it, has hired these people. So it does come down to their responsibility. And to me, it seems like they're shunning their responsibility only because we are not going up the level. We seem to be at this level that we have accepted almost as a fan base. A lot of our fans are happy to say, hey, we finished fourth. We're a big club. We finished fourth. We got into Champions League. Doesn't matter if you scrape through the group stage and don't even get out of the second round there, and maybe get to the semis of a cup here and there, or even a quarterfinal, and that's it. You're at, okay, there's our season done. Let's move on to the next one. A lot of us are fed up of moving on to the next one. We just want that little bit of glory. We just want to taste it again. We want to be reminded of why we started supporting this beloved team in the first place. Yet now, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and start screaming, we're going to win the quad the following year, and I'm not going to say that we should be winning everything and anything, but I just want to see the right investments made in the right areas. And if ENIC is not going to do that, then ENIC does have to go, and hopefully the people that come in are willing to do it. And again, that's just such a coin toss. It all really, really factors in who do we get in and how are they going to do it. Like if we get in somebody like Newcastle did, where they turned around and just went straight from the foundation as soon as they came in and took over, replaced all the recruitment, replaced all their scouting, everything, got in Eddie Howe and said, okay, what do you want? Who do you want? Where can you address the team needs? And they bought in players that fit all those needs. We've discussed this before, that a lot of those players we would easily take. Pretty much every signing Newcastle made, we would take. And it would be an improvement on us. But I know how you feel about the board, but does it not scare you, or at least make you concerned a little bit about who possibly could come in if we invite the bigger devil in the door?
Nope. Listen, I am so sick and tired of dealing with what we've had to deal through. If I don't see, I'm in the I as much as the finances have improved, or Enix revenue has improved, and the Dare to Skywalk and all these whatever, I support this beloved football club of mine to win trophies, not to get, oh, we finished top four, and with a record of 1 in 21 coming up to 22 years. I don't see how anyone can do any worse. I seriously don't see how someone can do any worse. And am I willing to give that person? Am I willing to give another person 21 years, or give Daniel Levy another 21? I guarantee you, I will take anyone that buys the club. When I say anyone, I don't mean any stupid people that are whatever. I mean a person that will come in. Look at what Chelsea do with Bowley. Yeah, they got rid of their manager. Yeah, we don't know if the players that they've signed will turn out to be a good deal, but that was a sign of intent. That was like, here we go. They needed to sort out thetheir back line. They went and bought Fofana in. They went and bought Koulibaly in, who hasn't started off brilliantly. But I'm having enough of having to deal with this. And before we go on to the next chat, we've just had another super chat, which is
Big
this
up,
is it.
Tom.
This is it. Big up, Tom. Big up, Tom. This is the thing. That's what I'm scared of. And am I prepared to give a new manager, a new owner, 21 years to try and do better? Yes. Am I prepared to give Levy an edict 21 years to try and turn this around? No. But that's my very, very outspoken, as normal.
There's a lot of support for that too, Brian, because you're not the only one that's fed up. You know,
Exactly.
in sad reality, we have. That's what I'm saying. There's the division in our fan base, and it's all because of little issues like this. You know, we don't know how to come together and universally accept that we're not at the level a lot of us think that we should be at. On the field, off the field, we are beyond. So how is it off the field product wise that we're matching the biggest clubs in the world dollar for dollar with merchandise, this, that, the other, and everything, and TV rights and everything. Financially on the books, we're slaughtering some of the biggest clubs in the world. Yet on the field, we can't touch them. It's just not unjustifiable. And that's, I think that's where where the division starts with the club. And we've suffered a long time. We have fans that have only been on with Tottenham for a few years, and what they've seen is just from the Poch era and everything like that. So they're not as upset, I guess, as we are. They've kind of accepted that we didn't win then, so they're okay with not winning now. I don't get it personally, but you always want your club to win. I go in every game thinking we're going to win that game because I'm foolish like that. So what do you do?
Well, no, that's unfortunately what you do as a supporter. You have every faith and confidence that your team are going to do it, and then obviously we've had so many times of being let down. But I'm going to move away from this because if I start talking Levy, it's going to dominate everything, and I don't. It's Friday. I want to be happy and cheerful. Let's hope we can do this.
Swipe left.
And one of the things I love is last week. Do you remember when we did this? We had Ed who put in a thing saying, "Can we talk about the medical team?" And I was like, "Do you know what? Funny you say that. This is exactly what we're going to talk about next." Well, this time Ricky has said, "I hope Foster gets a go soon." Well, guess what? Guess what, Ricky? It's like you read our minds. I've tried to be funny here. And the next topic we're going to discuss, and first of all, let me get rid of the comment because then it takes over. So, obviously, with his 2 mistakes against Newcastle, which were 2 huge mistakes. Yes, the second goal, there's defenders that could have done stuff beforehand, but it was from his poor distribution. And then he came into question about the Marseille goal, but the more and more I think about it, I'm more annoyed with the defence and the midfield just giving Marcus Edwards the freedom of White Hart Lane rather than the actual Hugo and his angles. I've been saying, and the need for Hugo's replacement, or the people saying, yeah, it's time to go, is getting us. So I've had a little play on his name, and we're going for who do Hugh go for? I see. I hope you saw what I did there.
I see what you did there.
I tried to be clever. I tried to put a little pun in. So
it's punny.
Very good. This is very good. So so Bobby, where do you stand now on Hugo Lloris? Right here, right now. If you were Conte or Paratici, what's in your head?
Forrester starts against Bournemouth.
Okay.
I think Hugo needs a rest. I'd like to see Dyer get a rest as well. I think because of the amount they play and the amount of pressure that's put on them to perform a few times a week, not just once a week, they are mentally starting to get broken down. And the mistakes that are being made out there are mental mistakes, not physical mistakes. There's stupid decisions, out of position decisions. For some reason, I don't know why Hugo has a really bad habit of planting himself on the line when the ball's in play. I don't get why he's so far back in his net all the time. It's something we teach, 10-year-olds here. Always be a little bit off your line, not too far off your line, but there's an area kind of that you have to hover around in. And it's just like he's absent-minded. And those 2 things that he did, the Newcastle one where he ended up in Narnia, as the kids would say, and then in the Sporting one where he almost ended up in the other side of London from running so far away from the goal. It's crazy to see, man. Forrester I'd like to see come in because he hasn't got an opportunity yet. And with cup games coming up, we're going to need to start rotating them. So this is an opportunity for him to get in. I seriously think we really, really need to look at getting somebody in if Alfie Whiteman is not the future.
Okay, so one thing I am going to say is Meerkat. I can see that you're trying to troll. I don't know if you've realised, but this is a Friday night with a good community. We have 117 people in the chat, and we all have a nice, relaxed, no trolling environment here. You're doing so. And one thing I will say, when you say to Wolves Fee, are you a closet Tottenham fan or secret Tottenham fan? Wolves Fee is someone who supports another team and comes in and pays nothing but respect to every single channel he
He's
goes
a
on.
football fan is what he is.
Exactly,
He is a
exactly. Now
football
I don't
and a class act.
exactly,
Learn from
exactly,
the example, my brother. Learn.
exactly. And I don't like blocking people from the channel or putting them time out. But I'm
Just
a
ignore it.
mod. I'm a mod on We Are Tottenham TV is my name, and obviously I'm running everything now on We Are Tottenham TV. If you continue, I will just ban you, and you can try opening as many accounts, and I will do it. Just have some respect, whoever team you support, and especially when you see people from other channels paying respect, give people the same credit. Okay, I won't tolerate it for much more. But now, my
Meerkat,
view.
go crack a beer. Join the party, my man. Join the
Exactly.
party. Let's talk football, buddy. Let's talk football.
Let's talk it. So I want to tell a story basically about my tweet that I put out this week. I put on a tweet saying, do you know what, Hugo, phenomenal servant, shot stopping extraordinaire. I've had season after season after season with him single-handedly keeping us points or winning us points, whereas now he seems to be costing us more points than he's saving us. I think it's time to go. Now, a lot of people agreed with me, but I had a couple of people obviously going, "Oh, what are you talking about? You don't do that." And one of their excuses were, "The guy's won a World Cup. He can stay for as long as he wants." And my response was, "So has Pele. Should we go sign him in January?" Because I don't understand what that means. I honestly, it's getting to the point now. A big problem we have within the club, and I'm sure it happens with other teams around the world, but obviously I focus on Tottenham, is the sentimentality that we have with players. That, oh, he's done so well for us, he's given us service, let's keep him on for a bit longer, let's do this, let's do that. And for me, I want Dean Henderson, and I want him now. I want him in January. I know we can't put, he's on a season long loan at Forest, but I wouldn't mind getting a deal done that he comes at the in the summer. And the reason I want Dean Henderson, I've been saying it for about a year now, is he's the real deal. He's young, homegrown, wants to be number one. I literally think as well, when it comes to it, even if Hugo is to stay for one more year, you could put in his contract, listen, you're going to come as a number two this year, but Hugo's contract isn't being renewed, and we are going for you as number one. Maybe that will sweeten the pot. But for me, I think the time has come. The time has come, and you got to remember, it's not just what he's doing. His distribution is shocking. We all know that.
Yeah.
But like you said, he's now got. If you look at the game against Arsenal, the third goal, normally he's at least getting down. He may not have saved it, but he's getting down to try and
Getting
dive
to
and
it.
save it. He's rooted to the floor. Sorry, he's rooted to the spot. Um, so I honestly think it is time for him to go. I mean, we're seeing a lot of people see Pope. We're seeing that Pope would have been good.
Oh
He would have
God!
been.
Don't get me started on that one. Who's that?
Do
Who
you know
put
what?
that?
So many
Ricky.
people wanted
Oh,
him.
oh!
So many
For
people.
what they paid for him in today's market, pennies,
Yeah,
pennies, and he's going to do well for Newcastle, man. You know, and I think the debate is because, like you said, Henderson, another homegrown guy with Pope, young guy, big guy, good reflexes, ball distribution is significantly better than Hugo, obviously. Great potential on him, and him and Henderson are going to be fighting out for England's number one spot soon, and well, if they already are, but I think either one of those would just be, the cat's meow, as the kids say.
I want to talk about this one with Leon
Oh,
McKenzie.
Meslier, yeah.
Now this is the Leeds goalkeeper. Now,
He just signed a new contract, didn't he? Oh
yeah,
no,
but
that was Mizuno.
I don't know why. I can understand why he's been mentioned, but you've got to remember these are huge shoes to fill. Just like when United lost Schmeichel or Van der Sar, and the filth lost Seaman, and you can go on. There comes a point, and I don't know if playing with Leeds and at the bottom. Listen, Henderson's done that at Sheffield United and Forest, but he's been around Manchester United. He's been around great goalkeepers. He's been around. He has played the odd game for Manchester United. So we're going to have to wait and see where we go there. But that's what I'm going to try and do now, guys. We're going to try and go through these titles that we got a little bit quicker because I've already got someone in the back end. The link is now in the description, so anyone that wants to join, and we're going to go through these banners. So, do you know what? I'm going to miss out the defense one, Bob, and we're going to go straight to this one, which everyone is talking about. Obviously, Tuesday night.
Big game.
Big game. I think that's an understatement. That is a huge understatement of where we are, because obviously we're definitely we can either qualify top of our group. Obviously, we could be runners up, but also we could be in the Europa League.
Yeah.
And in the Europa League now, Atletico Madrid have dropped down.
Juventus,
Barcelona, and Juventus. The champion. We've got to get a result, but the away form, especially in Europe, isn't really on our side. So what do you see? I mean, Marseille, you got to remember, even Hugo Lloris has said this is going to be hostile. This is going to be very hostile and a hard place to go to. What's your overall feeling about Tuesday?
Well, first off, though, the only thing that I think that's really going to help us is that they've been limited to half the fans in the stadium. So that's half the aggression and anger being hurled at our boys over there. Terrified, Brian. Terrified. Just simply because of the form we've showed. We couldn't get it done against the fourth place team, I believe, in Portugal at home.
Let me just start on there because I've got a super chat from the Assassinator.
Assan?
Okay.
Yeah.
Saying that they can't see the link. Let me see. Right, carry on talking. I'm just going to message Ben and Simeon and see if the link's coming up at all. So carry on what you were
last
saying.
one was 12 hours ago. So with we're going into a hostile environment, into pretty much a must-win game. We need to make sure that we keep our focus and go in there with some desire. If we play heartless the way we did for the first 55, 57 minutes of the sporting game, then we're just asking for trouble. And it seems like we want to put ourselves behind the 8 ball before we have to step back and fight our way out of a corner. So I'm hoping we don't put ourselves in that position in this situation and come out guns blazing. But I've said that quite a few times this season already. So with the Bournemouth game coming up, we have the ability to take, start the likes of Brian Hill and possibly rest some players. Maybe hopefully we've got Decky and Richie. Oh no, Kulu's out for a while now, isn't he? He's out to after the World Cup or something. So hopefully maybe we can at least Richie back or something. Just we're so short, aren't we? Maybe Basuma gets a start. Maybe Basuma and Skip start in the midfield for this one, and let's see how that partnership works. Let's see how Forrester goes. I'm aching to see Spence. I can't say it enough. I'm aching to see that.
I don't think you're going to see him at Marseille. I don't think you're.
No,
not
in Marseille. I think maybe if he'll play this week. I don't see why we can't give him a crack against Bournemouth. But when are we going to give this kid a chance? I know everybody's saying, "Oh, he's not ready," this and that. Well, we had Brian Hill, guys, that we thought we were going to sell or loan out and get rid of, and then we ended up keeping him just because the deal didn't work out. And yet he got a crack, and look how well he did. So many of us are just praising him. And he did well. I don't think he just lit it up completely as much. I think everybody else was so poor. That's why he looked so good. So I'd like to see if Spence is given that opportunity to come in, because we all are in agreement. It's one thing our fan base, I think, can agree on, is that Emerson and Doherty have not looked good. They have not. And it's like we have this guy can't look that bad, can he? I don't know, Brian.
I'm just going to say now. I've sent Ben and Simeon a message to say when's the link going in the community. If they haven't responded to me, which let's face it, it's now 20 to 2 in the morning. If they don't respond within 5 minutes, we're going to have another North London derby bonanza, and I'm going to drop it. I'm going to drop it in the chat so everyone.
All right, let me go get my quadruple cappuccino
join. So get
now.
your Red Bulls, get your monster drinks, get your whatever you need.
Boy.
Get your coffee. And if they haven't responded, That's what we're doing. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? We've got Ben here who's been waiting in the background since the beginning because I said when we were
Yeah, let's
speaking
get him in.
earlier, let's just get Ben on and we'll start
We'll keep
talking. And by
going
the
with
time,
the
if the
banner.
link's not there by the time Ben has gone, then we will start. I will put the link in. So first of all, a man who said to me on StreamYard, well, not StreamYard, Rendezvous in the back end when I was on Good Morning Tottenham with him. Brian, I can't wait to speak to you this evening. And I've spoken to him before on Tottenham on Tour. It's been a long time. Ben, how are you, matey?
I'm fine. How are you? How are you guys?
All
Both.
Good. Nice to meet you, Ben, finally.
Nice to meet you.
So, Ben, this is your time. What would you like to talk about?
I was actually just coming to spread some positivity.
Let's do it. Let's
Spread away,
let's
buddy.
do it. You know what? Let's
To
sprinkle
be
some-
honest, I haven't been very positive these days. It's not been the greatest of weeks, but I love football. I love Tottenham, and at the points, I think everybody's brought so much negativity, and I think we're not in such a bad position. I don't think we have to be so negative. Like, we are still in the Champions League. We are still third in the league of the table. We've still got Antonio Conte with us. We have the possibility that we still have that hope that we're going to get even more investment for him, and the players are invested on the idea that Conte is bringing and the mindset that he's changing. So I'm keeping my hopes up on that team, and not only because I guess, well, not only that I support it, but I truly believe in what's going on it right now.
Okay, so Ben, do you know what it is as well? What it is, and I think this is where it gets very, very misunderstood, where it gets misunderstood with the negativity. And I know where you're coming from, and believe me, I know I'm a part of it. I hold my hands up. I am a part of it. But what you got to remember, what I don't like when people say it to me because they know my stance is like what you've just said, which you're banging your right to say, do you know what? It's coming up the end of October. We're third in the league. We're top of the Champions League, and the one I hate, we've only lost 3 times this season. When I talk, I don't talk just about this season. I talk about historically and of recent history. If I was to view it right now, if I was to have this conversation with you now about where we are in the league and the Champions League, if I was having this conversation with you before a ball was kicked and you said, Brian, I don't know what the football's going to be like. I don't know the injuries. I don't know suspensions. I don't know style of play. But I was to tell you at the end of October, we'd be third in the league and top of our Champions League group. I would bite your hand off. I would literally bite your hand off and say, do you know what? I'll take that right here, right now. Where I come from, though, I come from, like I said, I think overall the summer window, which to me still was a failure. How do you feel about the summer window? Let's talk about that. How did you feel the summer window was?
I don't think it was terrible.
Okay.
But it wasn't great. But the fact that I don't know if the board is clever or Conte, or they just couldn't get the players they wanted. We don't really know what happens behind the scenes, but I think at the same time the board want to keep him a bit longer. So the fact that they can give him kind of an investment, and we can't say it's a terrible window because it's been great compared to other windows we've had. So there is some positives, and the players we've brought in, like maybe some that haven't even come to perform yet, but Yves Bissouma, we know he is a good player. He might have not fitted in yet, but it doesn't happen like that. It takes time for them to fit into a system. It was incredible how Bentancur and Kulusevski fit in quite quickly, but I don't think it's that they fit in quite quickly. I just think there were some key areas in our squad that needed changing, and that's why just extra talent just fit in perfectly.
Yep.
Yves Bissouma is now competing with Hobia and Bentancur, which have been amazing. They've been amazing. So it's going to struggle for him to get his place into the system. Kulusevski, well, we know he's great. He's just been struggling a bit. Richarlison, I think it was a key player that I've really supported. I didn't want Rafinha and I didn't want Gabriel Jesus. So I said from the very beginning, I always wanted Richarlison because he fitted the way Kane plays and the way Sonny plays. He's not been playing any of those roles since. He's been playing right wing, which is sad, but that's what we decided. But when he did come off, when Sonny did come out, he came on. That gave the extra boost for Sonny, so I think that's good. So I think we did get right players. I just think maybe the board are playing the long game, or they just couldn't get the players they really wanted. The fact that Conte's still here, something says that he's going to get what he wants. Now would I Perisic? I think Fraser Foster. I think he's a brilliant signing. I wish we'd see him actually in goal. It's
Would
really
you?
hard.
Okay, Ben. Just very quick on that question. Would you play him tomorrow? Foster, that is.
I would. I don't think it's not going to happen.
Okay, so.
But I do think he's a brilliant goalkeeper, and Hugo Reis, he makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, but I think we will really regret. I mean, it is almost his time, but if we just sacked him early, we're going to realize how much of a gap he's going to be to us, how many saves he does that are incredible for us. And I think we will miss it when he's gone. So I think we have to keep the respect and just take at least a year for him, maybe, just see how things pan out. Because we can't just say, oh, he's had a terrible game and just get him out.
Before I ask you this question, I'm going to let people know. I said at 2:45, if we hadn't had a response from Ben and Simeon, I will be putting the link for anyone who's in the chat to join. Well, guess what?
It's on the chat.
Ben and Simeon have not got back to us. It's in the chat. So if anyone, it's open Sunday, and it looks like I'm not going to bed anytime soon. Anyone who is everyone can jump on. You don't need to have your camera on. We prefer that you do. Okay, and there's people going in straight away. Bang, bang, bang. There we go. So what I wanted to ask you on the subject, you said something, and you went back to it a few times, where you said the board are trying to be clever. So
I'm not saying they're trying to be clever.
No. What I want to say is that
them to keep him longer.
Yep, that I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to get at is, do you think the board are in the place to try and play smart? Because to me, if the board were to try and play smart,
so I think I expressed myself, not trying to play smart. I think what they want is to convince him into the long game of investment. That he's going to get invested, but it's just not going to happen. Like, we can't expect one transfer window and we win everything. We can't.
No, that I agree with.
That's outrageous. Give him 3 windows, which is what Conte has kind of said, and that's what the board have told him. So that they're not just spending everything they can on one window; they're just going to spread it on parts. And I think that's the best we can do. And I think we have to back them. I don't think, instead of trying to, I understand on Levy, all the Levy out stuff, but the game has changed. I'm a football fan ahead of everything, and I love the game, but
yep,
the game has changed. Everything's now a business, and the way Levy has kept us in it, you could say he could have done better. Somebody else would have done even better. I don't think he's done a horrible job. I don't think I'm not saying a good job. I'm saying he hasn't done a horrible job, because he might have done different steps. Instead of firstly improving the squad, he's improved the club. Look, we've got the stadium we've got. It's I'm sorry, but I have to say it's like the top in the world. That's outrageous. That stadium is amazing. So then there's all the merchandising and everything. They do things well as a business. I hate that it's a business now, but they do it well.
But let's face it, Ben. Every sport, every team is a business, right?
Sorry,
I'm saying every team, every sport is a business at some aspect. You have to pay people, so it is a business at the end of the day. These are your employees in a sense.
Sadly, yeah.
No, Ben, do you know what? I can actually see in you, because obviously I've spoken to you many a time, and maybe it's the time that it is in the morning as well, but I can see it as well. I mean, like you said, going into January, okay, what would you call a successful January for you? What would it take for you to say, do you know what? That's it. I call that success.
Going into
this January transfer window with the investment or whatever we've got, what would it take for you to say, do you know what? We've been smart. Where would you like the areas to be addressed? going
I think
into
we
this
need
window.
a centre back. We need a centre back and a right wing back for sure. I think those are two key positions. And you could arguably maybe say we could start looking for another striker or right winger.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
our
So
only decent right winger, I think, is Kulusevski. Richarlison doesn't really want to play. I
yeah.
don't think it fits him.
No,
Richarlison
terrible.
either
Yeah.
plays striker or left winger, and that gives a rotation for Son. Son turned up one game and then he's faded off again. It's like we need to keep making him realize that if he's not performing, he's going to be on the bench. And then when he comes on, he scores 3 goals. We need to keep him on his toes, that he has to play better. And Richarlison as well, I think he brings energy. Brian Hill, look at him last game. I think we have to keep this kid happy. Like, he can't leave this club. He's been for the amount we paid for him. We cannot leave him. He's so good. If he bulks up, gets strong, gets ready for Premier League, it's a player that will look to. I feel like we play really safe. Nobody's actually wanting to take on their player. Like, Sonny has tried, he's not getting past. Lucas looks like he's trying so hard, and he does sometimes, and sometimes he just messes up completely. Brian Hill was our only last inspiration. So I think a good transfer window for me would be those two positions, probably that right. So the right wing back, centre back, and right winger.
okay.
Yeah.
So
that
where
But
I'm
if
looking at
we made
go on, sorry,
more,
Ben.
I think that would happen the same as in this last window, where we got 3 actual players that would fit in our system, and then we got another 3 that are like just in case, like
Yeah.
Jed Spence, Fraser Foster. If we can see that happening, I wouldn't be unhappy.
So
I think it's more
for
difficult, but in the January transfer window, but we'll see.
for me, you've touched on. I think right now our defence needs open heart surgery. It's you look at it. Ben Davies and Dyer are aging. Ben Davies especially. Yes, he's done well last season. I'm not going to deny that. Whereas much
You
as I
think Ben
want,
Davies has been bad this season?
do you know what? I don't know if
Do
I'd say
you
he's been
think
bad, but
he's been
he hasn't
He
hit.
hasn't
He
been as
hasn't
good as
hit.
last year. Yeah.
He hasn't exactly. He hasn't hit the standards he hit last season. Last season, I think he was fantastic
Yeah.
from when Conte came in, and he deserves a lot of praise for what he did.
Yeah.
This
Is that
season,
because he was going forward? So you realise how he's always overlapping, trying to go forward
yep,
when one of his players is dropping back. It's not happening anymore. Nobody's dropping back to cover him. So that everybody's playing so safe. Like, nobody's willing to go forward and take a man or actually go for a run. And I don't know why that's happening. Maybe it's the Conte way he's decided to play. Like last game, he said we wanted to be calm, we wanted to take control of the game, sit back, soak the pressure. Sadly, we conceded a goal. But then when they decided to pull the pressure up, we were absolutely all over them. And Sporting wanted to sit back as they had a lead as well. So that kind of helped. Then we got robbed, but that's another story. But yeah, so I've kind of forgot what the question was now.
No, because what we're talking about, when I was
Ben
going on
Davies.
about the defence needing open heart surgery, for me,
Yeah.
success, and Bobby, I'll get your response after, is
I think we need rotation again, though. That's frustrating.
well, that's the thing. I would have thought there'd have been more of that already, Ben. But what we need to see now is, like you said, in the window prior, we bought 3 players ready for now. Apparently, like obviously Basuma, Perisic, Richarlison, and the rest.
You know what? I'm not really happy with Perisic.
No, do you know what he has? I was picking him up also. He has been a bit. He's now starting to disappoint me. Going forward and crossing, good. But as I say, the guy
His crossing is amazing.
Incredible.
His trying to take a man, trying to take a shot, hasn't been on point, and trying to actually play that wing back system, it still hasn't kicked into him. I think some games it looks like it has, sometimes it's not. But yeah, I've not been happy with him, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I wasn't really hopeful at first either, but it's been more of a disappointing, and I wasn't even keeping my hopes up. But that's a different thing. Anyway,
yes.
Also, I want to say the same as I said from Sonny and Richarlison, to keep having that rotation, so you have to keep on your toes at your best performance.
Correct.
Eric Dyer and Davis right now. Like, I love Eric Dyer. I because he's a player that absolutely loves his club, and will fight and will absolutely burn anything in his way. He will destroy anything in his way for that club. That's what I feel, and that's a kind of player I want to pitch, someone that feels passion for it. Ben Davies, I think, feels the same, but at the same time, they know they have there's nobody else to fill in those positions.
You're not going to like what I have to say, Ben.
Been great.
You're not going to like what I have to say, because I want, and I would call this a great window right now if it was to happen. I want Skriniar in to replace Dyer immediately. And the reason I say that,
Would you sell Dyer?
No, I wouldn't sell him. I wouldn't sell him
That's
because
what I mean. If you keep that rotation, keep him on his toes. So every time Skriniar has to rest, we have somebody else that is willing to rise up to the occasion. Davinson Sanchez can go, in my opinion, but
I wouldn't sell Dyer this season, but I would look to in January, but I would in the summer, because I want Skriniar to come in. Skriniar for me is like a Nemanja Vidic that will come. We need someone.
Is he not pretty old, him?
Skriniar, mate, I think he's in his late 20s now, but
I think he's in his 30s, isn't he?
Let's have a look. Let's have a
he's
look at what
31.
Skriniar is. If he's 31, I'd still take it. Do you know what I've been saying for ages? I would love Spurs to sign some players.
Oh, somebody said it's 26, 27.
He's still younger than that.
Yeah, he's 27. He'll be 26. Sorry, 27. He'll be 26. I'm going back in time. He'll be 28 on the 11th of February. He comes in. Okay. He is like a warrior. You talk about Eric Dyer that will put his body, blah, blah, blah. This man will do it. This man will come in and transform this defense. And for me, this is where what I want us to do. When you say centre back, right back, create maybe another striker, that I agree with.
Why would you sell Dyer, though?
I wouldn't sell Dyer this window. Because
squad player.
Let's put it there. Why would you?
Next window I would, because so where I stand on this is, and then Bobby, I am coming to you to see what you'd want.
It's all good. This is Ben's time, buddy.
Why I would sell Dyer in the window is he's now been here since Poch first came, and as big teams do it, we have been to semi-finals, we have been to finals, we have been in league title pushes. He's been in all those squads, and it's not just him. I'm just using Eric Dyer as the example right now. He's been in part of all of that, and every single time we haven't got over the line. And instead of with other clubs where they say, listen, we can't carry on, they bring in different players to freshen it up. And for me, I think Dyer's running score. Now, listen, like I said, one of the things for me with Pierre-Emile Højbjerg,
that when Mourinho and Conte, both top managers, said they like him. They believe he can be a top player.
Yeah, but but Jose Mourinho didn't get anything out. Look, we got to a final. Who knows if we won it, but won nothing and dropped. And now we're having his errors are starting to creep back in. And for me, like I said, this is just me.
I think he needs a rest. I think there must be another centre back.
Well, sentimentality, I'm done with it. He's been a great servant, but for me, time to. But anyway, let's start talking something positive. Because if I start getting Levy transfers, this is all going to go Pete Tog. And you wanted positivity.
I was just about to say.
Going down that road.
I want a chant that isn't Levy out. That is Levy invest.
Yeah, no. Listen, Levy invest is apparently what we did in the summer. And I understand. I understand people saying that. I honestly
invest in Conte. Invest in Conte.
I honestly understand that. I understand that, but I've seen so many managers come and go where it hasn't happened. I'm all done of saying here another time. Let's talk positive. Let's talk positive. I'm scarred, mate. I've got scars on top of my scars that are on top of my scars. But let's talk positive, or hopefully talk positive.
Go for it.
What are you expecting, or what are you hoping for tomorrow?
I said this to Ben and Sim today. I've got that feeling that we're going to absolutely thrash them, absolutely take them apart. But with all this negativity going around, it made me say, I think we'll just win it 2-0.
Okay.
Because I had in my feelings that we were going to put a performance like last season against Norwich, one of those 5-4 goals easily into the net. I think that can happen because I think the players. You can't just win everything all the time. You have your ups and downs. We've just had quite a bit of a low. I wouldn't say it's been terribly low, but we've had a bit of a low because we could go worse, but we're not in a bad spot. And from here, we have to keep going. And the players know it. It's just a rough patch, Conte knows that. He's going to build it in, and I think he's going to work on it, and we're going to get that. We're going to win tomorrow, and we're going to absolutely thrash them.
There we go. See, who are your goal scorers you going for?
What score, for my heart or for my brain?
Well, let's go both. I always try to give both. I said on We Are Tottenham TV, the brain is saying 2-2, but the heart is saying 3-1. So I'll give you both.
My brain is saying either 2-0, and I was believing it was going to be Sonny and a header from a corner, probably Kane, or highly probably Kane. And then my heart that said 4-0, I was going to say 2 for Kane, 1 for Hobia, and another header from whatever corner.
There we go. Well, Ben, it's always a pleasure. And when I'm back in London and we got Tottenham on tour back up and running, I can't wait to get you on and speak to you again. And hopefully,
We'll do.
we all have smiles and it will be happy.
Hopefully, I get to speak to Bobby too. He's gone for half.
Sorry, buddy. I've got my son's not doing too well. Unfortunately, both of them have decided to go and get sick. It's kids. Yeah.
Hope he gets better then.
I appreciate that. Thanks, buddy.
See you guys.
Ben, always
Next
a
time
pleasure,
we'll get
buddy.
some time together.
Always a pleasure.
Stay positive, Ben. Stay positive. Big up, brother.
See you guys.
See you later on, Ben, buddy. Right. So just to let you know, we've got a super chat coming in from, let's see. Lee Richards. Thank you, Lee, buddy.
Big up, Lee.
How many of our defenders will get into another of the big 6 teams? I don't think any of them would. I think the one, yeah, and I think we're all talking about the same one, and he's Argentinian.
Dyer's not from Argentina.
Yeah, all right, mate. Oh, all right, he said top 6. He said big 6, yeah. So I think everyone will feel the same there with that. So just going to run the order. So Assan, do you mind if Michael goes first? Because Michael needs... Okay, so we have Michael coming on next, then it's Assan. So the 100%, we got the 100%ers back to back. It will be Michael, followed by Assan, followed by KPV, followed by Keta Spurs, who is someone new. And that's all good because we've got new people coming in because we put the link out. We have Lord Emperor. We have
I think that's Alexander, isn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah. Lord
and
Emperor of Stakeland.
Then we've got someone called Shotty Shane coming on. So we're going to start with Michael. Did you say there was another super chat that I've missed? Have I missed another super chat? Let's have a look. I don't think I have. There's
you got Lee Richards. You got that one.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think I have. I don't think I have. I haven't. All good. So we're going to bring on. I haven't spoken to him for a while, and I do love speaking to this man. Michael, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Big up, Michael. Long time, man.
I was muted. Now I'm not.
There you go. Michael, your time, my buddy. And before we do that, we are 4. We are Toby Alderweireld away from our 100 likes. 4.
Or we could say we need to skip to 100. Huh?
What? I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Come on, guys. It's 3. We're down to 3. It's down to 2. We're down to 2 that we need for our 100% likes. Oh, it's 101 now, apparently. We Are Tottenham TV Army. Congratulations.
Look as soon as Michael shows up. Wow.
That must be what it is. That must be what it is. So, Michael,
now
it's your turn.
Right?
What do you want to talk about?
Everybody likes Michael.
yeah, boys. As I wrote in the chat, my sleep schedule is absolutely devastated. So I'm sitting here thinking, just generally about the club and how we are doing recently. And I know that we had some positivity with Ben. It's not going to be negativity from me, but I think that I'm somewhere in the middle because I think we aren't really going to see that electric football that we played last season until the World Cup.
Yep.
I think that until that break, we are most likely, I think, going to shithouse our way through those fixtures. And honestly, I don't mind. Because I trust this manager to do whatever the best for the squad, right? So, we've been talking plenty about, for example, intensity with which our players are talking. That many players aren't taking initiatives and whatever, right? I think it's partly because of the instructions from Conte, but I don't mean it in a negative way that Conte wants them to play negative, that he wants them to play bad, right? What I mean by that is that Conte realizes how thin our squad is in terms of quality, and I think that he would much rather want to like shithouse a 1-0 win than go all out, lose, and get someone injured, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
So, and we already had like 4 injuries for Newcastle, right? Miraculously, Højbjerg and Romero played against Sporting, but unfortunately, they weren't like themselves. I mean, Højbjerg wasn't bad, but it wasn't like his, typical like all-out performance, right? And same with Romero. Romero generally in this season hasn't been like 100%, right? So yeah, I think that World Cup might be like a slight blessing in disguise, slight, because of course, any player can get injured during the World Cup, right? But I think that it will be that kind of a reset that we need to hit, and when the World Cup finishes, from then on, the fixtures are kinder, are more kind or kinder. Yeah, kinder. I think you'd say, right? So yeah, I think
More
the fixtures
favorable.
are kinder, more favorable generally. Not only in the difficulty department, but also the time between each fixture, right? Because what we are experiencing right now is good from the standpoint of a viewer, right? It's fun to watch matches every like 2-3 days, and even more so if you watch like many matches, right? Not only of your club, but in terms of the strain that's put on players, it's ridiculous. Like the amount of like injuries that are already creeping up into like even the best squads, right? Haaland is dubbed, for example, for this weekend, right? Pep said it. So even a robot like him can apparently get injured, with the amount of game time, right?
So, Michael,
Yeah,
let me
but they've got
go
quality
on.
backup for. Sorry,
No,
Brian,
go on.
but they've got some quality backup for them.
Yes, of course. I mean, they are in a different
Their
league.
backup is a guy that would start in I would say easily 16 of the 20 teams in the league. Easily.
Yeah, no worries. I would kill for a backup like Alvarez for
Yeah,
our
Alvarez
front
is fantastic.
three.
So,
Yeah, he's fantastic.
So what I want to get your views on, Michael, and it is actually a very, very good comment, and it's from Slicky Tundra, 79, great year 79, the year I was born. I'm guessing that's why you've gone 79 as well. This is the problem, and it's a very good comment that we can't be too harsh on Dyer because he hasn't been able to have a rest.
Yep.
But so the same with Romero and why we're rushing back.
Yep.
And it's because we haven't got the strength in depth to do it. So whereas we got these 7 players, which listen, I put my hand up and said the start of the window was absolutely incredible.
Yes,
Like, yes,
so
here we
I
go.
said
It
the
means
same, right?
business. I think we really, really needed a centre back. Davinson Sanchez, sorry. I tried to defend him and say if he comes on for the odd game here and there, he can do bits. But as someone you can trust to regularly rotate, no. Then you're looking at Tanganga, who we tried to get rid of. Then it's longer. So when we're saying we can't be too harsh on Dyer because he's had 0 rest, that does have a point, in my opinion. That does have a point. But last season, he really didn't have a rest and he performed better. And the reason he can't rest is because we did not invest to be able to give him a rest. And I was expecting to see a lot more rotation. Well, what's your thoughts on that comment, Michael?
Yeah. Like last season, he didn't get rest, but also we were, for majority of the time of the second part of the season, we were playing 1 game a week. So it's much easier not to rest players when they have a week in between games. Also, like one thing I would like to remind some people is the stat that was going around like the previous season, that whenever we had like a week of break between matches, we usually won those matches, right? When we had a week in preparation, and whenever we had like 3 to 4 days, we tended to lose those games, or the performances were much worse. Like the whole of the season was basically a 3-day break between each game, right? So I think that there is a lot of like things to take into consideration. And speaking on like Dyer and the transfer window, I don't want to say that I got into an argument with Ben and Sim, but I came once on their fan show, and they asked me to like judge the window so far. It was in July, right? And I said, like for in July, I said that this window so far for me is an 8, easily. A lot of business done early, good backups, good players brought in. But I said, the kind of in a hyperbolic way, I said that it can easily go from an 8 to a 2 for me, just because I think there is plenty of gaps to be filled in that squad, and we didn't fill them. Like when I was asked by David Harris, for example, or Ben and Sim before the transfer window started, I said that I want us to bring 2 center backs, left-footed one and the central one,
Yep.
right back, left back, an attacking midfielder and a backup striker. Right, that these were the 6 positions that I wanted for us to cover, for our club to cover, and we basically covered only 2, kind of 3 if you count Bissouma as someone who allows one of our midfielders to go more forward, right? But it's not the same thing as bringing in like a Madison or whatever, right? So that transfer window especially in the central center back department was a disappointment for me, a huge disappointment, because I generally thought that this will be our main priority, to bring a central center back alongside the left-footed center back, right?
So,
So
sorry, Michael, can I just to add into that then, are you more disappointed than with the quality of players we brought in, or the positions of the players that we brought in?
That's a great
mostly,
question. That's a
yeah,
great question.
it's mostly positions, right? Because I am satisfied with what Richarlison has shown us so far, and I know that people may say he only scored 2 goals, no goals in the league, right? I mean, he was kind of unfortunate not to get at least 1 or 2 goals in the league, and he single-handedly won us the game against Marseille. So just for that, I am like satisfied with what he has brought already so far. Even though like there were plenty of disappointing performances from him, and I'm banging on about that he isn't a good right winger. I think that his preferred positions would be striker and left winger, and whenever we saw him there, he was much better on the left side and up front than on the right side. Unfortunately, due to our injuries, he had to play on the right. And I'm satisfied with Bissouma, even though like there were 1 or 2 performances of his that weren't like what we expected, right? And other than that, it's really hard to judge other except Perisic. It's hard to judge other signings because they barely played. Like Langley is okay. I think that he provides a good backup or competition for Davies, and Perisic is really good, but kind of underwhelming. I expected more goals from him. I know that he's providing a lot of assists, but I expected him to take things into his own hands more often. He's not
Yep.
doing that. But in general, coming back to your question, I am satisfied with the players that we brought in. I'm not satisfied with the positions that we haven't filled. I think that as I said, there are like 2 to 3 major holes in the squad that needed to be filled, and they weren't. And I expect us to at least fill 1 or 2 of those holes in the January window, right?
Let's hope so. Well, I've got to say, Bobby, you are asking everyone that question because it's a goddamn great question. But
Yeah.
we've got a super chat here because one thing I will say, we're going to try and keep people moving. We're going to give them 10, 15
Yes,
minutes
sure,
or so.
sure.
But because we've put the link out and it's open to everyone, there are a lot of callers to get through. So, question for you before we go on to Bournemouth, Michael. From Brandon Troller. Big up, Brandon, my brother. I haven't seen you for a while. I've just WhatsApped you the link if you want to come on because it is in the chat, but God knows how far down or up, should I say?
I'll drop it in again.
So I put it there. So would you give Tanganga a run? Answer these 3. Obviously, I don't think the third one needs to be
Yeah,
answered.
I hope it's not serious.
Give that's Brandon being Brandon. Give Tanganga a run out. Start Hill. Answer those 2.
Yeah, like with Tanganga, I'm not really sure what's going on with him. I kind of have a feeling we will try to get rid of him in the summer. I just because when you look at it with the age he's at and with the chances that he already got in the previous seasons. I think that he already has been evaluated as a player, and our board, our scouting department, management, etc., evaluated if they want him or not. And personally, I feel like if they didn't fail to secure, if our scouting department and our ownership didn't fail to secure another center back in the summer, he would be gone. I either transferred out or loaned out.
Okay.
So I don't think that he will get a run out just because we have enough fit center back squad over him in the priority chain, right? So even if we were to rotate two of them, it would be Sanchez and Lenglet or Davies, whichever plays, and Romero and Dyer. We have 5 players that are ahead of him in the pecking order. So I don't think that he will get a run out. And I personally wouldn't give him a run out just because of how important the part of the season that we are in is. We cannot allow ourselves to give Tanganga a run out, and for some reason he fucks up and loses us the game. We cannot afford that. So, and Conte cannot afford that. And with Hill, I have a sneaky feeling with the comments that he made in the press conference. I don't know if you guys watched it, but he actually bigged up Hill. He mentioned that he isn't like bulky enough. He compared him to Silva, but said that Silva is much stronger than him.
Yep.
And much more like bulky, because actually funny thing, when you are like low, when your height isn't like high, or what did I just say, when you aren't tall, right?
Yep.
But you are bulky, it's really hard to knock someone who is lo- not high, not tall and bulky, just
Yep.
because their center of gravity is low,
much lower,
and
yeah.
it's hard to knock them
Yeah.
out, right? And so if Hill gets a bit of muscle on him, but not too much to take away his agility and his speed, I think that there is a huge player there, and I have a sneaky feeling that he might get a look in the Bournemouth game. I just don't think it will be from the beginning. I think we'll either start with a 3-5-2 and go to a 3-4-3 later, or I think that we will start with Lucas and he will come on as a sub. And all I'm basing this on is how I think Conte operates. Because if it were up to me, I would definitely start Hill and Spence.
Yep.
But unfortunately I'm not the manager. I wish I
Well,
was. I would be paid like 15 million pounds a year. So 1 year of working like that, and I'm done for the rest of my
that
life,
would
right?
be that's everybody's dream. But Michael, we're going to let you get to sleep. But what I want to know straight away is your prediction, and we're giving people your heart and your head. So we're
Okay.
going to give everyone 2 today. So what is your prediction, heart and head?
Actually, I don't think that those will differ, because like I tend to be rational. So if you ask me that before North London Derby, I would probably say with heart that we are going to clap them 3-0. But in reality, I think it will be like 1-1 if we are playing at their ground, right? That would be my predictions. But in terms of Bournemouth, I think that those 2 predictions will kind of align. So I think. I don't think that we will keep a clean sheet. It's just that I'm not confident in that backline. I think there is something like fundamentally missing in their confidence department, and they aren't like clicked into performing. I think that there's seriously some concentration issues with them. So I don't think we'll keep a clean sheet, but I think that our forward line will bail us out. So if I'm going by head, I will probably say 2-1.
Okay.
And I will mirror the prediction of Ben, and I will say that it will probably be a header by Kane from a corner or a cross. That's the way it is with Tottenham right now, right? And the other goal, like whoever, some midfielder maybe will score. I just hope that Sonny finally scores. I'm still waiting, but honestly, I'm losing faith with each and passing game I that he will score in this game, right? So, and if I go by heart, I will say like 3-0. I think that like, I think that it will be a massive performance and we will bounce back, hopefully, and the morale will be raised before Marseille, which I'm honestly dreading that game, that Marseille game. I don't know because I've spoke plenty about that the Spursy feeling is kind of fading away from me, but with recent performances it came back, and it came back at the worst time possible because we have to get at least a draw from that game, and the Spursy feeling came back, and I'm like, fuck no, we are not
No,
getting the draw, like all those feelings came back, but I will be hopeful. I will keep on cheering, and I will believe Conte. And as long as he's here, I will keep backing this guy because I think
Yeah.
he's the best thing that can happen to us right now. Is Conte.
I've just got to say one before I go. Yeah, the next week's show, if we're not in the Champions League, prepare for me on a rant beyond rants. But the only difference is I'll be hosting the show, so
nuclear
I will
bagel,
not
right?
be. I will not go quietly. But Michael, my man, thank you very much for your time. What time is it in Poland right now? You're an hour ahead of England, aren't you? So 3:22.
Yeah,
3:30 in the morning. That's commitment.
Mate,
Yeah,
this is the
I'm
commitment and
going straight.
dedication of
I'm
this fan base.
bolting straight to bed.
You do that, brother. We will speak very, very soon, my man. And have a good morning. Have a good morning.
Have a great day
morning,
tomorrow,
good
Michael.
morning.
Enjoy the game, brother.
Yeah, you too, boys. You
All
too,
the
boys.
best.
All
Pleasure
right, see you
speaking with
later,
you.
my man.
Bye.
Everyone show Michael some love.
Take care, brother.
Everyone show Michael some love. So we've got a few people in the background. I don't know where the
I think we
assassinator's
got a
gone.
super. I think we got a super chat up there as well that we got.
Have we?
Oh
Let
no,
me
you
have a
did the
look.
Brendan one. Sorry, no, my bad. That was the
We're
last
good?
one. Yeah, you did
We're
the
good,
Brendan
and I
one.
can
You got
confirm.
that. Yeah.
I can confirm that Brandon is in the back end, as is one of my friends. And I think I don't know if it has. Is it going to be your debut? Nod your head, yes or no. Yep, it's going to be as we are
Has
Tottenham
this, yeah.
TV. That Hasper
Yeah.
is in the building as well, so he's
Yeah.
going to be making his debut. So I don't know where the assassinator's gone, and now his 100% record is up for grabs because who we're bringing on now
Oh, I know.
certainly will be 100%,
I know.
and it's me. It's K. Well,
KP.
I would say that, but it's now Kyle, Brian Daigle, Ben Sim. We are Tottenham TV. Yeah,
KBDBSWATVKU. Okay.
that's like when you become a doctor and you have
Hold
all
on a
those
second. He's
letters
got
after your
everybody's
name.
name in there except for mine. I'm hurt,
Yeah, where's
Kyle.
Bobby Case,
I'm
Carl?
hurt,
Where's
bro.
Bobby Case?
I'm hurt, man. I got feelings
Oh,
too,
man.
man.
That'll be in there on Friday. Don't you worry. That will be in there.
How
Don't
are
that's
we
gonna
doing,
be
Kyle, brother?
all good. There's a couple of things I want to get straight up.
Let's do it,
brother.
As I think people might have saw 4 years ago, Ronaldo knocked out Germany in the World Cup, but he's gonna have to face his Tottenham teammate Bentancur, and he's gonna have to face Portugal in the same group. Isn't that fun? Portugal, South Korea, Uruguay. That must be the group of death. It's probably
I think
better.
there's another group. I can't remember. I don't know why, but I think, Cole, there's another group that terrifies me to death. Even or not me, because England aren't in it. Canada have got a. I still think Canada get the group. Yeah, but that's a group where you're going to meet a lot of mutual friends, aren't you?
Yeah, like what?
You got to look at it. But Cole, what's your what other things would you like to talk about Tottenham related? Where are you seeing? Where do you want to go?
I'm gonna start with Wednesday because let's get straight to the point. I am pissed. Like we were robbed. I don't know what the ref was laughing at, like he was saying offside, but I clearly saw Kane was not offside. And Joe Thompson, who's a Man United fan from Sky Sports, who I had to block on Twitter, said he was clearly off. Are you fucking stupid, you fucking prick? Get your facts right, Man United fans. He's not off. He's clearly not off. I have had enough of this.
Do you know what it is, Kyle? What you've got to look at is, unfortunately, and you know my feelings on this when we've been speaking about VAR and everything. For me, with the rules being the rules, if you look at it in the rules, yes, you can talk about the lines, blah blah blah, that came up on VAR. The way the rules are set in football right now is he's offside.
But
Whether I don't agree with it. I think we're talking so millimeters that we wish it was still like if you level you're on, because it's getting ridiculous. But the rules stating as it is he was offside, unfortunately. But I do. That's what we've got to go on, Carl, isn't it?
yeah, but I saw and I watched the game that it came off the Lisbon player's hand, and even one Lisbon fan agreed we were robbed. Like, I was on David's channel the other day, and a Lisbon fan was in the chat saying that he agreed we were robbed. So I appreciate that, my friend, whoever that was. You're from Lisbon, so thanks for the support of us. So we appreciate it. Like, but Kane's disappointed. We were like, we knew a win in that game would send us through, but like we only need a point in Marseille, then that guarantees us through a draw. But I want to win the group so we don't play Bayern. Like, if we finish second, we'd play them, but no thanks. I'd rather win the group than we don't. Like, Bayern Munich again. I don't want to play them because they've got that ex-Gunnar Gnabry who always said North London's red. But have a laugh, mate. Your ex-team are not in it. We're the only team in North London playing Champions League. La 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 la. Yeah, from the voice of Spurs.
I was
Yeah,
wondering where you were going with that, Carl. That was very, very good. I
yeah,
like what you
Well
did there.
played,
But
Carl.
Carl,
Well played.
what I will say to you with this is, obviously that was the goal that would have seen us through as group or qualified, whatever. Do you not think we shouldn't have had to rely on that last minute decision? And we should have. These are the kind of games where we should have got it wrapped up without having to rely on VAR.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think we shouldn't have relied on that. But like, it needs to be scrapped. All of us are tired of it. And sign a petition, everyone. Brian Daigle posted the other day. Sign it. I've already like signed it, but I can't chip in because something's going on with my card, so I can't. But I've already shared. So everyone sign the petition, chip in as much as you can, and just scrap it from the Prem in the Champions League because it's ruining our game. Hopefully that referee won't be refereeing our games anymore because
Ever.
ever. It's
Ever.
brilliant.
Hey,
Never.
Kyle, if you could say 2 words to that referee, what would they be right now? Go on, get it out.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you. Suck it!
He's talking DX. He's talking DX. Before I'm going to get Bobby to ask his question that he's going to ask everyone because it was a banging question. Donovan Ostriker has just sent a members chat in for 20 months, but didn't put in a message. So, Donovan, WhatsApp me what you wanted to say, and I will read it out because you should have been able to leave a message there and you didn't. But thank you for supporting the boys for 20 months. Send me a
Almost 2
WhatsApp
years,
and I will read that out. And Bobby, before I get to ask that question, just let you know, Kyle, Mr. 100% your rival, who had dropped out and I don't know where he was, he's back. So you're
He's
100%er. We're going to have to carry this on till next
The
week.
challenge continues.
Exactly. The streak
The
continues.
battle. The
So,
Yeah,
battle.
Bobby,
continue.
ask your question, Bobby.
Actually, I got a couple for Kyle here.
There you go.
Because we didn't even talk about
Let me
Bournemouth
go to the
here.
bathroom whilst you do
First,
that.
yeah,
One
you
sec.
do that. Let me have a little chat with Kyle here. So, Kyle, first off, we talked about Wednesday, but we didn't talk about what's coming up, obviously, tomorrow with Bournemouth. Who would you like to see come into the squad? Do you think Hill has done enough to deserve a start? Do you think Spence should get a crack? Do you think Hugo should come out? What would you like to see change for tomorrow, buddy?
I'd like to start the Spanish Messi and Brian Hill Messi, as Dave calls him. Like, I think he deserves to start because he was immense. He was the other day, and
Okay.
he's been immense for the last 2 home games in the UCL. Because he deserves to start. And Spence, I don't know why Conte doesn't like him, but like, give him a start, man. Emerson Chicken Royale isn't good enough. Doherty, Irish Cafu, like, I don't mind him, but he's not good enough. Like, Perisic, I know can play right back.
He's been
Like,
dreadful there.
yeah, dreadful there. Like, so I give Spence a go. Like, I think they're the only ones we got at the club, but we need to sign another right back or someone that knows how to play there. We need someone that can demand to defend. But yeah, I'd say give him a shot, give him a chance. But shouldn't have let Trippier go because I know that his last season didn't work out pretty good. Like, shouldn't have let him leave. Like, he's been immense for Newcastle. And yeah, I like Trippier. And yeah, so I probably give Spence a start tomorrow. And
What about you? What about Hugo, buddy? You want to see Forrester start in there? You think Hugo should get the crack again, pal?
I would like Forster to start because I think he has a good record against Bournemouth. I know he's probably beaten them when he was at Southampton. But Hugo Lloris, I think, probably keep in goal because I don't know, he's been here for a decade since we signed him in 2012. That was 10 years ago. So 10 years. So maybe I'd give him at least this shot away at Bournemouth. Then I'd start Forster in the next game. I know we've
Tuesday.
got Tuesday. Yeah,
okay.
He's not played in that competition since he was at Celtic. So, but knowing Conte makes the choices, I don't provide any life insurance, as I say to Ben and Sim a lot. But I probably stick with Hugo on this because of his clean sheet record. He's been keeping so many times. But yeah, I want a clean sheet tomorrow. We haven't had one since the Everton game and Brighton game. So another clean sheet tomorrow, please. Then focus on Tuesday, get the job done, and focus on Nottingham Forest before I think it's after the Liverpool game. We have Forest in the Carabao Cup and success for Hugo Lloris. Brian Daigle was going to agree, but it has to be Dean Henderson, right?
Big time, big time, big time. I've been saying it for a very, very long time. He's the one I want. Carl, what's your head and your heart predictions for tomorrow?
Well, my head's saying 3-0, my heart's saying 4, but
so 3.5-0.
Yeah,
yeah, 3-0. Yeah, 3-0.
That's what we do.
Yeah, yep. That's what I put on the Predict the Prem when WeAreTottenham TV released the video 10 or 13 hours ago. And I put 3-0 Spurs because Bournemouth haven't scored a goal. I don't know lately. So 3-0 Tottenham. Goal scorers. Obviously, it's got to be Kane because he loves the goal against the Cherries. And so it's going to be a cherry on the cake for Kane. And got to go for Ben Teckers, as Ellie calls him, Ben Tancourt. Another 3 goals, 2 in the one in the Prem, 1 in the UCL, another one in the Prem. So but Højbjerg as well. Let's go for him because those two have been immense, and they better be nominated for Premier League Team of the Year on EA Sports FIFA. Because if they don't, then something's not right here. EA.
Kyle, when I'm back and I'm around Ben's, I'm playing you at FIFA. You'll probably beat me because I haven't played for ages, but I'm having a game of FIFA against you.
You're on the Xbox though, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm on Xbox Series.
Yeah, because I was saying I want to get you. Maybe me and the boys can have a game against you.
I'll tell you how bad I am, and I'm going to be embarrassed for a minute. Then we're going to let you
I can tell you.
Bobby's going to So basically, when I stayed around at Bobby's for a few days before, I played both Big K and Little K. Little K just walloped me senseless, but Big K is so good at it, or compared to me, he used to play the striker in goal and the goalkeeper as striker, and he used to score a hat-trick against me with the goalkeeper.
With the goalie.
Oh.
With the goalkeeper playing up front.
Oh,
that's how bad I am at FIFA. But practice makes perfect.
So you got to come sleep over more, Brian. We'll play a lot of FIFA.
I'm going to have to. So Carl, you got any final things you want to say?
Yeah, and I want to say to all the fans, do not boo Conte or the players, because we all know that the fans booed Nuno when he took off Lucas Moura on the 30th of October last year, and you don't know what you're doing. I know because Lucas has scored against United. That was under Poch at Old Trafford, 3-0. Why would you take off our Amsterdam hero? Pissed me all off. And I just came back from Blackpool then. I was on holiday last year in Blackpool. So I just came back, I believe it was Friday then. And then 2 days later, I have to watch that rubbish. Nuno's gone. Good. But everyone who's been going to games, do not boo Conte because he makes the choice who he starts and who he brings on and off. So give him time, have a little patience, and success will come. And Sava is absolutely spot on. I watched the video, Brian, you and Sava talking, and
Yep.
I watched and I saw Super Tommy Tuchel. Someone had a picture of Graham Potter. Like, I'm always Levy out. I've been Levy out for nearly 15 years, or 19 actually, but 15 years. It must have been what Martin Yole was sacked. I don't know what game this was at halftime years ago, but and 2001, Levy and Enoch were just taken over after we sold. I know people don't. I'm not going to mention that guy's name. The Judas. We just sold him.
Yes.
Quick. Levy should have blocked the thing, but he didn't tell us he was going. So do one, mate.
There we go, Carl. And do you want to leave with my famous catchphrase? What do we say?
And as always, Levy out. But I've got another one. And as always, Levy sucks.
There we go. There you go. You start that new one. Kyle, we will speak very soon, brother. I look forward to seeing you in England very, very soon.
Mate.
Good call.
See you later.
Yeah,
See you later, buddy.
Take care, buddy. Good night.
Take care. Bye.
So, whilst the next person coming on will be
well, before we get this on in, let's you got a couple of super chats, so you need to
there a
grab
couple.
their,
I've starred one of them, which was Ariane.
There's Ariane, and there was one up before that too, I believe. There was a sorry, no, yeah, there was a 20-month
yeah, that was Donovan. That's what I said.
No, Essa.
Oh, Esther, no, I did see that. My bad.
Yeah.
I did see that, which is from it's a members chat, so I can't bring it up on the screen. It's from
okay.
Essa.
I got it here. It's hey lads, very excited for the next week's games versus Liverpool, coming up all the way from Exeter. Is it another test for us to see how good we are? Come on, you Spurs. So, is it a test coming up against an out of form, in form roller coaster Liverpool?
Yeah, but we'll see where we go. But we do have a super chat, which I'm going to do afterwards. I'm just going to speak to Paul Brown, who said, "Ari offside, but was it clear and obvious about it?" That's the problem. This is what, and I've been saying that we need to have like a time limit where if they can't see it and it's not clear and obvious, you stick to the referee's decision. I think that's the way you clean it up. And then he's in the chat as well. I've seen that he's in the back end, so I'll give the running order very momentarily. But Mr. Ben Davies is in the building, saying that he'll. I don't deny it, mate.
Challenge.
I'm not saying that I will challenge anyone to this. I'll challenge.
Not me. I'll put the kids on there. That's a different
I'll
story.
challenge anyone to a quiz about Tottenham Hotspur's history. I'm not putting anything on FIFA, and I'm certainly not playing Ariane because I've heard him speak about it, and he seems shit hot, and I'm not even going to attempt it. So the running order, I will tell you now, is Assan is coming on shortly, and I may or may not have something to announce with Assan. We got Lord Emperor, then we got Testar 1882, don't know who that is. Then we got Brandon Troller, and I think it's Brandon Troller and Guest from what I can see.
Nice.
Then we got Hasper, then we got Ariane. So right now
we lost Shoddy. Shoddy was back there, right? Shane? Shane?
Yeah, it looks like we have lost him, but the link's there so people come on. But let me just remove this super chat.
Yeah, man.
And before we do anything and we get talking with Assan, as we know, the transfer window's coming up and we're all talking about who's going to sign for this and who's going to sign for that. Well, Tottenham and Tor have made their first transfer for when we come back. And what I will say is, after every game from when we come back in November, probably starting after the World Cup, haven't decided on the name just yet, but we all know Assan and love Assan for his views and his tactical nous and everything he does. After every game, within 24 hours, there will be a pre-recorded video with Assan giving us our thoughts and analysis on the game. So Assan is now a part of Tottenham on Tour. The transfer's done. We've got him. We are delighted to have him as part of it. Assan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing amazing.
There's a bit of feedback where you are.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of feedback. Or actually,
jump out and come back in.
Yeah, slide back out, slide, come back in.
Oh, it's brutal, yeah, bro.
Yeah. So we'll just keep talking.
Sounded like a robot all of a sudden.
he really did. But like I said, we're very excited to have Assan come and do these things with Tottenham on Tour.
Why don't you tell everybody a little bit? So what's that? So you're going to be having him come on. You're going to be doing post-game interview kind of thing.
Not even a post-game interview. What Assan will do is within 24 hours. Obviously, you've got to bear in mind the time of games are, and Assan is all the way in Australia. is Assan within 24 hours of the game. We'll do like up to 15-minute review of the game and who he thought the stars were and where he thought we could have been better or what was wrong or what was right and what he wants to see more. So we're delighted to have him in, and that's going to start from after the World Cup. We've just got to wrinkle out a few things and sort out time differences. But whilst we're waiting for him to come back, we have got another super chat from Yid Army 44. Thank you very much for the support. We've got okay, 1 second. He needs
to
the
send the link.
Yeah, Assan, I can see it. I'm going to send you the link momentarily. We'll get one more person on, then we'll bring you on. Gil better start. He won't though. Conte stubborn. Yeah, this is the thing. Conte can be quite stubborn. Unfortunately, I want to see Gil.
Assan is still in the chat. Scroll up, brother.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I'm sending him the link directly via WhatsApp, so he's got it.
Oh, okay.
You've got it in your WhatsApp now, Assan, brother. We're going to bring on one more person, then we'll get you on, and yeah, let's hope Hill starts. I think he's deserved, and that's Assan saying need the link again. So we'll bring on the next person, and you think this may be Steak. So it's Lord Emperor. And yep, of Steak.
Steak.
How did you not see the Lord and Emperor of where he's the Lord and Emperor?
I know. I could only see on my screen, with all these people. You got to remember what you can see. I can see everyone and the name. Like when I saw KPV's name, it was way too long. So.
Is he holding a stick?
Mr. Alexander, where are we going with this? What do you want to talk about first?
The naming rights. Like
okay.
where are they?
Okay.
Like, where is it?
Wow. Okay.
So, Alex, as you know, and you watch me, or I'm on a lot of streams with you as well as, and I said and I tweeted this that as soon as the last naming rights came out, which I believe was Amazon. Oh, it's all going through with Amazon. It's going through with Amazon. And then it all went quiet. But we did announce and got bantered because we announced Dulux Paint as the official paint sponsor of our football club. And then when Google, then Google became the big buzz. And I came on Twitter and said, listen, last time we did this, we ended up having a paint as our official paint. You watch a week, it will go dead. And there'll be a new sponsor. And what do you know? We extended the contract of our official toiletries at the club, and Google has gone quiet. So, Alex, what do you reckon the reason is? Or do you reckon Google was even legit, or do you reckon it was leaks from the club or leaks from somewhere that were wildly inaccurate?
I think there was like some sort of leaks, but it was never like fully developed. There was some sort of talk. But I think Levy offered over a Steak too much. So
well, you say that. DJ Green Alert has said our new stadium name should be Porterhouse Lane. So that will be on yourself. But yeah, I mean, what do you reckon it is with these name rights? Because we've got this guy that's coming from the States. I can't remember his name. I've spoken about it so many times. Also, I have to say, Steve Webb has said, "Lord Emperor, that's the funniest thing I've seen in ages." Big up, brother. So what do you with this guy that came in for the naming rights? What do you reckon has been, apart from obvious Levy? Do you reckon there is genuine issues trying to attract the sponsor to get in, or do you reckon it's Levy trying to get too much money?
I think it's Levy trying to get too much. Like you heard the rumors of like £1 billion. Like who's paying that?
Yeah, but you look at it. I can't remember. I don't know if anyone in the chat can remember. I don't remember anyone moving into a brand new stadium without the naming rights secured. I just can't. I think
or waiting 3 years to do it.
Yeah, no, but this is the thing. Well, you got to remember that and then you plus the 2 years of the building, so you can add that to it, where it's prime real estate to get. If you look at it, the Filth called it the Emirates. You had the Etihad. You had the King Power. And I believe it was when there were Walkers, but I can't remember if Walkers came in at all. Bolton had the Reebok Arena. Barcelona haven't even built their stadium, and Spotify have done it. But I know Barcelona are a different kettle of fish when we're talking it. Alex, can you remember another team that's taken so long?
No.
There we go. There we go. And as Tom said,
to be fair, it takes us 3 months to assign a manager.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
And 4 transfer windows to buy 1 player.
So do you reckon, Alex, that the naming rights now, that's dead, that's done, and we'll wait till the next rumour comes up?
Yeah, we'll wait for the next rumour probably.
There we go. So what else, Alex, in everything that's going on all Spurs, what else would you like to talk about?
With VAR, I think there should be a rule with how long refs can take on looking at this monitor.
Yeah, 100%. What's the time you would give for that though, Alex?
You've just taken the right. There you go. You're on fire, Bobby.
Sorry, because I know we spoke about this. I hovered around the 1 minute mark because I figured if you can get 4 different 30 seconds is good. The only reason I say a minute is because on average you get 4 different camera angles. 15 seconds to review each angle.
Yeah.
And if within that time, 15 seconds realistically is a very long time when you're looking at the exact same thing. 4 different angles, and that's even a minute, I think, is a lot longer. 30 seconds there's no reason it can't be done in that time.
So, Alex, what was your time limit? You said
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
That is. Do you know what? Would you say? I think there may need to be a time limit for different scenarios. Like if it's a penalty, you're looking at one instance.
Yeah, but
if it's a red card, you're looking at it. But when it comes to offside and they get the potsy lines out or whatever, I think you may need a little bit longer to look at offside. What do you reckon, Alex? Or do you reckon it should be one set time?
Yeah, but with penalties, it's clear and obvious if you have the ball or not. Have you touched the ball?
Yep.
Whenever they try and zoom in, it always goes pixelated for some reason on screens. They need to change that as well.
Yeah, there's that. There's that. The other thing I said on the Irish Hotspur yesterday, and let's see what people in the crowd say. And I just want a Y or an N for yes or no, obviously, funnily enough. I've got to the point now, when you look at Wimbledon, each player gets 3 appeals that they can have per set. And if they get the appeal right, they keep the 3. But if they get it wrong, they lose 1. I wouldn't mind seeing that where the managers dictate when they get to use it. If they think there's a real case to use it, rather than just go into it every single bloody time for every bloody thing. I think the managers, I think that may work to take it out of the hand of the people that are running it. And the football managers that know what's going on may have a better chance of just using it like that. What do you reckon to that, Alex?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Brian, now you touched on that. Now the NFL does something similar to that, where if you throw your penalty flag out as the coach, you can challenge a play, your challenge flag. Yep. If the challenge is not overturned, your team loses the timeout for that half. You know that rule, right?
Yeah.
If the challenge is not overturned, if it's overturned, you obviously have the call changed and you keep your timeout. So there'd be no penalty implication though with this. So if a manager can charge a call.
No, there would be, because if the decision doesn't get overturned, they go down from 3 to 2. But if
so you get 3 a game, basically, regardless of everything. But even that's a lot, though, because then you could potentially have 6 challenges in a game, 3 on each side, right? 3 each manager.
Yeah.
So why not 1 each if we're not going to have a penalty towards it? But I think honestly, a time limit is essential to getting this done properly, because, like Alex already touched on, it's got to be clear and obvious. What do you think, Alex?
And also microphones for everyone, so everyone can hear what he's actually saying.
Yeah, just like the NFL. Yep, exactly. I wholeheartedly agree, because somebody actually made a comment in it earlier. Sorry, there's so many comments flying by. I cannot remember who it was in the name, but they said something along the lines of, I felt bad for the people that have paid the money to sit in the stadium and wait to hear what the announcement is while I'm sitting at home watching, and I already know everything that's going on. I know exactly what they're reviewing. I know why they're reviewing it. I know what the referee's looking at. I know what VAR is looking at. I know what the infraction is and everything, while you guys in the stadium sit there wondering, how long can I hold this elation in? Is it going to be elation now, or is it going to be depression? Because we just literally, we went from being on cloud 9 to being under a black cloud of rain and thunderstorms, and
Correct. Alex, the one thing I do, Bobby, I want you to ask your question. I asked you to ask everyone, so I've even forgotten what it was. So
no, I got it still, buddy. I got it. I didn't get a chance to go over it with KPV, unfortunately, because we started talking about a few other things. Now, Alex, what would you, looking at our transfer window now, Overall, first off, what would you rate it now, based on everything you've seen? Now that the product has been delivered, it's been on display, we've got it
A
out on the
5.
shelf. You give it a
5.
5. Now, out of potential 10, so obviously you're not giving them 5. You're taking away 5. That 5 you're taking away, are you taking that away because we didn't buy the right quality, or we didn't buy the right positions?
A bit of everything. Because some of the players we loaned out and we never get to see, like Idoji. Like with the number of players, it doesn't matter because half of them are loaned out anyway.
Yep.
And with the quality, with the bench, I think they're okay. With like the players like Spence, Longley, but not good enough. We needed some marquee signings like a Milinkovic-Savic or a
So I've heard,
Skriniar.
Alex, am I right that someone said to me, I don't know, I can't remember who it was, that apparently there's an agreement with him in Juventus.
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
exactly.
That's exactly what we needed to hear going into this window. Alex, heart and head of predictions for tomorrow.
Head probably 2-0, 3-0.
Okay.
Heart 6-9-0 Spurs. Emerson with 30 goals and Lloris with 39.
So Emerson's gonna tackle be competition for Haaland in one game, yeah?
Yeah.
And you didn't hear it. Lloris is going to
course.
score 39, so
Yeah.
so tomorrow Conte is going to be Big K playing FIFA against Brian, where he puts the goalie
exactly.
as striker. Brilliant.
Pretty much. Alex, thank you very much for coming on, brother, and we'll speak very, very soon.
Take care, Alex.
Steak.
Have a good night, buddy. Well done.
See you later. I have to say, the amount of English people that stay up, it's
crazy. We actually just had somebody in the
3
back.
in the morning. It's coming up now 3 in the morning. But now we're hoping that he's got his headphones sorted. Let's try this again. Assan, let's see. Are we working?
Mic check.
Is it better?
Oh, it's so much better. And
Hallelujah.
you know what? You're back
Like
in
you're
the
sitting
room.
beside
Exactly.
us.
You're back in the room.
Yeah.
You're back in the boardroom. So, Assan, first of all, how you doing, buddy?
Doing very great. I think I was in the middle of saying how honored I am to be part of the Tottenham on Tour family now with
Good
my
luck with
little analysis thing, and hopefully that goes well after the World Cup.
Mate.
But regards to where we want to go with the talk, I just want to touch a little bit on Sporting, but not for the reasons that people don't really care about the VAR decision. Because I think that VAR decision gave fans, gave Conte, gave players a bit of an excuse, a bit of a thing to push away from how we played in that first half. Because I think that first half showed to me that the players either aren't trying, they're too tired, or the Conte's tactics aren't working to the best of his ability. And for me, I think that's why a lot of people are not super confident about going to Bournemouth. I mean, Bournemouth are a team, if we're a team like Spurs, we should be going thinking Bournemouth 2-3, 4-0 easy passing, but we're thinking 2-2, if we're lucky, maybe 2-0. That we shouldn't be in that position. I think that's what pisses me off the most, if I'm being honest with you, that our performances sure aren't great, but really Bournemouth, is that what we're looking to be struggling against? And look, who do you want to put the blame on? Do you want to put it on Levy? Do you want to put it on the players? Do you want to put it on Conte? I think it's a healthy mix of everything. I don't think Conte was given we've been discussing that summer transfer window, and I don't think Conte has been given the players to push our performance up, but our performances have gone backwards, in my opinion. And I think that's the worrying thing for me. If it sort of stagnated and it was similar to last year, sure, fine, we can put it down to transfers. But I think the 3-day gap, not having that rotation or him not trusting the squad has really screwed us over. And I think the Richarlison and Kulusevski one's on top of that. And I just hope that he tries something different against Bournemouth. I mean, if there's any game where you can experiment a little bit, it's Bournemouth. Right? Yep. I understand the front three, Richie and Decky are out, so you can't really do much there. But start with some different players. Give some players a rest. You know,
What do you
because we
want to
have
see
a very
happen,
important.
Assan? Tell us exactly who do you want to see come in right now? Your
Right now?
contact. Go ahead, pick your 11.
Okay.
Pick Assan's 11.
I think fans are calling out for 3-5-2.
Yep.
That's not working. We
Okay.
saw it wasn't working, so I'd go 3-4-3. Based
Son
on his
and
press
Kane are
conference,
slotted. Yeah.
We only have. I would give Hill over Mora just from what I saw. It could backfire, and Hill just has an awful 45 minutes. Then you can always switch it up. I don't think either will offer a great deal. So it's like, give Brian Hill a go, see what he can do, right? Midfield 2, I think we got to give Bentancur a rest.
Yep.
That man is running through brick walls every single game, and eventually he's gonna pull up injured, just like Højbjerg. We talk about Højbjerg being that Viking, and even he had that muscle injury. So Bentancur eventually is going to get that fatigue. Chuck in Basuma, Højbjerg partnership, or even Skippy if you want to see how that goes. But I'll put Basuma and Højbjerg. Chuck Svensson.
Yes.
You know, this is for me. This is not Conte because Conte won't. But Chuck Svensson.
Yep.
Chuck Svensson again. It's Bournemouth, right? Conte can go on and on about how Spence and how the experience, how Spence has to learn, but the best way to learn in any avenue in life is by experience, is by practical application. So you can learn all he wants in the training field, but get put in a Premier League game. That's how he's going to improve. And what better place than Bournemouth, right? It's a low table team. It's a team he probably would have versed in the Championship. So it's not like he's going to experience something new. I think Romero will probably get rested based on what Conte said in the presser, which probably means Sanchez will come in, which is hallelujah. But I wouldn't mind seeing Longley go into the center of the back three. Give Eric Dyer a rest, put Ben Davies on the left, Sanchez on the right, and maybe even give Fraser Forster a go, because people can talk about physical fatigue, but there's also mental fatigue.
Yep.
Right? You play 90 minutes in these big atmospheric conditions in big games, you get tired all of a sudden. You see that with Lloris sometimes with his decision making. Dyer, even I think those are starting to creep into his game more and more. And so I think that's a few changes just to liven things up, freshen things up. And if things are going south, you bring on your trusted players. You bring on players who, you bring Bentancur on, you bring back Doherty on, or whoever you want to bring on. You bring on Dyer back, whoever you want. But I think it's worth, in this game, just having a go and see what we can come up with.
There we go. So like I said, with talking to the goalkeepers, who's your? And I know you when you speak about tactics, things like that, your knowledge is very good, is very, very good. So who is your number one pick if you could go right now?
I'll go for Diogo Costa. I don't know if you guys know him. He's Georgian goalkeeper, Portuguese league. He's been really good. Really great distribution. He saved so many penalties, so like 18 penalties in his last couple, 20 or something. I think Brian Shaw, Dean Henderson isn't bad either. I think whatever we do, we have to look for a keeper who can play out from the back. I think, of course, shot stopping, being able to stop shots is important, but I think distribution has to be more prioritized, simply because if Conte is going to stick around, if we want to play out from the back, we're going to need someone who, when he gets the ball, when there's not a collective gasp in the crowd, there's not a collective, is he going to lose the ball? Is he going to kick it out? What's going to happen? So we need a goalkeeper to be able to distribute the ball from the back. I think Henderson and Costa are really good options. Henderson would fix the homegrown issue as well, which I think is something we're still struggling with. And look, he's done well for a team who's really struggling at the moment in Nottingham Forest. He has experience of the Premier League. He's been around Man United, so he's got that sort of upper pedigree in terms of being around top clubs. So I think he's a definite player who'd like to come to a place like Tottenham. Have Lloris maybe go one more year, because I think that's the contract. Have him teach Henderson maybe to be a better shot stopper if you want, and then take on that mantle. Not next season, the season after. And I think that could be appealing to Henderson. I don't think he's that old either. So all boxes are ticked. Whether Spurs go and do that is another question. My personal feeling my personal feeling is that we would look for either the Melier from Leeds, or we'll either go for Pickford. I think those are the two goalkeepers we'd go for. Not what I want, but I think knowing the club, the England #1 goalie.
Yep.
Or look at him, we got him in. He links up with the England players, Harry Kane, Jordan. Look at us, we have the entire England squad in our team. That's something that would appeal to Daniel Levy. And he'll go, oh, look, he's done well for Everton in the past couple of seasons. So I wouldn't want him. I think he's not commanding enough in the box. He's just sort of flapping around, gets a bit too agitated, energetic. For me, he's not. But just knowing what the club will do, those are the options which I think we'd go for. But like I said, Diogo Costa or Dean Henderson would be my top 2 picks, definitely.
So, I mean, the thing with Jordan, sorry, Bob, just say one very quick thing, then I'm going to let you go.
Yeah.
The one thing that I say fits with Jordan Henderson is obviously he's got the one thing that Hugo Lloris hasn't got, which is distribution. That's the one thing that I think he has got over Lloris. But Bobby, you were about to ask.
No, I was just going to say. So you're talking about potential people we're bringing in. What do you rate the people that we've already brought in? What do you think about the transfer window that's already passed this summer? Now that you've seen the players, when they started off, we were all like, "Yes, checking the box. Yes, we got Basuma. Yes, we got this." Right?
Have we seen the players? That's my question. Have we seen Basuma? Have we really seen Basuma? Have we seen Jed Spence?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Right? On what so far you've seen. Before we were basing them on just their name, where they came from, their previous pedigree and everything. Now that we've seen a little bit of them at least, what would you rate our overall window?
This is the problem with our scouting department. For me, lots of teams or top teams want to progress. They'll look at it and say, okay, what holes do we have to fill?
Yep.
Okay. Our manager plays a 3-4-3/3-5-2, and we have problems at central centre back, left centre back, wing backs, some creative deep line playmaker, and maybe a backup striker. So let's look for players to fill that exact role, not who can be molded into that role, who fit that exact role.
Yes.
Example in case, Basuma. He has not played in the role Conte is playing him at the moment. He is not playing in that Brozovic defensive midfielder sweeper role. He plays in a more advanced attacking role. Now, whether that's Conte saying, I don't think he's defensively good when he plays in that position, or whether he doesn't like him playing in a midfield 3, I don't know. But playing Basuma in that 6 role, in that defensive role, is hindering his attacking abilities, right? Because that's what we all got excited about, what he's doing at Brighton. Winning the ball from deep, moving the ball forward, starting attacks, being that sort of energetic midfielder, and we haven't seen that. So for me,
just quickly on that one, Assan, to be fair, I think we didn't see that from Bentancur or Højbjerg, but all of a sudden we're seeing that in the last few games, where the two of them either, they're interlining, where one goes, one stays, one goes, one stays. So that's why I'd like to see maybe Skip and Basuma start developing that same relationship.
Maybe we'll see a better Basuma. Maybe we'll see a better Basuma when he plays in a midfield 2. We don't know. Spence, I can't comment on him. Haven't seen anything. I still think he's our best right wing back at the club, by far. But look, what if Basuma's not getting many games? Do you really expect Jed Spence to get any games? So again, 2 at the moment. Richarlison, we bought a left winger and striker to play right wing. Perisic started off lively. Now I think he hasn't adapted well enough to the Premier League. So again, another. So we're getting a lot of bad ones at the moment, which isn't great. Forster again. Haven't seen him, so I can't say anything. So another one.
I like.
So really, who have we signed that really lights up? Longley again. He's done okay.
I think we know where we're going with this.
I'll put Longley as a medium, because I think, look, he's not a great defender, and I never thought he would be. But when he's on the ball, I just feel a lot more calmer than if Ben Davies is on the ball.
Oh hell yeah!
So I'll give him that. So from that assessment, it's like a 2 or 3 out of 10, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, 100%.
And that's partly down to the players not adapting and showing their better qualities. Maybe it's down to Conte and the way he sets up and is not getting the best out of them. But it's also down to recruitment. Like I said, why, because I think it was Ben who came on at the start and giving the positive long rebuild. And 100% agree. If Conte is here for the long run, hallelujah, by all means, I buy into it. But do it right. Look at our squad and say, okay, our right hand side, Doherty, Emerson, useless. Ship him out and get 2 good wing backs, right? You could have got Carrasco for 25 million and Jed Spence for 12 million. Boom, right hand side done, right? Perisic and Sessegnon is fine because Udoji is coming in next. So that side's fine. That rebuild side is done. Getting longer is a stopgap. I don't know if we are in for the Carrasco for 25 million. There were talks earlier that we could have got him for 25, and we didn't. But then Atletico wanted him to be bought for the release clause, which was 60 mil. Early on in early discussions in January, he could have gone for 25. But that's what I mean. If we wanted that real rebuild, we could have looked for players. Put Carrasco aside. All the right wing backs who've gone in that summer, Molina, Muklier, whatever the name is, they all went for about 20 mil. Right? So that's what we're going to pay for Jed Spence in total. So why not get that, right? Left centre back. Sure, Guardiola and Bastoni weren't there, but why not Pau Torres? Why not Ndicka, right? Why are we giving contracts to Ben Davies and Eric Dyer? Like, whose decision is that? Is it Conte's? Is it the club's? Who knows, right? It's the rebuild is very slow, and I haven't seen anything to show me, okay, we are in a rebuild. And that's my only concern. If I saw some new players in, old players going out, then I'd be like, okay, I can get on board with this. Next summer, we'll go again. Next summer, we'll go again. And I'll be happy by the time, 2-3 years come around, we have a proper team to challenge. But if we don't do it right, Kane's 29, Son's 30, they're going to be 33 by the time. Will the likes of Kulusevski and Romero still be here, in those years if we aren't challenging for trophies, right? If a Real Madrid comes and says, yo, Kulusevski, we want you to come and play right wing, is he going to say, no, I want to play at Tottenham? We don't know. And I'm not trying to be negative and put down people's things. I'm just being realistic. And
there you go, Assan. You just said the word realistic.
Realistic.
That's the word that people forget. It's realistic. But sorry, you carry on.
Yeah. Look, I want to believe that this club's going in the right direction. I want to believe that the club have decided to back Antonio Conte. But from past anecdotes, past experiences, we can see that they haven't in the past, right? Then they had proper opportunities too.
Yep.
So fingers crossed that changes, and I pray to God, every God that exists, that it happens. But until I think January will be a key thing. I just saw the news, I think from Dan Kilpatrick, that Kane's put off contract talks until after the World Cup.
Yeah.
So I think that's very telling. That's very telling of where his thoughts are. He's waiting to see if in January this club backs Conte, right? And I think hopefully Conte does the same and
Where
says,
did you
know
see
what?
that?
All around Twitter.
It was posted. Even I saw that.
Dan KP, who look maybe not the most reliable, but he does post out pretty reliable stuff. So so he said about that. So hopefully Conte and Kane sort of come together and say, if you want us to sign new contracts, fine, but show us that it's worth. Show us that it's worth for us to put pen to paper. Show us that we're meant to be here for something useful. And hopefully that shows something, because moving on to January, I think we need a central centre back. I think we need a deep line playmaker. If the rumors about Jed Spence going on loan, which frustrate the hell out of me that we're putting out on loan, but that's another conversation. Then another right wing back, and probably a forward to replace Brian Hill, who I expect to go out on loan. So those 4 things have to be done, and I don't want to see 80 million splashed on 4 players. I want to see 80 million, 100 million splashed on like 3 players or 2 players, right? Because that's the point that people have to. We spent a lot of money. We have spent a lot of money in the past couple of windows. Sure, our net spend isn't big. Sure, our net spend is low. But in terms of money we spent on players, it's huge. Not huge, but it's a decent amount, right? That you could be happy about. But it's where we put that money in that's catching up with us right now. Right, that 140, 130 million we spent, if we spend it on 4 players, right, a quality right wing back, a quality left centre back, a playmaker and a forward, I'm sure we'd be so much happier right now.
Correct.
We would be so much happier right now. And that's the difference. So January couldn't come sooner. I think the World Cup has come as a perfect time. And I hope Kane and Conte don't sign a new contract until January comes. And I hope that certain individual, I don't want to trigger Brian. So that certain individual.
I got to stay and deal with him. Okay.
I've got to be reasonably calm today. It's quite good.
I hope he just looks around and sees that we're in a really lucky position to have Pochettino, Mourinho, and Conte come to this club. We have been extremely fortunate. And I hope he opens his eyes and says, you know what, I've done a great business as a concept of Tottenham. As a business, I've done great. But have I really helped on the pitch? No, I haven't. So hopefully we try in January, because I think if not, could be very sticky. But positive look, and hopefully he gets the backing in January.
Let's hope so. So Assan, what we'll do now is I want heart and head.
Yep. 12 hours from kickoff, buddy.
Tomorrow is it 12 hours?
Yeah. Just under 12 hours now.
Just under 12 hours, exactly.
Nice 1 a.m. kickoff for me. Nice 1 a.m. kickoff for me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Hey, you take the
good thing you're young. You can handle that.
Yeah. Head. I'm gonna say 2-1 for head. I just think we have too much up front. I just think we have too much. I think Kane somehow just bags a goal. I'm worried about Sonny, man. I really am. I think he hasn't, after that hat trick, is going a bit silent again. But I just think that those two will come together to put them apart. And heart, I really want to see a Norwich repeat. I really just not for the fans, just for the players, man. I think they've been going through it. First, they lost Ventrone, rest in peace to him.
Yeah.
Right. Then they hear the boos, and rightly so, because the performances aren't good enough, and they should know that. But I just think confidence is low in that dressing room. I think confidence is low in that dressing room. Conte looks a bit like we just need a win. We just need something for fans to be. Let's go, we're scoring goals. We looked good in defense. Our movements were good. We just need that uplifting victory.
Just need to be motivated again. Yeah, inspired
exactly.
again.
We just need
we've
that.
Gone flat. We've gone
punch,
a bit flat.
Right?
Yeah.
Especially with Marseille and Liverpool coming up. I mean, could you imagine if we win those games?
Then you're talking.
Then everything's back on track. Exactly.
Then,
so we need that, man. We definitely need that. And I'm gonna say for the heart, I'm gonna say 4-0, and head, I'm gonna say 2-1.
Well, do you know what? We're going to see you on the fan show tomorrow, I'm sure, on We Are Tottenham TV.
At 3 a.m. Half asleep, I will be there.
So we will see if you're right, my friend, and hopefully your heart's right. I'm hoping your heart's right. But Assan, like I said,
fingers crossed.
We are so happy to have you as part of Tottenham on tour. You're always here. Your 100% record is still going strong. And we will
battle
speak
continues.
Next week. The battle continues.
The battle continues. One more week. Round 11. Going into round 11 now. Woo.
Let's see. It's round 11. Well, it's actually round 10, because the first one we didn't have any callers.
Yeah.
The introduction.
Okay.
And then from episode 2, so it's still 100% either way you look at it. But
just before I leave, I want to say to both of you, I think everyone from different countries who aren't in the UK, this show is a really great opportunity for us to come on. I mean, it's 1:14 p.m. in the night. Like I said, whenever I come on WeAreTottenham TV, it's mid-morning.
Ridiculous.
So just thank you guys for giving the opportunity for us and other people to come on and have our say about Tottenham. So just thank you for that.
Assan,
that's that guy's idea. Good idea, Brian.
So Assan, you can stay for this part as well, because you mentioned that. It's like when we get these super chats to tell you where to go. There are still 113 people in this chat.
So
there's a lot of people
133 likes as well.
Exactly. There's a lot of people from all parts of the world. This show was mainly brought for you, like you said, Assan, for people that could not. I mean, I know there's a lot of the English contingent that are in there.
Yeah, of course.
But to have what we're doing here and have people like yourself and other people that come on that don't normally get the opportunity, this is what it's all about. Exactly. And hopefully to grow that. You got to remember, We Are Tottenham TV give everything to everyone around the world. So they gave me my platform to do what I do now. They gave Bobby K, who is with me he didn't even know about We Are Tottenham
because
TV
of him. I
last
just
year.
walked right in.
And this is the thing. They do so much work during the day that when they go home, there's so much stuff that goes on.
Yeah,
They don't get a slice of this market and whatever they need
exactly.
to do. And also it helps us. So
Yeah.
Assan, thank you so much for those kind words.
No
This is
worries.
what it's all about, my
Course,
man. And
course.
I will see you very, very soon, my man. We will speak
Enjoy the game
tomorrow.
tomorrow, son.
Me too.
Try
Take care,
Big
brother.
4-0 coming up. Let's go.
Let's do it.
go.
Let's
Come on,
do
you
it,
later.
brother. See you later,
Tommy.
Assan, man.
Take care, brother.
So we do have a super chat, but that's from Brandon. I'm going to save that for when Brandon's in here.
All right, then.
So we're going to bring on the next
Who's
guest.
next? Who's next? Who's next?
We're going to get the English people on because I've spoken to the wonderful people that are Brandon and Arian and realised that it is stupid o'clock.
Where is Brandon?
Brandon's in New York and he just gave the
Okay,
deli
so
wave. I
he's
can
done
see
it.
him. Look at him. He's going, wee, I can see you. So I love Brandon. But we're going to bring on someone who I went to school with his sister. Didn't realise we knew each other that way until literally, I think, May. And he's making his debut on We Are Tottenham TV. He's got his own channel. Let's bring on Hasper.
Paz.
Hey,
Yes.
you're right,
Deli
guys.
wave.
What's
Deli
up,
wave.
you're right,
Paz? How you
Deli
doing,
wave.
buddy?
Hasper,
Look at that smile at 3 o'clock
First
in
of
the
all,
morning.
it's 3:15 in the
Yeah.
morning. What's the time to be up and make your debut? How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. I was actually on a Bournemouth fan channel earlier today, doing a
Okay.
recording as well. Yeah, and he came on mine like yesterday as well. So it's quite interesting to speak to a Bournemouth fan about the game.
What did I have to
Yeah.
say? What was the consensus that you both came to?
Well, I spent most of the time saying that I was quite worried about our defense, and he spent most of the time saying that he'll be grateful for a draw. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But what have they said about the match? Obviously, since Parker left, what's the overall feeling around Gary O'Neill?
Yeah, they quite like him. And he wasn't so surprised that Parker was sacked because of his comments. I don't know if you remember his comments about when he said like they weren't good enough and they'll have many more days after that 9-0. I think they had like a 9-0. Was it 8-0?
Yeah,
9-0?
he made some poor comments regarding the squad, and apparently he said some stuff about the ownership as well.
Yeah. So he wasn't surprised when Parker was sacked because of that. So they're quite worried about us because obviously we have good record in general against Bournemouth. And Kane obviously scores against them a lot. But for me, I'm quite, considering where we're playing this season, I'm actually quite worried about tomorrow. I'm not as confident as everyone else that's come on here, to be honest with you.
So
why is that though, Haz? Is that based on the squad, or is that just based on the way we've been playing and the recent results? Because you're normally
a bit of both, really. So, guys, why do you think we always have to concede a goal to start playing?
Him and me were watching the game together side by side, and those words that you just said, he spat out at me verbatim in the 57th minute, roughly.
I can't remember what it was, but what I can remember is you went to pick up Big K, and I realised after about 10-15 minutes when we were sitting next to each other, I realised I was in the house alone. And I was shouting and screaming, and I thought I was talking to them. I'm going in such a my own little world. I was like, wait a minute. Where the hell are they?
Nobody here.
Then I started screaming, hello, is anybody here? Then I phoned him and said, where are you? But yeah, this is a thing. It has been a problem, hasn't it? We all say we need that fast start. We need that fast start. We come out 5-10 minutes like we did at Newcastle, West London. We're like, oh yeah, we've come out fast. This is going to be... And then like 10-15 minutes later, we're just like, oh, here we go. Here we go again. And then we go a goal down or whatever. And we think, okay, what is that?
It's just like we're not proactive. I don't understand it. It's just like I really want us to go out tomorrow, for example, or just any game in the next couple of games, just go out and just win like 3 or 4-0, so I can just be calm for at least 10 minutes. Like the only time I actually had time to relax, right, was we played Everton. We scored the second goal with like 10 minutes to go. I was like, finally, I could breathe for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been an issue, hasn't it? Because normally you come out and at least there's that style of playing. We're overpowering teams last season. You think it's going to happen, whereas this season it's just not happening. And whenever you think it's going to happen, it hasn't. And what do you reckon this is? So basically, do you start Brian Hill tomorrow?
Yeah, I want to see Brian Hill on the right, and I'll see Lucas the right wing back. That's what I would do.
Oh my God, you want to go? Yeah, well, let's face it. After the Brazilian no look pass by his fellow countryman, I mean, I still to this day don't get that. But that's a big shout.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Just addressing that quickly. Everybody's been going on about this no look pass, no look pass, no look pass. Have you guys seen how shitty his passing is when he is looking?
Yeah, no. There is that, but that's the thing. Why would you even have?
I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that.
But why would you have the? But why would you have the balls to do that when you're getting a lot of stuff from the you're getting a lot of shit from the fans. Obviously, it's known that you're like, oh my God. As I said, Alistair Gold once said that when he goes forward and crosses the ball, the best you can hope for is a corner, which is a line I use all the time. I absolutely love that line. And then you had your sending off against the filth. You've come back, and people are like, "Oh my God, you're back." We're drawing at the time, and we're trying to advance into the Champions League, and that's the time you try your no look pass. And also, you got to remember, I wouldn't mind if you try, or if I was him, if I'd been on the other flank, I would have tried it. Not when you're running up and down by Conte. That's your running. You are asking for trouble.
Did you see his reaction? I think Conte was fuming.
Yeah.
He went like that, and it was like, "You wait, you wait till you get in that training into the changing room." So you'd really go Lucas.
Yeah,
you'd go Lucas
I really like.
back.
Personally, I really like Brian Hill. I think there's a player there for me, and he's made an impact every game he's come on. So he deserves a start. And I think a team like Bournemouth would be like a good time for him to start.
So what we'll do before Bobby asks you his question, would you rather see Hill, like you said, right of a front three, or the attack? Like we were the midfield when we played a midfield three, or it's been three of the same kind of ilk. Do you reckon it could be time to play two of them, and Hill in that three, so he could be like in the Teddy Sheringham role, dropping deep,
like a 10, basically.
Basically. So would you rather see? What would give you greater, or the formation you go for? 3-4-3 again, which is Conte's default with him on the right, or 3-5-2 with two defensive or midfielders and an attacking one there as a third.
See, before watching Hill come on the past few games, I would have gone with what you said with him playing as a 10.
Yep.
I think him coming off the right has sort of given us something a bit different.
Yeah.
So I'd probably play 3-4-3 and play him on the right. And like I said, I really want to see Lucas a right wing back, because at this point, it might as well just try it, because Doherty's not been good enough. Spence isn't going to get looking anyway because Conte didn't want him. I mean, that's another story about the transfer window. And yeah, I mean, Emerson's Emerson, so
yeah,
just
Emerson,
give Lucas a go there.
That's the best way to say it, isn't it? Emerson is Emerson. I think that's the way. When we're hearing that Hill could be the new Bernardo Silva or blah blah blah, Emerson is Emerson. That's
I actually think Gil reminds me of Modric a bit, personally. His style.
No,
not in that. Doesn't play that position, but his sort of like style of play kind of reminds me of Modric.
That's still a huge. And I'm not one of these that like doing that, because I think like when we said Andros Townsend,
I'm not saying he's going
to be the next Bale. Yeah, I know that, but I hate it when we start putting players and saying, "Oh, you could be." This is where we sit. It's like, no.
It happens with them all, though, Brian. Doesn't
I know, but
Bobby, as soon as these guys kick a football at the age of 4 years old, he's the next Messi.
There you go. That's true. Bobby, your question time.
Okay. All right. So this is one we've given to everybody. Hassan, I'll give it to you now. So now that you've reflected, we've had a few months after the transfer window. We've obviously got a good handful of games. A third of the season is done. What would you rate our transfer window based on what we brought in and how impactful it's been on our squad?
Okay.
Be honest.
6 out of 10.
You're giving it a 6 still?
Yeah.
Why are you giving it such a high mark compared to others then?
Well, like, it wasn't completely shit, but it wasn't that great either. So
do you think any of the handful of players that we brought in really impacted our starting 11 positively?
Perisic to a lesser extent. Basuma, I still think he can. Whether he is a Conte signing or not, I know Brian's spoken about that before. I don't know if that's the case. I think he falls into the maybe category. I don't know. Richarlison, I like Richarlison a lot, and I think he's been dealt a bad hand playing on the right.
Yep.
So I still think there's a player there. So that's like half the players. Forster's like a backup keeper. There's not much else to say about that. Udogi's out on loan. Spence, Conte clearly didn't want.
When you're going through this, do you want to review that number?
Yeah.
Do you?
But
Yeah,
the reason I say
you're-
6 because at least we got rid of some players, even if they're
You're
out on
just too
loan.
damn nice.
He is has his work. So basically, I got caught out on this, and I think it may have been. I don't think it was Ben. It may have been. It may have been someone else. As in Ben Wills, the guy that came on first. When they said to me on We Are Tottenham TV, "What do you rate the window?" I went 6 out of 10, and they went, "Oh, it's been shit. It's below average, below average." And
Yeah.
then Ben said, "Why is he giving it a 6 out of 10 if it was below average? Surely that would be a 5 or under." And I was like, "Oh shit, he's right. He's right. My maths is terrible."
Well, I think it was like average, but like slightly better because some like Perisic and Richarlison came in. That was about it, really.
Yeah, but now you get to review it,
Yeah.
and you've seen them. If you thought it was a 6 at the window closing, what would you give it right now?
I
And then
still
Bob-
say a 6. I know
Okay.
that sounds too positive. I don't know.
Listen, there's
and
no
for
wrong
me-
answer. There's
For me,
no
a
wrong
6
answer.
is too low. Like I
Well, no,
want 9s
before
out
we
of
asked
10.
this question, there
Yeah.
was no wrong answer, but I think we finally found a wrong answer.
Okay, that's okay.
Well, now it all
Nah,
depends on what you.
nah.
What's the second part to this question, Bobby?
So the second part is then obviously you're taking away 4 points. But to me, normally the second part would be, do you think we failed in addressing our needs in terms of the positions we need to fill, or the players we brought in, were they not enough, high enough quality to impact our starting 11? But because you gave it such a high rating, I'm actually kind of almost inclined to switch it a little bit and say, I've already kind of asked why you would give it such a high rating, but again, based on the impact that's had on our starting 11 and the results we've seen on the field, do you really think that we brought in the players that we needed to fill the gaps we had and to elevate the level of our club?
Okay. So I was kind of thinking about your first question a bit, but for me, people would say the uber positive people, I guess. I don't know what you would label them as, because obviously on Twitter, like,
Deluded.
everyone's
me.
calling. Yeah. I don't know what word to say. people like every day I read on Twitter, play Jez Spence, play Jez Spence, play Jez Spence.
I'm 100%.
But what I would have done in the transfer window, I would have sold Emerson and possibly Doherty, put the Spence money plus that to natural right wing back because we needed a right wing back. That's a guarantee.
Yeah.
But I did think we addressed, for example, the striker issue. Like Richarlison, for me, can do a job there.
But he hasn't played there.
He hasn't played there. I know he can do a job there, but it's Tottenham, so he plays on the right.
But that's what I'm saying. So did we really fill the gaps by bringing in players that were not playing in the positions we needed filled?
But
Basuma, again, like Brian was alluding to and addressing already, when we brought him off of Brighton, he's more of a cam kind of thing, more of an attacking midfielder, and now we've got him playing as a number 6, trying to hold in front of the back line kind of thing. He's not being progressive. He's obviously not comfortable, and tactically he's a little bit inept in terms of what Conte wants to try to do. Hence the reason he's been slowly kind of brought into it. So
I have to say, sorry, just quickly, DJ Green alert, who's
been here all night, man. Lots of
been here
comments.
all
Cheers.
night. Thankfully, he hasn't had his power cuts. He's agreeing with you with the 6.
Well,
And
there
he's
you go.
basing it based
Giving you a 6.
compared on last windows, and based on last windows or previous windows.
yeah, that's a good way.
That
Okay.
I can get. That I can get where the 6 comes from.
Yeah.
But then with that second part of the question is where it certainly goes down for me.
I mean, like I said, we kind of sorted some things out, but in terms of priorities, like the right wing back was a massive priority. But you can't argue with me and say, on paper, we all thought Perisic was going to be a lot better than he is. So you can't say on the face of it, oh, we haven't addressed that because we thought we did.
Yeah,
and Basuma was another one we thought we solved sort of issue, and Richarlison was something we thought we solved.
100%. All 3 of those I was so happy with, and then all of a sudden we're not playing them where they're supposed to be. Or
but like the bigger issue for me is like
buy them then?
You either had to buy a right wing back or a creator, and obviously there's a centre half, right? Like I actually quite like Longley, and I think he's all right.
Okay.
But for me, the bigger issue is Dyer than Davies. Like we needed a central centre back.
Yeah.
So for me, you needed to fill like a centre back was like a guarantee for me, and then either you fill the right wing back role or you buy a cam because we just lack creativity from the wider areas. So you either have to fill it by playing like a proper cam, or you actually buy the right wing back and you actually play the system to how it's supposed to be played to make sure it works. And that's where the creativity comes from.
So Haz, let's start moving on to head and heart for tomorrow. Head and heart time. Head and heart time, and then plug your channel.
All right, okay. All right. My head says 1-1.
Okay, that's what my head's going 2-2.
All
And
right,
your
okay.
heart?
2-1 Tottenham.
I'm going 3-1. So we're there and thereabout. But most importantly, plug your channel.
Okay, so my channel is Hasper TV, and if you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Hasper92. Yeah.
There you go. So
thanks for having me
listen,
on.
mate, it's your
Great
debut.
debut, buddy.
Happy to
Great
see you. And
debut.
what I will say is I will be seeing you very,
Very
very,
soon.
very soon, mate. And I look forward
Yeah.
to it, mate. We'll go have another curry night or Chinese or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
but I'll be
yeah.
seeing you a hell of a lot, buddy.
Take care, mate.
See you
Great
soon,
to
my
see you,
man. Have a
Has.
great
Keep smiling,
weekend.
brother. Enjoy the game
Yeah.
tomorrow.
See you later,
you
brother.
too. All right, let's
Bye-bye.
hope we win. All right.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
sir. Yes, sir. Come
All
on,
right,
you Spurs.
bye.
I have to say, he's such a positive guy. That
Oh,
smile on his face.
that's my. It's infectious, man. He's like sunshine on a cloudy day, isn't he?
Yep, he is. He is. And there's someone else that's just said, "How long are you going on for?" I'm going to send this man. I mean, literally.
You know what,
We're-
Brian?
we're-
We're going to keep going. I need to take just about 2 or 3 minutes. You bring on the next guest, start
Yep.
chatting away, get started with them. I'm going to just go check on the kids, and it's a little bit too quiet for me. Nobody's screamed for anything in a while, so I'm nervous.
No worries. What I
and
will
then
say,
let's just keep rocking, bro. I'm good.
listen, I'm good. You haven't got to go. Listen, I've been telling everyone recently. I've
Nah,
been waking up for some reason.
I'll stay up for Dan, and
There
I
you
know
go.
you'll stay up for
I've
Dan.
been waking up, and I don't know why, and I don't know how, but for the last few days, I don't know why I've been waking up at 3:30 in the morning and not being
Oh,
able
you're
to
back
get
on
back
that
to
thing
sleep.
again?
Yes, I'm back on that. So it's like, you know what? Why
we're,
not?
We're too old for that shit, buddy.
Why
Our bodies can't
not just
handle
stay
that.
up? But what I will say is, Dan THFC, check your WhatsApp because the boys forgot to put the link in the description
You
or in the
sent it to him
community
already?
section. I've just sent it to him. He should have it in his WhatsApp right now. So we're going to move on. I do have a super chat. We'll do this super chat. Then Brandon and friend is coming on. So let's
That's
just do
perfect. So you'll have two
the
people.
first super chat we've got. Let's just do this super chat very quickly. Big up everyone.
Big
What
up,
do you
Mr.
guys
Singh.
think of Perisic? Is he not able to handle intensity of the Premier League? Bobby, give your quick answer and then go do what you got to do. I'll give mine and bring on Brandon.
No. He's, the guy's been world class pretty much everywhere he's been, or at least up to the level of close to world class. He's been phenomenal for his national team. He's been phenomenal for his squads, for his club team. Sorry, he's just been an excellent servant wherever he's been. Very positive. He came in here very highly rated. He had some very good displays early through the preseason at the beginning of the season. He's defensively inept almost in this league. He just doesn't have the physicality or the right mindset to be able to defend in this league. I don't think that he's really fully adapted to what the Premier League is, and I'm very concerned if he will, because at that age, the body can only do so much. You start losing, not gaining. So I'm hoping that this is not the start of his decline, because I really, really would love to see him do something. The excitement we all felt, and I'm going to safely say the entire fan base, when we announced him so early in the window, was just elation for all of us. We were all like, wow, we're dancing on the streets. Here we go kind of thing. The floodgates are going to open now kind of thing. So I have been very, very let down with his performances of late.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I think it may take him a little bit to adjust, but someone said it. I can't remember who said it. But what we got to remember is where Perisic has, wherever he's been and wherever he's played for a team that are very, very offensive, and they are dominating the ball. And they are the
He
ones
doesn't have
that
to
are normally.
defend. Yeah.
And here at Tottenham, he's not doing that. He's playing the opposite. Like, listen, his age is catching up with him, you could say, and everything. But yeah, that's my thing. I've started since the Arsenal game, since the filth game. I've seen what people have started to talk about. Beforehand, I was like, no, he's class, he's class. Now it's that's where I'm feeling. But now, thanks for the super chat as well, AP Singh. Really, really appreciate it.
Cheers.
It's now time to bring on. I love this guy so much, and he's got his shades on. He's got his hat on. His mate has got his hat on. Let's bring on the one, the only, Mr. Brandon Troller. Brandon, how are we doing, my brother? Are those 3D glasses you brought on? You don't need to see me in 3D.
I'm gonna let my friend here speak for me, please.
No, they're very nice.
Is that your attorney? Big up, boys. How you doing?
Yeah, how are you?
What's Brandon, mate? What's your mate's name?
Hi, how are you? I'm Matt.
How you
Hey,
doing,
Matt.
Matt? You good?
How are you?
Speak your piece.
I'm Matthew. Brandon's made me a new fan of the Tottenham Hotspurs, and I know one thing and one thing only: get Levy out of there. Get him
Already,
get him
picks
out
up
of
quick,
there.
eh?
you are already talking so much sense, and you've only been a Spurs fan for how long now?
Honestly, Brandon's got me watching them the last couple of weeks, so it's been quite amazing.
There you go. It's been a couple of weeks.
Welcome to our fucked up little family.
Yep. Basically, it's taken you 2 weeks.
Pain.
There we go.
Welcome to the pain, baby.
Well, welcome to the
We've got
family.
Brian Hill in the club now. It's Spain, but the S is silent.
So
What do you need,
Brandon,
Brian
brother.
Hill? Why does everybody say Hill? I thought he was Gill. He's not Indian.
Well, you talk about Hill. I have got Brandon's super chat that we will go through. But Brandon, to start off with, mate, haven't spoken to you for a while. Everyone loves you on this channel. It's all good to see you. What would you like to start talking about first, brother?
Oh, whatever you like to talk about, Brian. I'm here to see you.
This is your brother. This is your time, my man. This is your time. Look at the smile on my face. Look at the smile on my face when you come on the air. Not that everyone else hasn't done it, but Brandon, honestly, I always know. Here we go. Time for some fun. Let's go crazy. And actually, we'll deal with your super chat straight away. Actually, because it'll just define the craziness. Here we go. Imagine a bodybuilder Hill, Spanish meatball delight. I mean, how? That's just. I don't even know how to go on that. Explain, my friend. Explain.
I mean, imagine. He's a skinny little. He's a man, maybe more like a little porn star, looking with a stash and whatnot. The man's got more meat on his bone than a chicken on a Thanksgiving dinner. Nothing. It's gonna be licked to the bone. No meat off of it. And you know what? If he had a little meat on there, we could see something. I mean, the man was far more than a doubt just a few weeks ago, but he has shown some signs. And let me tell you, those signs are very positive. I'm very, 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 very excited about the potential that exists within Brian Hill. Whereas before, I was like, you know what? I would have rather just kept Eric Lamela because at least he had some sort of use in the squad. But now we're seeing why at least one or two of our scouts would like get this guy in, because he's got that dimension of his game that does not exist anywhere else in our offense. I mean, it's that ability to make something out of nothing, at least in our current squad. Kulusevski's got an abundance, of course, but who knows if he's going to be fit, not just for tomorrow, but for potentially our very, very, very big final on Tuesday. But, I'm very glad that Conte gave him the trust to affect the match this past Wednesday, because he gave us that breath of fresh air once he came on. We were dominating the half. The first 30 minutes of the second half, we were in control. But Hill coming on scared them because it gave them something they weren't prepared for. You see what I'm saying?
I do, Brian. Do you start him tomorrow? If you're Antonio Conte, okay.
I don't give him 90 minutes. No, I give him about 60 minutes on there, but I give him the first start of his reign under Conte. I give him the first start so that we can effectively bring him on Tuesday night if Kulusevski's not going to be able to play. Because if he's not going to be able to play, I don't start him Tuesday night. No way.
Kulusevski won't be. Kulusevski's after the World Cup.
Kulusevski's really?
When? Well, this had been said, I think, last week or something, but I don't know if you saw. I don't even know if you are on Twitter, Brandon. But what? There was images shown where he was on the sidelines, and he was, every time we almost scored, he's on his hands and knees, and he's been very. But when you can see when he's trying to move, he's wincing. He's not going to be ready for after the World Cup. Even if he is fit and in training, he certainly ain't going to be match fit. So I would say you ain't seeing Kulusevski until at least December when we start.
So a match like tomorrow is the perfect situation for a Richarlison to be at the club, but he's not going to be fit. He's injured. Yep. I mean, tomorrow in an ideal world, I'd be starting Son so that he can get his whatever juju back. I mean, where has it been? Who knows? But you start with Richarlison so you can give Kane a little break. The man needs a break. Just like I actually, Assan came on and said, "Oh, Longley center defense, bravo! I'm all for that. Big supporter of that concept. That's a great idea. Why don't we do that? Give Dyer a rest. I mean, these guys are just human. You can't
They
be
are.
playing 90 minutes of football twice a week, every week, and expect them to have consistent performances because their legs are going to be like two big boulders rolling around with no discernible direction. You can put as much lubrication on those boulders, but they're still boulders. How are you going to control them? I mean, Eric Dyer, the past 2 or 3 weeks, has genuinely looked more on liability than if we still had Victor Wanyama in the squad.
Oh, I miss that man.
Oh,
That
he was
man.
so beautiful. He was a star that shined bright for so short, but it was so spectacular, wasn't it?
Do you know what, Brandon? That season, the last season at the Lane, thankfully for a connection I had, and it was Danny Rose's dad, I got to go to a lot of the games. A lot of the games. Watching that man with Moussa Dembele was probably in my lifetime, the greatest midfield partnership I had seen
Wow.
at Tottenham. Like as a duo, they were literally indestructible. And I'll tell you one thing: the size of Victor Wanyama's bloody thighs and calves. You literally, when they were doing the warm ups, going back to literally, they were just, they're like Roberto Carlos.
He was a super soldier.
Oh mate, you'd see the people just trying to you'd see it going on. But where are you now with Hugo?
Sorry, where'd Matt go?
He was actually
He's there. If you just turn, there he is. See, there he is.
What is he doing? The Bollywood hide behind the tree, pop out in a different costume thing? Get in the pic, man. Come on, you're supposed to be. Let's go, man.
He's gonna come out dressed as a palm tree next and just hide in the background.
Nice, very good, very good.
Where are you on Hugo?
Wembanyama had been playing. I think he's moving from the MLS now, but Montreal, actually, in Canada. Brian, with one of my mates from high school, Mason Toye.
One of your mates. Wait, say that again. One of your mates.
Montreal Impact.
One of my mates from high school has been teammates with Victor Wembanyama for a while, actually.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, Mason Toye. Mason actually, he was like I think he was top scorer in the MLS a year and a half ago till he got injured, and now it's he's been recovering from that.
And not only they had that, they had a certain manager, didn't they? They had a certain manager who used to play for that lot down the road. Mr. Vavavoom, Mr. Henri,
can't even say his name,
Mr. Henri. But Brandon, what I want to know is what's your views on Hugo?
Oh God. Oh God, Hugo, what are you doing to me? Go back to Cabaret. Oh my God.
So
you're bringing out the New Yorker in him. You're bringing out the New Yorker in him, Brian.
It's so clear to
I'm
see.
looking for the gabagool, but I can't find it. Give me the gabagool, Matthew. Where's the gabagool? Tell me.
Who would you start Foster tomorrow?
Yeah. At least Hugo.
I think you'd start Matt tomorrow.
Yeah. I threw my grand in goal.
Is she available? Can we get her over in time?
Well, I think if we give her a little booster, she'd be okay. But hey, give her a stim. Hugo Lloris. What has it been now? He's on a streak about 5 to 6 matches where he has a moment or two where he's walking around like a headless chicken. Doesn't know that he's playing a football match. I mean, the man, you could throw him into the kiddie ball pad at Chuck E. Cheese, and he'd be more placed there than he is in the net right now. Oh my God, what is he doing? Where have you been, Hugo Lloris? Because I can't find you anymore. Where's Waldo? That's not what we're playing. We're playing football.
Where's Waldo is what I used to call Christian Eriksen in the big games. Or as we called it back home, where's Wally? That's what Where's Waldo is called back home. Where's Wally?
Throw Brandon Austin in goal. I don't care. Hugo Lloris can't play from the back, and he's a world-class shot stopper.
Yep.
But he's a man from a bygone era.
There you go. Listen, DJ Green Alert, who is always quick with his comments, has literally said, Brandon, I'd put you in defense. You scare the heck out of me.
Well, okay, you know what?
You know what? Honestly, Brandon, if you wanted someone to give you a team talk and hype you up, this is the man. I mean, DJ Green, I'll give you a... So the way I know Brandon is he came on when I was back in London and I was with Ben in the studio for We Are Tottenham TV, and it's the day that Antonio Conte got announced, and this man was doing shots of Italian olive oil live on We Are Tottenham TV, and he had limoncello, and he had all the Italian, you name it. He had the opera in the background. This is the man to hype you up. I do the pump up in the mornings with with David the Irish Hotspur. If you need a pick me up, you don't need an energy drink when you're around Brandon. Like I could do this for another 24 hours now, because I've got my pick me up.
Human energy drink.
You, mate,
Red Bull's paying me.
I can't dispute that. But Bobby, your question that you're going around doing.
Well, first off, what do you think in terms of when you look at our squad, Brandon? Now that you seen everybody coming in that's coming through the transfer window, how do you feel about the transfer window now that you look back?
I give it a bullshit out of 10.
A bullshit out of 10. That's the highest fucking mark we've got.
Ridiculousness.
Why so high?
Our best transfer doesn't even play for the club. Where's Destiny Doji? I want that man in the squad right now. He's incredible.
He is, isn't he? He is.
Oh my God, he's so good. He's so good. I've been watching Udinese for the first time in my life this past year, and oh my God, he's the best player on that squad. He's fantastic. He's what we need right now. He would be fantastic. He's going to start next season, game 1, and if he doesn't, oh my God, Daniel Levy, I swear to God, what the heck did you do? I get it. He gave us a cheaper deal. Pay the extra 5 or 10 mil. Get him in right now and get him in January, please. Destiny Doji's the answer. He's the truth.
He's the truth. There we go. The second part of your question, Bob. And now, I don't know where we're going to go with this because it was.
I don't even know how I could even ask the second part of the question. Now, where did we fail then, Brandon? Did we fail in addressing the level, the quality of players that we?
Not where, it's who did we fail from? Mr. Daniel Levy, Mr. Joe Lewis, they failed. The moment they stepped into this football club, we failed. Gone, done, forgotten. What are we gonna do? Nothing. There's nothing we can do.
So, are you trying to tell me, Brendan, you're not going to be getting an Enoch tattoo
on my ass, maybe?
This is where people want to keep saying for me, but I have to say, not only did DJ Green Alert say that he'd play you in defence, he's now got to tell you my laughing just woke the missus up. So,
hello, Mrs. DJ Green.
Hello, Mrs. DJ Green Alert.
So, Mrs. DJ Green Alert, we apologise. No, actually, we don't apologise.
Oh, she's probably watching, man.
Laughter is the best medicine, and positivity is what we need.
Let me tell you one thing about our transfer window. We're gonna look back on it and think, Richarlison, fine. Longley, fine. Spence, fine. Basuma, less than fine. Perisic after the season, way less than fine. That's me, Adoji, though. Ooh. Oh, okay. So long as we still have the Conte system in place, because let me tell you, Destiny Adoji, I don't know about him. As a pure left back, he may well be able to do it. But if we had him in right now, we could throw Perisic on the right. We wouldn't have to see Emerson, the walking clown, the circus, walking on the right-hand side of the pitch.
Buddy, I don't know.
Beautiful Irish butterfly who can never fly.
We've been trying to get this
Perisic
has been bad.
He waddles around the pitch like a boulder. You could grease it up, but it's still a boulder wandering around the pitch. It's not a butterfly. It's a caterpillar trying to crawl and it can't do it. It's a Irish butterfly. Why do we have an Irish butterfly or a fake Brazilian waddling around the right side of our pitch when that is the number one area that we can ever get any space? The reason why Kulusevski has so much space is because they know they don't have to pay attention. They don't have to pay attention to Emerson Royale. The man's not a royal. He's a plebeian. He's a peasant. Get out of here.
You know what? I'm taking that. He's not a royal. I am so, Brandon, I will credit you with it, but I am definitely taking that. But Brandon, what we got to do now is your head and your heart for tomorrow.
Well, first off, we got to get Matt to settle down a little bit so we can hear what Brandon has to say.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Matt, Jesus Christ. Fuck, it's your debut, man. You just became a Spurs fan. Settle down, man.
He's come back
and so he's back.
We'll go with both of them.
Okay,
both your head, both your heart.
We're playing Bournemouth. They're the worst team in the league on paper.
Bournemouth.
Spurs.
Bournemouth in Bournemouth, Matt.
6-0.
I said,
Great day tomorrow. Great day tomorrow.
But is that your realistic score, or is that your Spurs hat on score?
Spurs hat on score.
My Spurs hat on score.
Yeah.
6-0 Bournemouth. Bournemouth's putting 6 up on Clibber Longley. No. 6-0. I'll I'll give us a little credit. 5-0. 5-0.
5-0. There you go.
Okay.
And now, boys, with your head. Now,
With my
Spurs,
head,
Spurs hats
2-1
off. Let's get the
Spurs.
realist.
2-1 Spurs.
2-1
I want a
Spurs.
statement from Bournemouth tomorrow, though, because I want Daniel Levy to sell the club for peanuts. Give it to me. Give me the club.
You know what?
If it happens, it'll be Benamoni and Balotelli will be starting the striker every day.
If you were the chairman, mate, I would be a happy. One thing I can guarantee is there'd be
Balotelli
smiles
would
around
solve so
Tottenham.
many issues. I mean, he would create a few more as well. But let me tell you, Balotelli in the club, the amount of banter that would exist. We wouldn't have to have concerts. We would have a grand epilogue from a man named Mario Balotelli every week going on. We wouldn't have to have Shakira going on stage and singing at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We could just have Balotelli walk out and say, "Hey, hello, it's me, Mario." I mean, it should be, "Hey, it's me and Luigi," but it's me and Mario. And you know what? Yeah, 2-1 Spurs.
There we go.
I'm fucking loving you, man.
There we go. So that's what we'll say.
Matt, wait, no, we need Matt's realist.
Yep, go on.
Go on, Matt.
1-0 Spurs.
Who's scoring, Matt?
Don't put me on the spot like that. I'm a new fan. Don't put me on the
Just
spot.
say Harry Kane.
Just say Harry. Just say Harry. Always say Harry Kane. That's
Harry Kane.
that. If you learn anything from being beside Brandon and us here tonight, always just say Harry Kane or Son.
Right.
There you go.
Fair enough.
Brandon and Michael, it's always a
Matthew.
pleasure, Brandon. We will speak very, very soon, my brother. We
Yes,
will speak
sir.
very, very soon, my man. And hopefully we'll see you next Friday as well.
All right, take care, fellas.
See you later
Great
on,
to
brother.
meet you guys. Have a great
See
night.
you
Okay?
later.
Enjoy the game tomorrow.
Everyone, big up. If this man
Big
hasn't
up
got
that
you,
energy. Big up
whatever
that
time
energy.
it is in the world,
Take it easy.
oh, you gotta love Brandon. Brandon, big up. I just want to say hello to a few more people that have come in that I've seen during this time. So I want to say hello to my brother Terry Wright. I want to say hello to Daniel Field. I want to say hello to Gene D. I want to say hello to. There's a few others in there that I'm going to say hello to. I can't find. C Cubed is in the building, and I believe C Cubed may be making her debut as well. So there are people coming. But what we are doing right now, I keep seeing Taseta in the background. Can you just let us know if you're coming on or not? Because I know
No. He or she. Sorry, I don't know for sure, but I said no because everybody else in the family is sleeping and doesn't want to disturb anybody.
Okay, because I can see them in the back end, so I didn't know because I keep hopping in and out. So just to let people know,
just
the
enjoying
order,
the show. Yeah.
The next order we have Ben Davis's number one fan coming on momentarily. Then we have Dan THFC, and then we may have a debut in C Cubed. So I think it's our debut on We Are Tottenham TV. I would imagine it is. But let's bring someone whose definite debut it isn't. My boy, Arian.
Arian, how are you, man?
A bit tired, honestly, because I don't know. Just
Well, what are you gonna do when you're old like us?
I don't know. I think it's just like one of those off days. But other than that, honestly, hopefully I can get cheered up for the game tomorrow morning. You know, maybe go to sleep early tonight and wake up on time for the game because it's a big one. Honestly, I think at this stage we are, every single game is massive because of the form we're in right now. We need to turn it around. We need to get the confidence up. And despite what happened on Wednesday with whatever you want to call that refereeing decision, I think that second half was very, very positive, and I think it shows that there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, Conte has lost the dressing room. Everyone's looking, this is looking like Nuno," and I just think all that is garbage. I think, we've been in bad form under Conte before. This isn't even the worst form we've been in under Conte. We lost 4 games out of 5 in the league last year. One of them was to Burnley, right? So I don't think there's any reason to panic. I just think we need to turn this around as soon as humanly possible. And because I don't want to lose that spot in the top 4 and then end up having a season where you need to climb back up again, make sure you're fighting every tooth and nail for like the 1 point gap. I don't want that to be a season. I want us to make sure top 4 is a bit more secure, and then we can kind of focus on the cup competitions and the Champions League and all that stuff.
There you go. So Ariane, where do you think we're going tomorrow? Like, let's start with Bournemouth. Or someone's just going. Go on, you do what you got to do, Ariane. Oh, is it Ariane? Do I see it? Do I see a hello, Mr. Ariane?
Hello, Papa Ariane.
Hello, Papa Ariane.
They're saying hello.
Hello. He's like, who are those strange Canadians you're talking to?
See? No.
See,
No, let him do his thing. It's
of
okay.
course.
It takes some time. But, also, one of my dogs is having a
One of. I was about to say, how many dogs have you got, Ariane?
2.
Oh, you lucky man. I've just got Simba, who I love more than life
Where are
itself.
you, Arian?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. So it's still early
Yeah.
there for you. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
like
I wasn't sure if your dad was coming in there. Say, what the hell are you still doing?
No.
Yeah, as we were saying, Bournemouth tomorrow. You starting Hill or what formation? What players? Where would you go if you were? Or no, let's say, what do you think Conte will do? Because I know you have a talent at doing this. So I want to see what you.
Sorry, I know Arian does, and I know he'll carry the conversation well from this point. So I just need a few minutes. Let me just go put the little bag. Then I got to tuck him in properly. Yeah.
Yeah, you
And
go.
I'll be
You
back,
go. Do what you
okay?
got to do. Me and Arian can keep this going. Arian, off you go, brother.
I reckon, especially because of the Romero. I think Conte did take a risk. Even said he started him Tuesday, so I reckon Sanchez is going to come in for this. He wouldn't make those comments if he wasn't going to rotate someone. So I think Sanchez comes in, and I think the backline more or less will stay the same. I think Dyer's going to start. I reckon Davies is probably going to start. Left, but the wing backs are always a little bit of a toss up. I think Emerson starts like always. Unfortunately, Højbjerg, Bentancur again, pretty standard. Left wing back is a little bit tricky because Sessegnon I think has been better this season than Perisic.
Yep.
But Perisic is a good game against Sporting, especially in that second half. So do you give him a rest and you save for Marseille? Reckon Sessegnon is going to come in for this one just because I think Conte likes both of them. So maybe start Sessegnon for the Premier League, and then the front three is going to be probably Son, Kane, Mora. Unfortunately for Gil, I think especially because of what Conte said about his physicality, I don't think he's going to start him in a Premier League game. I think if Gil ever starts a game, it's going to be like a cup game or even a Champions League game where maybe the we're going against a team with a less physical kind of play style. If you're playing relegation teams, especially like Bournemouth, they're going to be much more physical. And I don't think this is a game that Conte is going to trust Gil into to start.
There you go. I just want to say as well, big up to we've got New Zealand in the house in Rex. I love the way that this show is literally. We've had some new countries.
It's the whole world,
been here
right?
before. Yeah, it's just incredible because, like I said, a lot of people get to watch We Are Tottenham TV, but can't be a part of it, even in the live chat, let alone come on. And you've come on at a stupid o'clock for you when we've been on We Are Tottenham TV, and it's good to be, like you said, for you now. It's what, 7 o'clock coming up to 8 o'clock. So
right.
So it's the perfect time for you. But we had someone else before saying, I think it was, oh no, it was Haz. It was Haz saying he'd like to see Lucas at right wing back. Would you, if we are going to experiment with someone else, that we obviously know he's not going to play Spence.
Yeah.
We know that Emerson, we know how we feel. Doherty, people know how they feel. Do you reckon Bournemouth away could be a good place to experiment, or would you say until the World Cup, just get the job done?
You know what? Especially against because I think we're disrespecting Bournemouth a little bit. They are in very good form right now.
Yep.
To be fair, their new interim manager has done miracles with them. So they're not gonna, we're not gonna go in there and just absolutely batter them. And I think what is it? They had good results against pretty much everyone except for like Man City and Liverpool, and at that point you can't really put too much blame on them with that kind of squad. But they're a good team. They're very resilient as well. They really don't go down until the 90 minutes are over. So we can't really take our foot off the gas at all. I think that might be our biggest problem because we this whole season we seem to be a team of two halves. Sometimes we start really good and then we take our foot off the gas second half, like in Frankfurt, and sometimes we don't start at all until the second half, like Sporting, on Wednesday. So if we can keep up a similar intensity for 90 minutes, I think that's going to be our biggest asset for that. And as far as Lucas right wing back goes, Conte clearly in preseason you could see Conte has this kind of vision where he could see Lucas play as that kind of player. I don't know if because Conte also knows the importance of getting these points in the Premier League, and I'm sure he realizes things are going a little bit stale. So that's why you realize Gil, he rarely had substituted Gil until now. He rarely put him in, and now he's starting to change things up a little bit. So maybe he recognizes some changes needed, and he does throw a curveball. But then I wouldn't understand why he would do that with Lucas, because you can see Conte clearly prefers a 3-4-3. You can see he doesn't like playing Gil at right wing, especially in the Premier League. So I don't think he's going to just change formation to a 3-5-2 or play Gil on the right wing just to see Lucas at right wing back. I can't really see that happening because it would require a lot of change I don't necessarily think Conte is very comfortable with. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think if we do see any rotation, it's going to be probably Sanchez and Romero, and then maybe some of the midfielders. I think maybe Bentancur or Højbjerg might get a rest for Skip because he's been excellent since he's come in again.
Yep, he has indeed. I just want to, before we do that, I just want to say to Asian City Boy, are you all located right? So here we go. Let's do the family. So We Are Tottenham TV are based in London, England, my hometown. We do this show. Me and Bobby Kay and my partner that I do it with as well for business in Tottenham on tour, Brian Ireland, are all based in Toronto. Although I am moving back to London for 6 months in November until the end of the season. So people subscribe to Tottenham on Tour, which is our channel. The link's in the description. We'll be back very soon in a big way. But yes, right now we're based in Canada, but We Are Tottenham TV HQ is London, England. So, Ariam, very quickly getting back to stuff. Tuesday obviously coming up is a huge game. We heard, like you were saying as well, with Højbjerg and Romero, we heard what Conte said. Do you rest either one of them or both for tomorrow? And then also, how do you see Tuesday going, in your opinion?
Look, I would absolutely rest Romero and Højbjerg. Like, I'm saying, like, I would rather lose 15-0 to Bournemouth and get through the Champions League knockouts. Like, I don't care what we have to do this game as long as we can get through Marseille. That's all I care about right now. If we have to sacrifice the Bournemouth game, I don't care. Right? The Champions League is so important. We need that revenue, especially. So. But first things first, yes, I would rest anyone Conte deems necessary to rest. And second of all, how do I see it going? Look, my biggest worry are two things. One is that Marseille have not won at home since the 10th of September, and second is Lloris said it's like a final. Those are my two biggest worries for the game. I mean, those are the two biggest jinxes you could have ever put on us right there. Look, if there's any, this is the biggest test we've been under Conte. It also has come at a time where we're not in the best of form. So maybe we need something like this to fire us up and to propel us into good form again. Because if what bigger what would make the players more enthusiastic than clinching the Champions League knockouts last second. So if we can get something to just give us that little boost against Marseille, that'd be massive. And they're not doing too great right now. And they're of course they're going to be up for it. This is one of those games where it doesn't really matter how you're doing. I think you have to go in there with 900% and just throw everything you've got at it. I think our players recognize that. I think Marseille's players recognize that even more, considering those knockouts. They see this as an opportunity. They see that VAR decision as, look, we got this. This is what we have to do now. This is now it's in our hands, right? So
one thing I've got to say very quickly, we have got a brand new member that has joined Tottenham on Tour. So I want to say a big up to someone that I've been dying to talk to. And we speak a lot on Twitter and everything. Tom81, welcome to Gold or Silver, whichever one you did. And now that you've done that, what you should be able to see and what you will be able to see whenever We Are Tottenham TV go live is you go into the community section and there will be a link for you to be able to join these wonderful chats that we have, or Ben and Simeon do in the studio. But Ben and Simeon forgot to put the link in this evening, so there is no link. So, as you've done this, I'm doing this. If you want to join Tom, the link is again, and I'm not going to bed this evening. Let's just stay up and have a party till 6 a.m. when I'm actually getting up to do David Harris's show. Then I'm doing the pre-match pump up on We Are Tottenham TV. And then, knowing my luck, I'll probably fall asleep in the game and it'll be 10-0 or something. And we'll see. We'll see. But the link is now in the description. So, Tom, if you want to join, you can. Anyone else that's just joined the show and wants to come on, you can. Right. Next question. Hugo Lloris. Where do we stand?
Look, Lloris he's getting on, right? This is something you'd expect. That's for a keeper who's been with us for 10 years. He's given us everything. And he has every player goes through bad form. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, he's shit. Let's see Forrester start, because People are forgetting that, like, up until that Man United game specifically, that Man United game where he just saved everything, he was good in every game up until that point. Like Leicester, for example, he had a great game against Leicester, right? So just a couple, an example for me. He's had a good season overall. He's only been bad for the past maybe 3 weeks, which everyone's been bad for the past 3 weeks, and maybe that does have something to do with when your captain at the back is a little shaky. It kind of goes through the whole team. Maybe that has something to do with it. But I don't think it's fair to just pinpoint Hugo as this bad apple when Dyer has had a horrible 3 weeks, just like he has. Romero's kind of been half-assed the whole season. Our wing backs, where do I even start with them? So I don't think it's really fair to just look at Hugo and say, hey, you're costing us these games, because he's also won us a lot of points this season, especially that Leicester game. Like, that Leicester game is one where he made 3 incredible saves to keep us in it, and people only remember Son's performance that game because of his hat trick. So I think we're being a little bit harsh on him. So I'm sure he's going to find his form at some point. I'm sure that, because Lloris has made mistakes throughout his career plenty of times. It's not something very new for Lloris. We've seen this plenty of times. And weirdly enough, it was his injury under Pochettino that actually kind of reversed that trend for a little bit. But he's making a couple mistakes, and he's gonna be back. I'm not gonna panic. The same way with Son. People are panicking. Oh, he hasn't scored a bunch of goals. Like, he does this every season. Son always has these rough patches, and then he blows up. Lloris has these rough patches, he blows up. Kane has these rough patches, he blows up. All of our players have these rough patches every single season, and then they come back and they blow up. So I'm not gonna sit here and be reactionary and say this player is shit now, please sell him, or this player is shit now, please replace him. And the thing is, Lloris has like 1 or 2 years left on his contract, and I'm sure we're looking at a couple of replacements for him. There's been links in the media for that Leeds keeper Melier, that Valencia keeper hit the media like today or yesterday. Pickford, obviously, everyone's bouncing his name around. Henderson, all these names, they're coming up. So I'm sure there's going to be something, maybe some talk in January, maybe something more permanent in the summer. There's going to be something pretty soon. And I don't think it's a reason to panic. I just think we have to recognize that this is a player who's been world class his whole career, and he's nearing the end of it. So this is natural. You're going to see a little bit of a regression, but I still think he's being excellent for us this whole season. So I'm not going to take any shots at him yet, because I think he's balanced it out. I think he's had as many good games as he's had bad games. So I'm not going to pretend like he's horrible. There you go.
So before we get to Bobby's question, and I said the word Bobby, so I'm going to say it right now. I've just put the link in the description for Bobby's channel that he has with his kids, which is called The Three Spurs Boys. Now, why I want everyone to give that a subscribe is you won't see anything like it. It's him and his 2 kids, which are like nephews to me that I love dearly.
Like and nephews, they are your nephews.
So there we go. Well, you can say that. So, but one thing I will say is, obviously, when Ireland hasn't been available or whatever, he is always here to support me and to support and do his stuff. So he deserves so please go and subscribe to the Three Spurs Boys. There's the link for you.
Thanks,
Bobby, your questions to Ariane, brother.
So, Arian, now that you were talking about a little bit Lloris and everything there, do you think that we were successful in the transfer window now that you look back at it? What score would you give the transfer window out of a 10 right now?
Out of a 10, look, I would still give it a 6. I think people are being a little bit, I think people are overreacting a little bit with just how bad our signings have been.
Why do you think we're overreacting then? Because the last person was on here earlier, he gave it a 6, and we were, me and Brian both kind of raised our eyebrows a little bit with that one. So why are you so positive in giving it a high score?
First of all, I think that a lot of people are kind of pointing at the new players for the poor performance, but I really think it's not really been their fault. I think you look at a massive drop in the level of Dyer and Romero, who've cost us a lot this season. I think you look at Kulusevski's injury, who was absolutely key to our season. Then you look at the Emerson, who has not improved whatsoever. So I think you look at these players, and Lloris, who everyone's talking about, like I said, I think over the course of the season has been pretty balanced, but recently, again, he's also been one who's making a couple of mistakes. So I think it's really unfair to look at the new players and blame them for all these errors when the existing players from last season are also performing at a lower level.
So that being said, then don't you think that we should have addressed the fact that those players from last season had one-off seasons, some of them where they had great seasons. They've been at best squad players, rotational players for us in the past. So do you still want to give it such a high score based on the fact that we didn't upgrade those positions then?
I think the players that we wanted for those positions weren't available. For example, I think Assan said, like, oh, okay, we get Bastoni, wasn't available, but what about X, Y, and Z? And I think that's kind of I don't think it's fair to say that because our fans have a very long history. I don't think you can make anyone happy in that case because if we didn't get Bastoni and we got, let's say, Pau Torres or we got Indica, what everyone will be saying is because like, we don't know how those players would have ended up adapting because we got Perisic, everyone thought he's going to be a world beater. The same way if we had gotten any other player for that left center back slot, we would have thought, oh, he's going to be fantastic, he's going to be a world beater, he's going to be excellent. And let's say they weren't. Now everyone would say, "Oh, we wanted Bastoni, but Daniel Levy, he went and got Indica. Daniel Levy, he went and got Tau Torres. Daniel Levy, he went and got X, Y, and Z." Right? So I think it's a little bit of the grass is always greener on the other side with all these players that
Arian,
everyone
just quickly,
wanted.
you said Daniel Levy's name twice. Don't say it a third because it's like Beetlejuice, and then we're in trouble.
You're gonna give Brian nightmares, man. Come on now.
Don't say his name again. Don't say his name again.
But my point is generally in the transfer window, if we didn't get our first choice, I honestly think the way we treated the Bastoni situation was excellent. This is actually what I've wanted to see from the club for so long. With the Bastoni situation, Conte said, I want Bastoni and I want Perisic. We got Perisic, we couldn't get Bastoni. Instead of going to get that second choice player that Conte didn't want, we got someone who was a stopgap. We got a loan. Bastoni is going to have 1 year in his contract next summer, and we're probably going to go in again. Right? I think that's a much more logical approach than what we've been doing for the past 5-6 years, where Poch is like, I want this player, and he's like, we won't get you that player, but we're going to get you this other player who's half as good, right?
Arian, question about Bastoni. With the way he's been playing it with Inter, or lack of playing with Inter, do you reckon he's gettable in January? If rather than monitoring the situation FC or making inquiries FC, we actually lodged a proper not what do you want, blah 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 blah. When here you go, is 50 or whatever. Do you think he's gettable?
I don't know about January. I mean, maybe because Inter have just been poor. I don't think Inter have just been horrible under Inzaghi this season. Honestly, he's not done a great job. We gave them a package. What was it? The reports were like 62 million bid that we put in, and everything was going well until the personal talks. If we send that in again, I'm sure he is gettable because I think Inter do see him as more of a sellable asset now with his form this season. And I think part of that is because he was a player who was very much under the very much good for the Conte system. And I think if he comes back to the Premier League under Conte, you'll see that kind of rejuvenation. Yeah, so I do think he is maybe he'll be gettable if Inter do see him more sellable. I think they do. The question is again, will he want to come because he was the one who pulled the plug last year, and I'm sure that was partly because imagine you're Bastoni, right? Imagine you're Bastoni, and the only reason you want to come to Spurs is because you love the manager. But this manager has a reputation of leaving every 2 years. Like, is that a commitment you want to make? No, you want to make sure the manager's going to get locked down. So maybe it's going to have something to do with if we can nail Conte down to a contract, perhaps. Maybe that'll be help in the pursuit of Bastoni. Again, we have to convince him. So
not just Bastoni, other players as well. If your manager is, like you said, not one that sticks around too long, why are you going to jump ship, leave your home country, leave your family, leave everything, change to a different league and try to transition? Now, going on the comments that you're saying, you're basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're happier that we didn't get our A targets and didn't turn to B and C targets then, even though some of those B and C targets could still potentially have been upgrades on players we have in our existing squad.
Yes, because
I think we're better off holding off and hoping that the club actually does some business in January or maybe even the next summer, and then we continue playing the waiting game.
Look, realistically, we got Longley on loan for a reason without an option to buy. I think the fact that the option to buy was removed tells you everything. There's no way that Longley is meant to be the center back replacement. We definitely have someone in mind, and it makes every amount of sense that it's Bastoni, who is the A target. And I think if you're thinking of the club in a long-term rebuild, like everyone is saying we need to, because we genuinely need to. That entire backline bar Romero is a joke. Like it genuinely is, right? We need to look at that entire and that includes Ben Davis. Right? I'm going to say
I was waiting for that. I was like,
he needs to be a backup at a good level. He's not good enough to start for a title-winning team. He just isn't, right? I love the guy, absolutely adore him. He's not good enough to win a Premier League title. So if you want to progress as a team, you need to make sure that those are the squad players, but there are starters right now, and those are the backline. The backline is what keeps a team afloat even when they're in bad form. And if you can't have a spine that you trust that way, it's never going to work. So especially when it comes to center back stuff, I think we should always go absolutely A targets every single time. And I think we're handling that well. And as far as the other side, Nico Bissouma, I think it's pretty obvious that he was an A target. He's a sensational player, and he was at Brighton. And I'm sure we're going to see the better side of him soon. Perisic, everyone, including all of us here, we can't. Perisic, no one saw this bad form coming from him, and I'm sure he's going to come into good form like he was in the first 5-6 game weeks. Because again, his CV was excellent. He was exactly the profile we wanted. The only position I really think we didn't address properly was the wingback position, the right wingback position with Spence. And that one I really can't speak for because I really don't know what the approach was there, especially now that we want him loaned out. It just doesn't make sense to me. But honestly, every other position, Richarlison, I think that was an excellent signing on paper, and I think he's done very well as well. Bissouma, again, makes a lot of sense on paper. He fits what we need profile-wise. He does. Maybe has he not played in that system, and can we see that? Can we see him starting to adapt, and we can see like the problems with that? Yes, but I think like as a player in his profile, it was an excellent buy, especially for 20 million. It's a steal. Perisic on a free steal. Longley on loan. I think he's actually done quite well. Of all the center backs we were linked with, Ndika, Bastoni, Pau Torres, all of them, Longley's actually been one of the probably the highest performing player of all of those this season, in terms of like actual level he's played at. So again, I think the business itself was actually quite good. I think we're only looking at this in a bad way because of the results, and I think a lot of the results aren't actually the fault of the new signings; they're the fault of the old ones, like the ones we've had for 5-6 years, the ones who've always caused the problems, and we're pointing the new boys for what?
Okay, but then we look at a comment like the one Terry Wright just put in, saying Bastoni is a bit overrated, not worth 60+ million. Spend the 60 or 70 on Skriniar or Gvardiol. So if that's the case, then would they be considered B and C options then, even though they would be significant upgrades on what we have? Because I personally will take any of those three on that list in a heartbeat.
Of course, I would take any of those three as well, but it doesn't matter what you or I think. It matters what Conte wants because this is his team, right? If he thinks that Bastoni is the only one he wants, or maybe you know what, maybe let's say there's 3 or 4 players, he's like, I want these, but not all of them are gettable. Like the transfer market is genuinely a very twisted market. It's not always players are available. Like with Gvardiol, Leipzig hold all the cards with that one. He had a contract till 2026. They were gonna ask for funny money. Like the reports were like, what, 80 million? That's 2 Romeros, right? No, like that is genuinely ridiculous. Even Chelsea weren't able to actually get him in the end. So if Bowley can't get it, what do you expect us to do, right? You know what I mean? So Skriniar as well. But if Conte thinks that center back role is as important to upgrade as you or I think, then I'm sure he's gonna let the board know, and maybe they're gonna do something about it. But at the end of the day, I value what Conte wants more than what I want, because at the end of the day, we all wanted 3-5-2, and look how that blew up in our face. We don't know anything, right? It matters what the boss wants, and he wanted 6-7 players. He got about 5 of them. Maybe 5 of them are good. Spence and Udogie were, clearly ones for the future and ones the club kind of were looking at. But other than that, I think 5 of those 7 signings we made were pretty decent signings, and I think we're judging them very harshly. So even a 6 out of 10, I think even I'm giving it a little bit of a low score, but I'm going to stick with the kind of a trend here. So
okay, I like the way you justified your answer.
Ariane
Very well done, Ariane.
Ariane always does it. Even when we speak on WhatsApp, and normally he'll send a message, I'll just go, leave you out. And then he'll go, why are you saying that? And give me like a 15-page dossier as into why. And I'll be like, yeah, I've listened to that.
It's mostly with Danny, though, to be fair. It's not.
Yeah, no, that's not it. We won't get into what Danny says because he's not here to defend himself. But Ariane, heart and head, where are you going tomorrow?
I think
2 score predictions.
Yeah, I think head says something scrappy. 1-0, 1-0.
4.
Maybe, yeah. Heart though. Heart. I think.
No, sorry. Your head won 1-0 for us.
Yeah, 1-0 for us. 1-0 for us. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think we're. I don't want to justify in my head that we're losing to Bournemouth because I don't want to.
That's where your heart comes in.
But my heart, I think we're good enough to kill them 4-5-0. We in good form, we are good enough to do that.
Yes.
So heart says 5-0. Heart says 5-0. Head says 1-0. There you go.
There we go, Ariane.
Fantastic.
Listen,
Well done. Great call.
Always a pleasure. We will speak to you soon. I'm happy I reminded you today.
Yeah, thank you.
You're like, were you on? I was like, yeah, we were on it. Why didn't you remind me? Well, I remembered this time.
I always say that.
And you were here, brother. We will speak very, very soon, my man.
All right, awesome. And as always, come on, you Spurs!
Come on, you
Well, I was about
Spurs.
to ask that,
Great
but it's
call.
just
Great
it's
call.
like
Well
it's
done,
how I
Arian.
end the call. That's how Arian ends the call. Arian, love you to bits, brother. I'll speak to you soon.
Take care, buddy.
See you later.
Great call. Well done.
We've had some great calls. We've had some great calls.
Great debuts as well
So
tonight.
we've got 2 people left to do.
And one more debut. Oof.
We've got one more debut. She's coming on at the end. We've got someone on now that has become
Bit of a sensation.
He's a bit of a sensation. He's been seen celebrating his goal and
Just a
going
tad.
crazy, only for it to be disallowed.
Yeah.
He's someone we're very, very close with, and I just think the world of. It's time to bring on Mr. Dan THFC. I'll wait for you to flip that. I'm hoping we can get a flip the bed in during this call. How are you, Dan?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm still laughing from Brandon's call. That was jokes. But
Yeah.
I'm good. Still trying to figure out how on earth that was offsides.
Do you know what? I think your reaction out of all the reactions I've seen before that, and then, do you know what? Actually, I forgot to say it to him, and I hope he's still in here. I hope Alex is still in the building because I watched it on the Football Terrace, your goal celebration. You're going crazy. Then all I heard in the background was steak. And I was like, oh god! I was like, I know.
And then, you know Terry, right? Terry was reacting to it, and he's like, "What the hell is wrong with these Spurs fans? They just scored in the last minute, and this guy's screaming steak."
I honestly, when I saw that,
and then it cuts to Alex going, "Disallowed. We'll take the draw."
Yeah, and it was Dietrich as well, wasn't it? Dietrich was with you as well, saying disallowed. All 3 of you are like, oh my god! But yeah, Dan, this is your time, brother. Where do you want to go?
Listen. I just want to continue. I want to, as a referee, it really infuriates me to see that given as offsides. There's so many reasons why you can be disgraced for that offsides. You could write a whole book about it. First of all right, there might not be intentional to pass the ball back to Kane, but he's hit it with his hand. So if it is offsides and it's not intentional, but it bounces off the guy's hand, wouldn't that be a penalty? Nobody's talking about that. There's also another angle that shows that Harry Kane is actually not offsides when he aligns it with the ball, which I don't know why VAR does. They like to make it super complicated and like to put the camera 50-degree angle from where the actual play happened when they could actually just follow the camera that goes across the pitch with the ball, which would make life so much more easier, but I don't understand why they don't use it. And then the other thing to get mad about is the fact that Emerson Royale headed the ball back and it was given as offside. And then you also have the whole Antonio Conte incident being given a red card. Come on. You know the actual reason why he got a red card, right? It wasn't actually because he was cursing at the referee or anything.
No, because he came on the pitch.
Because he came on the pitch when they scored the goal. When they scored the goal.
No. It wasn't from scoring the goal. I read about this actually, and they're saying it's not from scoring the goal. It's from he actually came on the pitch after the goal was disallowed again. So once you cross the touch lines after the goal scored, they'll allow it. The referees will forgive players running on the field, maybe a coach for a celebration of a goal, but they will not allow it when you're coming on the field to basically berate a referee.
So basically, but what I've got to say of that is Mauricio Pochettino when we scored the winning goal against Ajax, and then also Jurgen Klopp against Everton when he ran on the pitch to go to hug Addison.
Yeah.
Get away with nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Conte gets the red card, but that just very quick. I just want
That's
to
what I'm saying, Brian. That's the circumstance.
Yeah,
in the celebration they allow it, but when you're trying to ream a referee out for being a moron,
and we've also been fined. We've also been
they're
fined.
untouchable. They're untouchable, right?
They're
untouchable,
of
right?
course. But I just have to say very quickly, it's 4:28 in the morning back home, and We Are Tottenham TV have a lot of people. No, there's a lot of people that do a lot of work for We Are Tottenham TV. One of the back end team have just WhatsApped me and just said, "Hey, Brian, I've just woken up, and I've seen that you're still on. So big up." So I just want to say big up to Jake, who is a top boy. So Jake is one of the guys in behind the scenes that normally sets everything up and does a wicked job at it. But so big up, Jake. But yeah, Dan. So yeah. But where else were we talking about? Obviously, that you being a referee, I keep forgetting about that. Well, what's your overall feelings on VAR now?
Listen, I think that people thinking that it takes joy from the game, I don't agree with that. Because at the end of the day, it helps for when referees make incorrect decisions that are obvious. So they go to VAR like, oh, why didn't I see that? Well, I'm going to correct it.
Clear and obvious.
I'm going to correct it. Clear and obvious. Now, I don't know if it was a UEFA operator or if it was a FA operator, but about 2 seasons ago, maybe even the beginning of last season. No, it actually was in the beginning of last season. They came out and said, quotation mark, I have it here, we're not going to give offsides for toenails and fingernails anymore. Like that. He said it like that. That.
Yeah, but to
And
be
now-
fair,
and-
now they're giving it for the tip of a nose or your pinky finger.
Mate, like,
Oh, well, I'd
honestly,
be in trouble if I was playing.
disgraceful from Harry Kane. He should have cut his nails. He should have cut his nails before the game. That's on him. Like, come on.
Yeah. Now, Dan, that being
Should've shaved
said,
his legs.
this is what kind of really irritates me about it, because what you say is completely right. It's supposed to correct the clear and obvious, not pinpoint right down to the millimeter. If that system was in place, let's say for the last 50 years, I really don't think Jimmy Greaves, Alan Shearer, even Henry, they would have potentially a third of the goals that they've registered. If we're going to take away goals from the players now, how do we expect these guys to hit those records then again?
Well,
those records will
I
never
don't
be
think...
beaten if you're going to consistently bring the game to a point where we keep taking goals away.
Alan Shearer must be loving it then, because Kane can't get to him. He's like, oh yeah, don't worry.
He scored. No, he didn't. Oh, he scored again. No, he didn't. Ha ha. He got a nose hair offside, Harry.
Yeah, but I think that, to be honest, that's actually not that bad of a thing, because if we're being honest, then that's like saying, oh, well, they made a mistake back then, so that means that they should continue making the same mistake and allow strikers to score offsides goals. But my problem is when they're super close, that you're there looking at the screen for 5 minutes, staring at it. Oh my God. Is that hair that he has on his leg, is it like a centimeter off? I think it is offsides after spending 3 hours looking at a damn monitor in front of you. If you can't make the decision quickly, then surely it's just... I quote Antonio Conte here. The other thing is, I'd rather... Well, I don't completely agree with this, but I get where he's coming from, where he says that I'd rather just a referee make the decisions that he makes and stick with those decisions than have a robot coming in. Oh, well, that was 1 inch off. You got that wrong. And then like have this whole technical difficulty that we're having right now. And then the other thing that we have is the fans in the stadium are absolutely clueless. When these things go on. They're absolutely lost. Like not even a thing on the screen at the stadiums that we spend millions of dollars in. Not one thing. They're like, was it a handball? Was it a foul? Was it Emerson Royale offsides? They have to leave the stadium, go on their phone, and then check what happened.
So, do you know what, Dan? I'm enjoying having this referee talk with you, and obviously you've got your knowledge. So, first of all, I'm just to bring up a couple of things that have been brought up, but then I've got a question for you with another one. So, first of all, Michael, Sean, I think you may have been watching Fast and Furious like I do, because Vin Diesel says winning is winning, whether it's by an inch or a mile. And here we go. By an inch or a mile, offside is offside. The letter of the law. That's the hard, honest truth. But whether we think,
but there also be what happened to the benefit of the doubt to the attacker. That was the original rules, right?
That was the original. They've changed it so many times. It's great. But the other one we've got coming in is from DJ. This is very, very true. VAR is supposed to enhance the game, not destroy it. But the question I had for you, Dan, is a lot of people have been talking about it, and I can see it in the chat here, and it's been highlighted. We know who this referee was to us in the Champions League final. Now, coming from your referee knowledge, obviously it's not.
Sorry, for those that don't know, that not the referee on the field, the VAR squad.
No, the referee on the field against on Wednesday.
He wasn't the referee for the Champions. The VAR
that's
team
what I'm
was
the referee that was on the pitch for Sporting Lisbon.
Yeah.
At the home game that we just saw was the guy that VAR gave the Sissoko handball. So what I was about to say to you, Dan, is obviously you referee. It's obviously not the elite level at the moment. As much as I'd love you to be a referee, you'd certainly give it more fairer for us. Do you not think that when a referee has had such a controversial decision against one team, whether it be pro or con, they shouldn't be allowed to referee him again? Because obviously, I know it's not as easy as said than done, but I wouldn't have. If I'd found out at Tottenham Hotspur that this is the referee that cost me this, I'd be like, nope, under no circumstances do I want him anywhere near because of what's happened. And I know you can't do it with every single ref because everyone would have problems, but in these Champions League games, those referees can be circulated however they want. Would you think that would have been a wise thing to do?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't think that there's an agenda against Tottenham. That's just my personal opinion. I think it's just mistakes that could have definitely been avoided. And this mistake wasn't even by the referee in the middle. The only stupid thing that he did was to give a red card to Antonio Conte. But actually, the offsides was not given by him. Initially, he gave the goal. It was the VAR team that disallowed the goal. So I get that also to this day. I think every morning I wake up and I have nightmares of that Musa Sissoko handball.
Yep.
But at the same time, that now goes down to one mistake, and every referee can make one mistake. In my opinion, everybody has level of bias, but it depends how much bias you have. And I don't think that this referee in particular has too much bias towards us. Again, at the same time, you also have to look at it taking off your Spurs cap, which I'm going to do right now. No, I'm just kidding. But you have to look at it thinking, where are we saying these things when Man City's goal got disallowed in the Champions League quarterfinal? That it was ruining the game, that you have to wait 15 minutes to figure out a decision or not.
That's actually very true. That's actually really true.
I don't think this is a bias against Tottenham, because the thing is that these things happen to every team. In my opinion, if football fans want to get rid of it, we're gonna have to stop laughing at each other. Like if Arsenal get a decision tomorrow, you'll see all Spurs Twitter go ha 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 ha. Arsenal got rigged by VAR. Let's go. No, we as a football community, like we did for the Super League. You see when all the football community comes together, you see how powerful an impact it could have. If we want VAR gone, which I don't truly believe that this football community actually cares about, because they just care about, when it happens to their club. If we actually want VAR out, we have to come together as a football community and work together to get it out. But I don't think that football fans want it out. I think they only care when it affects their team.
Yeah,
Well
mate.
done.
Honestly, he really, you've just hit the nail on the head. Really, I think you've summed it up, Bobby.
Yeah.
You know where we're going. It's your question time.
Yeah, but just quickly on that, I think a bigger issue to eliminating VAR is going to be the fact that so many teams have spent money on incorporating new camera technology
Daniel
into
Levy
their
will
stadiums
protest
and
it like it's
everything,
the away tickets.
You know, so yeah, it's a bit of kick in the ass then that you've been told to buy these certain systems and spend money that some clubs don't have. And now that we're going to say we're not going to use it anymore. But the question to you now, Dan, is the one we've been asking everybody this evening. Now, so now that you've had a few months to reflect on the transfer window and see what the players that we brought in have done and how some have impacted our club and some have had zero impact on our club, what would you give your overall rating to the transfer window?
Yeah, so I think that there was definitely some positions that did get fixed, and I was happy with some of the transfers. But I think that there was definitely a lot of other positions that were left unaided. Like right wing back, I love Jed Spencer. I think he's going to be a quality player in the future.
Okay.
But if Conte didn't want...
What's your number score out of 10, first off?
Number score straight away. Okay, I'll give it between a 6 or a 5.
Okay, so we'll go 5.5. Now carry on.
But I think that the right wing back situation, we could have done so much better. If Conte never wanted Jed Spencer, why did we sign him in the first place? That's a Levy signing right there. That's what I hate from Daniel Levy. I hate it when he does that. Just get your hands on the football. You have no clue what you're doing. The guy has absolutely no clue. Like people laugh at Roman Abramovich for wanting to play. I think it was a 4-4-3, but like Levy's even more clueless about football. Just get your hands on the football.
That was Bowley.
Thomas Bowley, yeah.
Yeah, Bowley said he wants to play 4-4-3.
He wants to play a 4-4-3.
Yeah.
And he wants to call it the London Rangers or something.
Oh, God.
I would love that, because then we can laugh at Chelsea fans all day long.
That being said, now earlier we had a very good point made where the reason that we ended up with a player like Spence is because maybe we don't know how long Conte is going to be here. So does the club solely rely on getting what Conte wants, or do we have to look at our overall structure in terms of making sure that we maintain a certain element of what we do as a football club in terms of buying young and keeping and then trying to sell for a higher price, the business model, I guess?
Yeah, but the whole thing about Conte wanting to leave clubs in the short term, I actually don't agree with it, because every time you look at when he leaves a club short term, it goes down to the board. So if the board are saying here, all right, we're not going to back you, so we know you're going to leave, so now we're going to buy this player for when you leave, that just shows the mentality that the board has for this football club. Because it's actually not Antonio Conte that does this. It's actually like every time you look at Inter Milan, he didn't leave like after losing a bunch of games. He had just won the Scudetto. He left because the board wasn't going to back him.
Yeah.
If they don't back him in
told
January,
him sell players,
he's gone. Yeah. It's not on Antonio Conte these run of form. It's on the board, and you look back to all the years, common denominator, who has been here through every single year of failure? Daniel Levy. And then you're going to look at Antonio Conte, who's only been here for a year now.
Just over a year now. He just hit a year.
Just over a year now, and I'll blame everything on him and the players that have been here since
no,
2015.
November.
So basically, we
It's November a
played
year?
Manchester United on October the 30th. Then the next day, which was my wife's birthday, Halloween, was talks with Nuno. He signed on the 1st or 2nd of November, from what I believe.
All right,
If my memory serves me, we'll put it this way: we can't get much closer to a year of. But I think he was actually appointed on the 1st or 2nd. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that it's not on Conte when he leaves the club in short term, and I think Levy knows that. I think if that's true, then that's Levy going to say, well, I'm not going to back you. So I'm going to buy this player for the future when you leave inevitably because I'm not backing you. Which, I mean, to be completely honest with you, I know but you guys will, but I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. But I think there's also many positions like a cam that we definitely should have improved in. We need a creative midfielder. Then there's also positions like a center back. We needed 2 center backs. I've been saying since last season we need a quality goalkeeper to come in. We need to start looking for one now to come in to replace Hugo Lloris.
Yep.
And the thing is that people laughed at me. Because the thing maybe could be how I said it, because I said like, thank you for your service, but piss off as a joke. But then that's, I don't know if you know the whole Dan's Nan thing. I know, Bobby, you do.
No, Bev don't know what you're talking about.
That actually started from that because on a stream I said, my Nan has a better first touch than Hugo Lloris.
Do you know what, Dan? I'm so happy you did that because I often say my 3-year-old niece has a better first touch or better distribution, and there's been no Brian's 3-year-old niece. So I'm
now there will be.
I shouldn't say things. Well, hopefully, with it now being whatever,
they're gonna make a YouTube account.
Rookie.
Learn from my mistakes, Ryan. Learn from my mistakes.
Mate, you're talking to a guy that's
from
got 2 tattoos.
They teach us olders.
You're talking to a guy that's got 2 tattoos.
You're talking about Met. Yeah, you're talking about bets. Today I made a bet with an Arsenal fan that on live stream that if Arsenal finish ahead of us, I'll put an Arsenal shirt on.
Okay, I thought you was about to say you're about to get a tattoo. So I was about
no.
If
I were to get a tattoo, it'd be temporary.
You do know what his dad does, right?
Yeah, no, I know, but believe me, I know what it's, yeah, I was like to say, then I realised I've pushed it too far with the things I do on YouTube. If people now start following me and getting tattoos because they're crazy like me, and for people that don't know, I said I'll never put a tattoo bet on. Dan, you know about my next tattoo bet that I've put on? Were you on Wolves? So I've put my third. My third C Cube knows about it, and she's in the back end, and she'll be coming in shortly.
You gotta get a James Ward-Prowse tattoo.
No. I
think he'll get Dan's Nan before he gets that.
I was talking with Will Stewart, and Will was under the impression, or still thinks, that we may get over 90 points. And I said to Will Stewart, if we get over 90 points, I will get a Will Stewart tattoo, your logo tattooed on me, and then have a trilogy. And I said, but I'll only do it if we don't get 90 points. You've got to get a Tottenham on tour. And then he said, you know what? Let's have a 4-point buffer, because I think he said 86 is where he could see it, but the possibility. And I said 86 and under, he has to get a a Tottenham on tour. 86 to 90 or 86 to 89, nothing. We're bets even. 90 and above, I have to get Will Stewart.
Brian, so, at this point, you're gonna have my whole subscription list on your whole body,
mate. So listen, I'm being stupid here because I've put.
He's gonna look like a NASCAR soon,
mate. It's literally, honestly, if the third bet, do you know what the worst thing is? If it comes in again, then I'm just gonna have to put a stupid bet on every season because that keeps coming true. And it's to the benefit of Tottenham Hotspur. I put one bet on Antonio Conte's not going to come. He comes.
If Tottenham win a
we're
trophy,
not going to get Champions League. We get Champions League.
Brian, if Tottenham win the Champions League this season, you got to get a Dan THFC tattoo on you.
So I'm afraid I'm already locked in because of my stupid self, Dan. I said to Ben and Simeon, seeing that I got this because of Conte, I said to them, any trophies that are won under Conte, not even a bet. I self-indulged, but I put myself in the firing line. I said, if Spurs win any trophies under Conte's management, I will get the trophies tattooed around there. And when I went back and they'd hit 100,000, I've already had 100k added to it already. So I said I'll do it for if they hit 250, 500, whatever. I'm going to end up like a barcode down my arm with tattoos that I've got. But Dan, listen, very quickly, it is time to start
to go
head and heart. But first of all, big up to someone that's always on every single
Big up,
goddamn channel,
Lisa.
and I
Good
love this woman
morning.
dearly.
Good
Whether it's
evening.
likes on Twitters, whether it's comments, everything. Big up, Lisa. I hope you're good, hun, and always a pleasure. So, Dan, what I want is head, heart, and tell everyone where they can find you.
All right, so my heart. I'm gonna go through my heart first because
Okay.
I need to get my heart out right now. I think
Let it
I
out.
will say
Young man, let it out.
You know what? I actually don't feel like my head and my heart are too different right now. I think my heart says 3-0 and my head says 2-0.
Okay.
And where can they find you?
Yeah, you guys can find me at Dan THFC. I'm all around the place as well. Like I come on Tottenham TV. I come on Will Stewart, and I come on a load of other channels. But make sure to subscribe to Tottenham TV first of all. Smash that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to Tottenham on Tour. Subscribe to the 3 Spurs Boys. Oh, I've done that backwards. Subscribe to the 3 Spurs Boys. Subscribe to Tottenham on Tour. But yeah, you guys can find me at Dan THFC if you like what I have to say on Twitter and on Instagram. But yeah, big up Brian. Big up Bobby K.
Big up, Danny. Get Danny over to 1,000 before the
we've
World
got
Cup.
the end of the season.
Dan, what are you on at the moment?
Let me check. So
Let's have a
right now I have 665.
All right, we've got to do that. And Dan,
Now
what I
get 'em,
will
come
say
on.
is when Tottenham on Tour are back up and running when I'm in London and we're back constantly, you know you've always got a place at the table and you're whenever you want to come on, you are always welcome, my man. You are always welcome. But enjoy your evening. Don't punch any walls in the or throw any chairs
Don't
or
break your
anything into
bed.
that wall.
Lift any mattresses.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that. Just wait till VAR says it's a goal, then go ahead and
Or
do
get
it.
the neighbors to call on the cops because I've screamed 50.
No,
screamed-
did they seriously? The neighbors called the cops?
No.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Thank God.
I was gonna say,
Thank God.
No, they
Dan-
could have.
first,
They
though.
could have if they weren't, because my neighbors are close friends. But like, I screamed when we scored that goal against Sporting. I screamed.
I
so
heard
loud.
you screaming
And-
here.
Yeah, Dan, I must admit, I had my tablet on and I had it quite loud, not on full blast. And I was like, what? I was in the other room making tea or coffee and I just heard you screaming. I was like, I don't know what part of it I was at watching your watch along. And I just ran in and I thought, I don't know why, but I thought something had happened in my bedroom. And I was like, wait a minute, no one's in my bedroom. And it was just you screaming. It was just, mate, but that was top level celebration.
Passion, buddy. It's passion.
And Dan, I'm looking forward to obviously, hopefully you will be in London this season.
Yeah, there's gonna be a
You're
video.
going for the NLD, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be a video coming out for that soon. I'm going to London if I'm gonna be able to find tickets for the game because I chose the hardest game to go to. It's gonna be a completely different story.
You
but
got to get them right now, then, Dan. Because
Well, Dan, I'll
I'll
tell you what. I'll tell you something now. If you can't get tickets to the game, one thing I will do. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a ticket to the game. I might be able to because it's just one. But if not, I will be doing the watch along in the studio. So if you can't get a ticket to the game, come and do the watch along with me.
All right, sounds good.
And bring your mum and dad.
I hope
That's
both
only
of
if I
you will
don't-
be at the game with me.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm
only if I don't
I'm
get to the
hoping-
game.
I'm
'Cause if I-
hoping I'll be at the game because I will do. I had tickets for it last time when I was back because of Bob, and then the bastards ran because every gunner's a runner, and I didn't get to see it. So I need to get my.
You know the state of me because my parents are trying to get me like stuff from the club shop, and I'm like, no, you're giving money to Daniel Levy.
Good
and then
man. Good man.
I'm looking at myself like, my parents are probably thinking, this kid is insane.
But you're doing it
But
right.
we still love you.
When you go over there, mate, there's loads of other sports companies where you can get the stuff. And obviously you can get stuff from there. This is my thing where I won't spend a penny. I don't. If people want to get, people always say to me, like even you, Bobby, you're like, when we get there, I might have to go into a club shop. I'm like, Bobby, do what you want. Do what you want. It's me that won't spend the penny. Doesn't mean that everyone I know, because people are literally. I've had people actually message me and go, Brian, I'm really sorry, but it's someone's birthday. I had to buy something. I'm like, it's your money. I don't care what you do. This is me. I don't. It's crazy. But Dan, always a pleasure, my brother, and we will speak very, very soon.
Up the Spurs and get Harry Kane off free kicks.
Big up, Daddy
See
boy.
you later on, brother. So I just want to say as well before we bring on. Go on. What was you about to say?
You do have one more thing that we've unfortunately overlooked for a little while here. You had a super chat. You
I
started.
will be bringing that
Yeah,
up
we gotta
before
bring
we.
that
But
one up.
actually, we'll discuss that one with Cubes because we can discuss that. But what I do want to say is it's now 80 people in the chat, and one of the things that I have loved about doing this show, forget the fact that we've now been going We're 1 minute short of 3 hours 47, which is exactly what we did for the last week's one, which was a record. So we're breaking another record. But the thing I do love is this chat. This chat, there's been no. We had that Meerkat guy who actually, by the looks of it, calmed down. But the chat has been so constant, and it's just so nice to see everyone chatting and getting on and doing everything. So
Much
big
love,
up
guys.
to every single one of you in the chat. I am going to bring up that super chat, but first of all, we got a debut. Now, she's going to come on looking like Batman with her camera off, but we love her. And I love that this. I've never said it to her. I love it when she talks that the Batman Lego guy actually moves. I only realised that
Yeah,
recently.
she's got a
So
wicked avatar there.
it's
But
wicked
not
to-
just
yeah.
Lego, Brian. Not just Batman. Lego Batman.
Exactly. So it's time for a debut, and it's great to see her. C Cubes, how are we doing?
Cubey.
Good. I'm good. I have been noticing, Daigle, that you've been not getting a lot of sleep. So
Daigle sleeps?
Apparently I do. Apparently, do you know what? It's weird.
Not when you're here.
So I woke up at 3:30 this morning, came into the living room because I didn't want to wake Ilana up, started watching TV. Then I was meant to be on a stream at 7:30, but I think I did fall asleep for an hour. Then went on Good Morning Tottenham. Then went on Savers. Then been chilling. Now on this. Then I'm going to bed once we finish this. Then I've got to be up at 5 to make sure I'm ready for 6 to do David's show. Then I've got to do the pump up on We Are Tottenham TV. Then I'll probably fall asleep during the game. But Cubed, welcome to We Are Tottenham TV and making your debut. First of all, how are you?
it could be better. I'll be honest.
We're going to get into. I'm hoping you're talking Tottenham related. Yes.
Of course.
Well, there we go. So first of all, like Bobby said, we have a Champions League, a Super Chat. It's about the champ. Jesus Christ. Okay. So from Adrian, sorry if it took me a little while to bring it up. Question: qualify next round of the Champions League. Now, I don't know if this is me and my English or the slang. I don't know what boom or bane means.
So is it a good thing or a bad thing, basically?
So it's a qualify.
Will it be the bane of our existence? Basically, will it cause us qualifying, continuing having to worry about Champions League? Will it be an issue? Will it, bring our team down? Do we have to stretch our squad? Do we, start worrying, keep having to worry about that midweek game? Is it going to be a boost for us by going ahead and showing that we can get to the next round and hopefully continue to progress in the tournament?
Well, there we go. So, Cubed, what's your answer to that first?
I want to get out of the group stage, just because we should get out of the group stage.
Sorry, the Batman. I just noticed. I never noticed before the mouth moves on the damn thing too.
Yeah, that's my mouth.
All right.
This is me. I don't know why you guys somehow think that this is not me. This is me behind the mask. I am Batman. This is the real voice of Batman. All of the, Robert Pattinson, Christian Bale, they are actually all just imitations of me. I am the real voice of Batman.
There you go. There's an exclusive on We Are Tottenham TV. And do you know how many people are asleep from Good Morning Tottenham that never will know? Never will know the secret. But Cute, what's your thoughts on the question?
So I would say I want to get out of the group stage because I want that for Conte, first of all, because he hasn't been able to do that. And secondly, I think it would be really disgraceful if we didn't, because we have like the easiest group, and we should have been dominating this group. We shouldn't be performing as poorly as we have been in this group. So I think it's important for us to get out of it. That being said, I don't want or expect us to get very far beyond that because, we don't have the squad depth to continue on like this. Conte doesn't trust enough of our players to rotate them. So you have a ton of players like Dyer and Højbjerg and Kane who are just starting to run ragged at this point. And I think that, although if Dyer even runs, but anyways, but I think that
you're gonna get him a golf cart to drive around.
Yeah, I was like, after saying that, I was like, wait a minute, does he run? Does he know
One
how
of
to
those little Segway things, right? To just boot around him.
Yeah, but I think that he's really been working a few of them into the ground, and I don't think we can go on like this with that many games in a week. So yeah.
So you know what, Cube? With this, if we don't qualify for the Champions League, we
Go to
drop
Europa.
down to the Europa League, and it goes back to Thursday, Sunday. This could be a problem as well. I mean, yes, people say it's the lesser competition, which, let's face it, is. But you've got now Juventus, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid that have dropped in there. We've obviously got the filth. So do you know what? I like Ben from We Are Tottenham TV said earlier. I wish if we hadn't qualified, we still had the chance of finishing fourth and not qualifying for the Europa League, because then we could just focus on domestic and try and get there. I'm
That's
like
what
you.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about Europe. Like, I wouldn't want us to. I know if we get knocked out, we have to go to Europa. But I'm like, but I want us to be knocked out of that too. Like, if we're going to, because I don't think we're going to win. I don't think we're going to get far. And because of the lack of squad depth right now and how tired our players are, I just think I was like, I don't want to be in Europe at this moment. Because I feel like we're hanging on. Right, we're third, but things are not looking good. We're kind of hanging on to top four by a thread right now as far as the momentum goes. So I'd rather just kind of throw the Europe thing to the side and just make sure that we're good on keeping up with the Prem.
There we go. And talking of the Prem, how do you see? So wait, before we go on to how would you see? Are you wanting to see Brian Hill start?
So if it was up to me, no.
Okay.
But I'll be honest, I don't care. I really don't care all that much. We don't have a lot of options, and I trust Conte. I'm not saying that he is without mistakes or I agree with everything he does, but I trust Conte enough to be like, whatever, you choose. I mean, for me at this point, it's like Lucas. I mean, our options are what? Lucas or Hill? Like, it's a toss up for me. Like, I don't really care all that much between the two of them. So, I mean, and then a note about, we were talking about not being Europe. We have cup competitions coming up soon.
Yep.
Like so that's the other reason why I'm like, just forget about Europe, because then we want to, if we're going to be competitive for a trophy anywhere, it's going to be a cup, it's going to be a domestic cup. So we have that coming up. So we need to be ready for that. But Hill, I don't really care.
So let me ask that a different way. Do you want to see tomorrow 3-4-3 or 3-5-2?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we kind of got battered in both formations. So again, I don't think that it really matters, because if our players are not playing well, it just really, the formation doesn't matter that much. I think I would rather probably see a 3-5-2.
Okay.
Just because I feel like with a 3 in midfield, it means that our Emerson or Doherty is going to have a little bit less of a impact potentially, only because maybe the security that a Basuma in the midfield provides would allow Højbjerg and Bentancur to go forward more and have a little bit more reliance on them than Doherty and Emerson going forward, because we know that they can't.
Do you know what, Q? You just mentioned a name, and I'm amazed I actually haven't spoken about him a bit more today, because I think he deserves a very special mention for this month. Is Bentancur? How good has he been this month?
Yeah, Bentancur is doing well. I mean, actually, Højbjerg and Bentancur, if we're gonna make the mention there. I mean, both of them have been our best players, standouts so far this season. That being said, I do think that the bar is really low. I'm gonna have the negative Nancy right now and be like, look, the bar's low.
You're on screen with me, C-Cube. No one will be calling you negative.
I was like, the bar's...
You're with me.
Yeah, I was like, the bar is pretty low. I mean, all of our players have not been good all season long. So, yeah.
I think it's actually kind of been refreshing lately, the last few games, in the way that I see Bentancur and Højbjerg almost starting to synchronize in the fact that one goes, one stays. You've seen Højbjerg get up there and score some goals. Now you're seeing Bentancur start making those runs into the box, and you see Højbjerg drop off. And there's almost there's almost a camaraderie that's forming there. It'd just be nice if that would spread to the entire team. That being said,
they already had that. Oh, sorry. I was going to say they already had that last season. We noticed that when Bentancur came in, it was we felt like Højbjerg was actually clicking with Bentancur a lot more than when we had like Skippy in the midfield. Even though, you know, Skippy does great, but like there was a synergy and chemistry between Bentancur and Højbjerg that we hadn't really seen with any other midfielders partnered with Højbjerg. And so I think that ever since then, it's just gotten stronger and stronger. I think they get along really well. I remember that somebody was like, I forget which game it was, but like end of last season or something, some player, rival player sort of like pushed Højbjerg when he was like bending down to pick up the ball or something. And Bentancur got really, really protective of him. And then he got in essentially a fight with the players, right? Because they have a close relationship between the two of them. And Bentancur has even like spoke of it, that they're actually very close.
Okay, so now you said you don't want to see Gil start tomorrow. You just don't care about that one. Who would you like to see come in that we haven't really seen get too many minutes yet?
I mean, honestly, I guess I'm just not that passionate as everybody else about like Spence, for example. You know, I don't think that I don't think that it's like he's proven everybody's like, oh, he's proven he's good. And I was like, he's played like a couple of minutes. But I do think that it would be nice if, you know, he came in also partially for a little bit longer than a few minutes, right? Just so that people can see, like fans could see what they were hoping for or fantasizing about in their minds, which I do think is a fantasy. I think that like it could be a true fantasy, but it's still a fantasy. Like it's because it's in their minds. They haven't seen it yet, right? So I think that it would be good if we saw Spence just so that everybody can see if he is good or not, like really good or not, you know?
Let's see what he's got to offer.
Yeah, because the mystery is like what's getting everybody to be like, okay, what's going on there, right? So it'd be cool if he got some more minutes for that purpose.
Cube, you put it this way, it couldn't be worse, could it? For the right wing back,
exactly.
Like you said, where the midfielders or everyone hasn't got the bar isn't very high. When we look at right wing backs, I think the bar is even lower than the other places we were talking, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it couldn't be worse, but then I think the difference is that Spence is so young that I do worry if he is as bad. It is possible to be worse than Emerson. I know it's really hard to imagine, but I think it is possible. But if he was, God forbid, worse than Emerson, or at the very least, like the same level as Emerson, I wonder if our fan base drags him, which we have a tendency to do, then what that's going to do to his mentality, because he is a really young player. He's coming up from championship. He doesn't have a ton of experience. And so I just wonder how that would affect him, because obviously older players, more experienced players, everything, they can take the pressure more. And I just don't know what I don't want our fan base to destroy Spence.
Yeah.
Bobby, I said your question's coming in.
Mine, but if it's okay with you, because this person has been with us right from the very beginning and been very active with us, if you don't mind bringing up DJ Green Alert's comment from 1156, a specific question for Cube.
1156.
Just above Daniel Field. Yeah.
1156. And I have to say, DJ Green Alert, Lee Richards, I know there was a lot of people. They have been with us for 4 hours.
Yeah.
4 bloody hours. So big up. So where we're going? We're going Green Alert.
KPV still here. It starts with pissed. Yeah, KPV still pissed. Cubed you before you go.
Oh, there we go. I've got it. Here we go.
That's the one. There you go.
Will you tell us where you got that Batman from, please?
Oh man, tell me my secrets.
There you go. Listen,
but you can say no. It's a question.
Because if I tell you,
if any man has deserved it, Mr. Green Alert, who has been with us, I think 4 or 5 weeks in a row, and he's new to the community, has been with us every single second of every single show, constantly keeping the chat going.
Yeah, and positively too.
Yes.
Good chat. Yes. Not bullshit. No waffle. No nonsense. No banter.
Where can people, or even if it's not that Batman, where can they find superheroes like that they may be able to use it?
Well, you can find Batman in Gotham City, but as far as this one,
Cube Man.
as far as
Where
this
do you find
filter is
Cube Man?
concerned, I don't know. Maybe some people might, they might say that they're cubed and like use this, and so I don't know. But I'll give you a hint. It starts with
go.
Snap.
Starts
It
with
starts
what?
with Snap.
Oh, there you go.
Snap.
There
Snap.
you go. Yeah, Snap, Crackle, and Pop from Rice Krispies back home. So yeah, so there you go. There's your answer. And Cube, sorry if I put you on the spot there, but Green Alert is a wonderful person. It's good that we're doing that.
We
But
got,
Bobby,
I'm just looking through the chat here quickly, man. We've a lot of people still that have been right from the beginning. Even
Oh, then
Stuart's
for those
still here,
people-
man. Athelston just jumped in as well. Daniel Fields been here. Oh man, this is
mate,
wow.
you know what? This chat is
This is-
incredible.
yeah,
So I'm going to say now, I called those two
legends,
out,
all of you,
those
man,
two
all
have
of you.
been- I want to say big up to every single one of them.
Every single one.
79 that are still available.
Awesome.
We've now got, listen, before you ask your questions, I'm going to say,
Yes, sir.
the records that have been broken today,
Smashed them.
duration of stream, smashed. Live likes, smashed. New people coming on the show, smashed. First lady in the chat, on screen, smashed. We are just breaking records left, right, and center. And Cubed, you're part of those record breaking moments. So thank you. But yeah, Bobby, your questions.
Well, Cube, this is where I know that you put on your positivity hat that you always carry around with you. Looking over the transfer window and where we are now and the players we got in that transfer window and the impact that they have had on our squad, or the little impact so many of them have had on our squad. Your number rating out of 10 and why, please?
I'd say 5. I think before
this Cube, who is this? What?
I'd say 5.
Okay.
The reason why is because I do think that we upgraded on our squad, or at least our bench options to a certain extent. Because think about last season, what we had Winks. I mean, that's what we had.
Yeah.
Like we had Winks on the bench, right? Now we have Skippy and Basuma, right? And so we improved, I think, some of our bench options. So I say 5, so it's average, right? 5's average. I think earlier, like before we got this far in the season, I had said something like 6 or 7. So the reason why I have downgraded is because I was hoping for some of the signings. I think I had said 6. I was hoping that some of the signings were going to click faster. I don't blame the signings totally for that, because in general, we haven't been playing that well. And also they haven't all been getting game time either. So I don't really totally blame them with that. But if we were going to sign these guys, we should be playing them. We should be playing better. We should be figuring out how to use them, all these different things. And so I just feel like I did downgrade a little bit based off of the fact that we haven't, it hasn't clicked as much as I thought it was going to from the beginning.
There we go. And the second part of this question, Bobby?
That being said, then, do you think that we failed in addressing our needs in terms of filling the right gaps, or do you think we failed in the quality of what we got in? Do you think we should have gone a level higher on some of these players?
And before you answer that question, big. I was about to do it 727 times, and then I realized I could be a while. Big up.
Well, we both do it together. Big.
Or
Okay.
you could have just said big.
But to be fair, I
did
say Stuart, but he's just been up so late he didn't hear it.
Yeah, mate, it's been a long 4 hours.
What a
5
journey!
minutes stream.
Yeah.
But Cube, yeah, Bobby. Sorry, second part of your question.
Yeah, so that's a Cube. Do you think that we successfully upgraded the players that we need upgraded, or do we even successfully fill the gaps we need to get through?
So it's both. So I think that from just a numbers perspective, we didn't do what we needed to do, because we should have had 2. So the goal, right, was 2 in every like every spot, right? And we still didn't really have two in every position, right? So because when you look at our forwards, we don't have two in every position, really. I don't really count. I mean, I know that he played a better game last game, but I mean, we had the same thing that we had last season, where we had Stevie, and then now instead of Stevie, we have Richie, right? So we didn't get the additional that everybody was asking for with like a backup striker, and then also a winger. We kind of got, I guess I would consider Richie more of a backup striker than a winger, but he's been playing as a winger, which I think is not his strength. But I'm saying that in general, I feel like we didn't really, from a numbers perspective, and especially when you think about, we put Reggie out on, we got rid of Reggie. I mean, they're all gonna come back, but Reggie, Lo Celso, Ndombele, Winks, like all these guys, they didn't necessarily like for like get a numbers replacement. So from a numbers perspective, we didn't do our job. And then from a player perspective, as far as quality, we didn't either, because we should have gotten another right wing back. We should have gotten rid of one of those right wing backs and gotten somebody that was a higher quality. We should have gotten a creative mid. We should have gotten a center back that was a higher quality center back. So we should have gotten, whether it be a left center back or like a center back, we should have gotten somebody, ideally it would be, I mean, since Dyer's been Dyer, we should probably gotten a center back. But we should have gotten better from a quality perspective and also done the work from a numbers perspective, and we failed on both.
And there we go. So Cubed, it's come to the time. Heart and head game. Heart and head predictions for tomorrow. Today. Tomorrow for us. No. It's gone midnight here. It's today. Yep, we
9 hours and 54 minutes till kickoff, buddy.
Yep. Okay, we've gone with it's head and heart for today. Or no, where Cubed is, it's still tomorrow. There you go.
Yesterday.
It's true. It's true. So my head is saying 2-1 to us. I have to admit, my head has a little heart in it. Because I have never predicted a loss for Spurs. I kind of feel like we're probably going to lose. Like even with the North London Derby this season, I was like, oh, I predicted a draw, even though I knew that it was decent likelihood we would lose. So my little bit of positivity is like I never predict a loss for Spurs. So I'll say 2-1 to Spurs will be my head. In my heart, what I really would love is a battering, of course. If we were to do like a 5-0, that would be awesome. If we could get like Sonny could get a hat trick, Kane could get a brace. That would be amazing. Actually, you know what? No. Sonny gets a hat trick, Kane scores 1, and Romero scores 1. I think that he's
might not even be starting though.
Not Dyer?
Yeah. I don't know if he is or not, but I'm saying like if he was playing, I would actually love to see him score, because he's been kind of meandering around the box a lot lately. He's been getting forward a lot more, and he had that sitter. If you remember, I mean, he was offsides, but that sitter where he missed, and he was like beating himself up about it too. And I was like, you know what? It'd be nice for him to get a header or something.
Yeah, Romero at the moment, I describe him as, I always say Antonio Conte. I don't think he knows what his technical area in that box means, because he's like, I can't walk around that box. Yet you never see him in that box. He's everywhere around it. He's up and down. I think he thinks a rectangle has been murdered and it's been the crime scene that he can't step in. And that's kind of what that's kind of what Romero does. He has no idea what he just charges up there. You're like, what is he doing up there? And then he's just up and down. But Cube, listen, that was a phenomenal debut.
Great debut.
I'm going to put you in the back end. Don't go, Cube, so I'll have a quick word with you once we finish. So just
can I just ask Cube one last question before she runs off?
I think, mate, you spent with me for 4 hours. Fire away.
I just because I know how personal this is to Cube. So, QB, How much do you think we should sell Sonny for in January?
Oh Jesus! Okay, we're going to be here till tomorrow.
No, that's it.
I
Good
think
night.
we should sell
Great
him
debut.
for. I think we should sell him for 150.
150 and sign Dyer to a 10-year extension, right?
Yeah, I think we should sign. I mean, honestly, 10 is it's not long enough.
enough?
I think
No,
it should be like
30?
15. Yeah.
Nice. I love it.
There
I
we go.
love it.
There we go.
Great job. Great
Cube,
debut, QB. Thanks for joining
just
us.
stay in the back. I'm going to put you in the back end now, Cube. Just
Sure.
just stay where you are,
Hang
okay?
around.
So, Bobby, and
So I
the
told
80
I told you
people-
we'll do 2 hours, right?
Yeah, do you know what? And do you know what? And this is the thing. I will be having words with Ben and Simeon about, or mainly Ben, because Ben's the one that does it and puts it all in. That there was no link in the back end for the community to join in.
That's okay. It worked
But
out
you
well.
know what?
That's
You
some
and
fresh
me both
faces.
did. We don't. Well, I didn't have work. You're on vacation. I'm not sleeping well. Hopefully this will do it now. Hopefully I probably will. As
At
the
least a few
usual.
hours.
Yeah, hopefully this will
There
get
you
me.
go.
But Bobby, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for staying
Thanks for
with
having
me
me,
for
brother.
the
It's always a
for
pleasure,
the full
man.
time. So I will. Yeah, Lisa, listen. One of my things that people know my love for Ben and Simeon and this channel, and I will do anything for them, and I do mean anything. I can't wait to be back in the studio. It is home from home for me. I do love being in there, and we got to remember one thing. I will say, I've seen in loads of chats recently. This has been the final thing I'm going to say is we seem to have this huge divide at the moment with channels and everything, and Levy in, Levy out, and the crossover, and people arguing with each other or whatever it may be. What I will say, when people say that Ben and Sim are they Levy in, Levy out, what I will say, I know where they stand, and they are more on the Levy outside than in. But you have to remember they have this channel, and this is their livelihood, this is their job. So they have to be impartial. But one thing I will say about this channel, and it's why I give them everything I've got and always will do. Cubes has the Batman logo. Me, Ben, and Simeon have a WhatsApp group, just the three of us. And whenever they need me, we've actually said the bat signal. We send the bat signal to each other. So that's when we know if we get that gift, we need to help each other. And what you have to remember is whether you don't know where Ben and Simeon stand, or you think they need to be more prominent or whatever, what you have to remember, they are the only channel that have allowed me from the very, very get-go, from when I first came on this channel, Levy out, 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 Levy out. And throughout this time, and not just me, anyone else that feels that way, they can come on, have their say. Ben and Simeon will debate it, they will discuss it, they'll agree with you, they'll disagree with you on certain aspects, but they are the one channel of this size and this magnitude that will come on and let the fans speak about what they want to speak about. Not, here's an agenda, this is what we're doing, this is where we're going, this is what you can say, this is what you can't say. And for what they do, they deserve a hell of a lot of credit. And like I said, how I've got
and the support they give us,
mate, behind the back end.
little guy like me, and here they are. They're glad to help out, jump on the show with the boys and everything like that. It's definitely big up to Ben.
Exactly, they deserve all the credit that comes their way. Like I said, they put on the content they put out regularly, blah blah blah. They deserve a hell of a lot of credit, and let's just hope. My goal when I'm back in London, which is hopefully not having to freeze my ass off outside a training ground, which I will do if need be. We shall see. But Bobby, first of all, thank you so much, brother, for sticking
Always
with
a
me
pleasure.
for 4 hours, 15 minutes, 16 seconds. Have one last plug for your channel.
The three Spurs boys, the number 3 Spurs boys. Appreciate you guys get on over, give us a subscribe over there on YouTube. There, it's free anyways, and I have
Keep
a show.
talking. I'm going to find the link and put it in again. Keep talking
Appreciate
about
it,
your
brother.
channel.
I do. We do a little Sunday wrap-up show with myself and Kuva. For those of you know Kuva 99 in the community, he's I call him the suave swifter that goes around channel to channel. They're the drifter, sorry, and he's just an amazing guy. So him and me have Kuva and the Kang on Sunday evenings, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, 10:30 p.m. UK time, for just a weekend wrap up and a little bit of fun and a couple of little games for a joke. And then of course the kids have their OTP, which is off the pitch, and they've stolen it from me, so it's just the kids now that take over. Come on, have a few guests on, and they do pretty much everything except for talk about football. have a few games with their guests and everything, get to know them a little bit more on a personal level and everything. All these wonderful people that you see in the community. Brian's been on the show several times. He's always, of course, I could say that, to say he's always available and willing to help is an understatement almost. So big up Brian for that one. Much appreciate the love for the kids and myself, my man, and all of you in the chat, man. Really, really impressive, man. So many you've been here so long with us, so many hours you've spent with us. Appreciate all the positive comments in here and everything. And yeah, it's been a good night, man. It's been a really good night.
So last thing is, do we think we will win something this time? If you mean this season, Savvy, I think we will win top 4. And for some fans that will do, and for some fans it won't do. But now I just want to say thank you to everyone in the chat, everyone that's been on the stream itself, that's come on there and had their say. And I'm going to say like, comment, subscribe. Come on, you Spurs. And as always, Levy out.
Go on, you Spurs.